Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live, first edition, Wednesday night, 136 H-Town PLO featuring Texas Kim Stone, along with other DFW Metroplex local legends. I'm Eddie, the Asian sensation, in the booth. Tonight, going to be running the production side. Have two special commentators in the booth this evening. Going to turn on the cameras. Going to let you see who we have. In the booth with me tonight, have Mr. Oh, let me switch this over. Have Mr. Hayden Fortini, Mr. Frankie from Next Gen coming in the booth. Let's go. Let's talk about a little bit about tonight's lineup. Kim Stone in the one seat. We have some other local legends that have played in other local streams: OFC, Galoo, Jose Montes, Rick Alvarado, amongst others, Korean John. And has Louis Vuitton got here yet? Or is he still not here?
I have not seen him yet.
And he's probably on his way. So we're going to go with that. I'm going to be running the production side. I'm going to let these two gentlemen, these two PLO experts to my right, take over the commentating. Got a couple minutes left. So tell us what you guys anticipate, what you guys expect tonight.
There's going to be a lot of action tonight. A lot of big pots. It's going to be a really, really exciting game.
All right, so everybody bought in for the max 1,500. What's your over-under on them getting to topping off the 3K? What hand do you think we're going to top off the 3K? Y'all both let me know.
Hand number 7.
What do you?
Wow, that is okay. So it's immediately match a stack after
Correct.
the game starts. Okay, yeah, I would say that's a pretty good guess. I'm going to go with a little conservative and go 10.
I'm going to go 4.
All right, I'm right in the middle.
God.
So a little bit about the 136 PLO. So it's a slightly different. So it's a 3-blind game. 136 with an optional straddle of 12. And instead of your traditional, like 3X, whatever the bet is, plus whatever's in the pot, pre-flop, it's 5X, correct, Hayden?
That is correct.
Yeah. And so these pots are going to get pretty big pre-flop, going to get really big post-flop. So what do you think the biggest pots? Let's set the over or under on the biggest pot of the night.
5,000.
Oh, way over that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say 12,000.
I'm gonna go 9. I'm gonna go 9.5K.
Wow. Okay, this is going to be a really awesome live stream. You guys have put up some big numbers.
Big names, big numbers is what we're expecting tonight. First edition, first of many to come weekly. We'll probably be moving this game to Thursday again. This was kind of come together the last minute. Kim had kind of contacted us. Obviously, I live with you guys and had the idea of putting this together. And the feedback and the response was overwhelming. I'm getting texts from guys in Houston, Austin, who are like, hey, I know you're working the stream. Can we get me on the stream? I'm like, it's not even my stream, guys. It's like, you guys have to get in contact with Kim. So I'm like, okay, I will. And then I don't ever hear from them again. So obviously, Kim Stone's she runs the show. So it's going to be a fun-filled, fast, action-packed lineup tonight. Not too many PLO streams that go on across the nation. So wanted to bring some Texas PLO across the nation. So hopefully we'll be bringing that tonight.
Yeah, we got to ask the people to start sharing the word about the Omaha streams. Let's get some buzz around it because, if this stream does well, I am very sure and I'm very confident that we can get it going again. Kim put up together a very nice lineup, and there's a lot of, tons and tons of Dallas regulars that love playing PLO here.
Oh, here we go. I'm going to turn on
go. Get that a little bit low. There we go.
So as soon as action starts, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to the game itself. I think we're just about a minute away. Hayden, any chance you jump in this game in the near future? Maybe switch spots with Kim?
I don't know. There's a possibility, but
This is her jam.
yeah, this is her jam. She's played with a lot of these players, and it's going to be a really fun game.
Now,
a lot of big pots.
Before we got on the mics, you had asked Frankie what his PLO knowledge is on the 1 to 10. I'm a 2, 2.5, 3 at most. I'm here just for the production side, make sure nothing F's up. And you, what are you, Hayden, the 6? Hayden?
Like
Frankie,
5.5.
5.5?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I gave myself a 5 in the PLO knowledge. I've been studying a lot of mixed games.
Yep.
So I feel like my, overall poker knowledge has been expanding as of recent.
Yep.
But my game is Texas Hold'em, so I'm going to try to, apply the principles that I know from Texas Hold'em and from Mix into Omaha. And honestly, I'm just going to let the action kind of dictate my commentary because I'm sure they're going to have a blast, and I'm just going to be really just enjoying the show like the rest of you guys in the chat.
Well,
100%.
I met Kim and Hayden in Houston through another room down there. Became good friends, became family. What is Texas PLO compared to anywhere else that you've played, Hayden?
Oh, it's insane. But I always say in Texas, the blinds don't matter.
Right.
They could play 0-0 blinds. It doesn't matter. The game's going to play massive. So, I mean, it's not your typical 1-3 game or 1-3-6 game anywhere else in the country. Especially with the match to stack buy-in, these players, I anticipate a lot of dark raises. I've played with some of these players. When they get stuck, they definitely drive the action and blow the pots. It's going to go multi-way. It's going to be a lot of big pots.
And I think the key thing to narrow ourselves in here is this is a match to stack game.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in a lot of places outside the country, as you were kind of talking about, Eddie, not in Texas, they don't have that match to stack aspect to their game. So when someone gets stuck, 1 bullet, 2 bullets, I'm going to assume I'm going to see some 5K reloads. And that's just not achievable anywhere else around the country. So the fact that we have that here live at Poker House Dallas is honestly something that is pretty special and pretty lucky to have.
Now, I know PLO games have, TCH finally been picking up. They're more popular in the underground games. So I know Houston PLO is very, very popular, but if you were to compare it relative to Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, I mean Dallas is kind of on the finally picking up PLO. Would you agree, Hayden?
Yeah, for sure. Dallas is definitely picking it up here. You're seeing more and more games spread at TCH, like 4 to 5 a day.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, going so.
And every once in a while, I'll see a 5-5 PLO game going.
Yeah, like I said, the blinds don't matter. Sometimes the 1-2 plays bigger than the 5-5. It all depends on the lineup and who's there, and who's straddling, who's raising in the dark, who's 3-bet squeezing every hand. It's it's a lot of.
Looks like they're going to start with the flip. $50.
Oh, there we go with a flip. All right, I'm going to turn my mic off and turn my mic on, and I'm going to hand it over to you guys.
Go full
switch
screen
it off
here. Yeah,
going to go full screen. Transition it over.
All right, so what if will we see a top up of $50 more from anyone after this hand? What was there?
I don't think they're that extreme.
You don't think that extreme? Okay.
But the second someone doubles up or wins a big pot, you will see a top up.
So out of this lineup, I do know Chris very well. So a close friend of mine. So we're going to be watching him. I'm going to be watching him pretty closely. And I know he's been playing a lot of PLO recently. So I'm rooting for him today, as I am for the rest of the players. Kim, OFC, I've played with these people before. And you know what? Not just their poker abilities, but just their personalities are so great for streams. And it doesn't really matter what happens because they're going to make this entertaining for all of us. So win or lose, it's going to be an entertaining stream.
Yeah, for sure. And Kim's starting off hot right away with the quad jacks.
Oh, my gosh. Rigged.
Yep.
Rigged.
Hopefully it's a sign of things to come. I'm rooting for her, but also I love a lot of these guys. I played a good amount with a lot of them, and it's just a really fun group. It's a really good atmosphere at the table, but they're all very competitive. They're trying to take each other's money, but in between the hands, everyone's a good sport. No one gets upset. They're happy to give action and play big pots. So it's a really great group for a stream.
I know people ask me specifically about this game, and when I tell them it's 1-3-6, in their mind it doesn't sound that big. But when I tell them it's match to stack, and I told them some of the players in the lineup, they're like, never mind. Because, they see OFC, Galoo, Kim, even some of these other players playing other streams locally and know they play bigger type games. So I won't say money's no object, but some of these players aren't afraid to fire 5, 10K, in any specific given night. So
yeah, this is a smaller game for a lot of the players on the stream. And I think the 1,500 to start is good. It's going to loosen things up. People are going to be happy to get some money in light.
Are the drinks flowing yet? Not yet?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of funny. If this was like a real hand, Kim would have won stacked Rick right away because he river queens full and flopped the nut straight. And she flopped top set.
Oh,
so.
wow, yeah.
I guess you could say that's a little bit of run good for Rick. He got off the hook there that it was just a $50 flip. And those are hands they both would have played.
Did you hear them say not rigged?
Yeah. Rick, just be lucky that was a flip and not an actual hand.
And here we go. First ever PLO official hand at Poker House Live. That is exciting.
And shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to some of the regulars that I know. Captain Underpairs, Tammy, Mighty Hammer, Poker Monkey. How's it going, everybody?
DFS PM, how you guys doing? Thanks for saying hey.
Before we actually get underway, I'm going to go ahead and give you some points. Gamble away, you degenerate gamblers.
Mighty Hammer giving us some great advice. You want to start with 4 cards that work well together. That's a very good introduction to the stream,
Yes.
don't you think?
That's solid advice. But people definitely have different ideas of working together, so we're going to see that.
I'm very excited to see everyone's different definitions of what that exactly means. I know when I'm looking at Omaha hands, I'm looking for high pocket pairs. I'm looking for suitedness, so 1 suit or 2 suit preferably. I'm looking for connectivity. So how close are the cards together? That's very important.
Yeah. They're a little far apart in this hand. Jose opening up with the Jack-Jack 8-4. Definitely some wider hands in there already. Look like anyone flopped anything yet.
There's a set. Turn set for Jose. He's going to lead out. Let's get a straight draw for Michael. We got Rosie or Jello in the chat. Shout out you guys. Thanks for tuning in. This will be a fun stream. Let me know if my Omaha commentary is strong or not. That's all right. We're here to learn, here to get better, have fun. As we see Jose take down the first pot of the night. Let's go.
Nice hand, Jose. Jose's a tournament crusher. I think he's had some big scores the last few years.
Yes, for sure. Definitely well known. Well-known crusher. I'm happy to be here in the booth and not on the felt today, and this is one of the few times I will say that because usually I get a little bit of FOMO watching the people on the people out there play, but with 4 cards instead of 2, I feel more confident just sitting right here where my money's not in question.
Yeah, this game you got to be prepared for variance. I told Chris that going in. I said just be ready for some variance.
Nice, nice. I think he'll be ready.
Yeah.
He's been playing poker a long time, very knowledgeable. Loves the game. Shout out to Chris.
Shout out, Chris.
As we give out some points to the stream regs, I'm going to put out a little Instagram story too. Get this stream popping.
Jose going to open up with a 10-10-9-6. I think Michael's going to play this. King, Queen, Jack 7. He's got a king high suit. Pretty connected here.
Hayden, Frankie, again, me being a novice to the PLO side, how important is position in PLO relative to comparatively to Hold'em?
In my opinion, position is more important in PLO than it is in Hold'em.
I would second that.
Yeah.
Definitely. Because of just the different amount of variables in play. I don't know if you have more of a specific reason, Hayden.
I'd say because the board texture is like constantly changing from street to street. The nuts are changing, and the nuts are so much more prevalent in PLO that it just makes position a lot more valuable, in my opinion. And the fact that you can only bet the pot, it forces you to play multiple streets.
And Kim's going to have to play this hand out of position to 3 players as she squeezes pocket aces with the ace-high flush draw and some straight draws.
Looks like she flops top set.
Not too bad.
Very nice start. She's going to pot it.
Okay, I was going to wonder what sizing. Obviously, there's a lot of potential draws.
Very draw-heavy board. I don't think anyone has anything to give her action here. Michael's just got a gut shot, and OFC's got an open ender to the low end of the straight.
And it's nice to just clean up, you know, all the equity out there with the pot size bet.
Yeah. It makes the hand easier to play. The pot's already very large, and there's a lot of bad turn cards for her hand.
Yeah, and she's just going to go all in on the turn when she's called. It's very simple.
Yeah, I like the sizing a lot.
Let's see if Michael gives her action. I mean, he knows a 10 would be good. I don't think he...
Oh, and he is calling.
I think we saw a couple 10s already out. So.
Yeah, Jose had 2 10s in his hand. And I think Michael's going to be committed here when he turns 2 pair. This is a really nice spot for Kim.
Look how casual that all-in was as she's hipping the server.
Yeah.
She's just too comfortable right now. Michael's not in a good spot. You know, he knows that 10's good. He probably thinks that his full house outs are alive, although you never know. Even with the hand like bottom set, like if I had pocket 9s in the situation, 4 ways to flop, I'm not confident.
Yeah, especially with the pre-flop 3-better, he's going to have aces a lot.
And he does fold.
Yeah, good fold by Michael to get away there.
Yeah.
But like you said, you have, especially against the pre-flop 3-better who's going to have aces, and if they don't, they're likely to have some kind of wrap with flush draw or some big hand. So you're either dead or you're like flipping.
Yeah,
right?
Kim's getting such a good price to call in the big blind. The fact that she is raising says something about her hand. And a lot of times, I feel like when I raise, people automatically assume it's pocket aces.
Right. Kim will definitely squeeze there with some non-aces hands, like some strong rundowns and double suited hands. She's capable of that, but she's going to have aces a good amount of time as well. She's going to connect with that flop regardless, whether it's in the form of, you know, draws or top set.
So I'm excited to see how people play sets differently in Omaha versus obviously in Texas Hold'em. When you have a set, you're just really happy to get your money in, and it's one of those like super disguised hands. It's not as disguised here when you have 4 cards. You know, like we mentioned earlier, there's a lot of turn cards that really completely change the board texture. Flopping a set it's more vulnerable because there's just more cards they could draw to.
100%.
So we talk about in Hold'em like the concept of blockers, or having hands in your hand that unblock or block certain types of holdings, certain types of runouts. How does that affect, or does it affect as much in PLO?
In my opinion, I think it's more prevalent or more important in PLO. Like a common one is having the dry ace in your hand and blocking the nut flush. In Hold'em, it's a lot harder to get somebody off a flush, but in PLO, it's a lot easier because people are aware that it's a lot easier to flop strong hands. People are going to have the nuts just way more often, you know, having 4 cards. So that's a very common bluff that a lot of people do. That tends to work a good amount of time if you're up against thinking players, because it is really hard to call down with a non-nutted hand. If someone's barreling 3 streets into you.
We also have RV Phil in the chat, a regular in local live streams. RV Phil, we probably want to get you in the game at some time in the future. So I'm sure you know Kim's contact number. You should go ahead and get in contact with her. Maybe get your name on the list for a future stream.
What's up, Phil? Thanks for joining.
I'm very interested to see what JMod does with the... He has the nut flush draw, but it's a paired board. So it makes your draw, you know, a lot weaker, because if someone had 4-2, you're just drawing to a straight flush, which is very hard to hit. And as you can see here, impossible, because Michael has the 3 of hearts.
Yeah, he unfortunately for him also has 3 hearts in his hand. And the tricky thing about these flush draws on these paired boards is that if you turn your flush, you don't know if that card boated your opponent, right? If the board was paired.
And just like the 8, it would, if it was the 8 of hearts, it would have boated Michael up. But as you can see, he's just...
And I think because he's so short, he's going to get paid here. Oh, he does check. I would have liked to see him shove there.
Yeah, he picks up a 10, but I don't see him calling here.
Yeah, John's I've played with him some in PLO, and he's an experienced player. So I think he's going to get away from this one.
So we did have a little side bet on when someone was going to reload. We're on hand number 4. I don't think anyone's reloaded yet.
Yeah.
I don't think we can. We've seen anything.
We're very close.
We are close. And Ed, you mentioned blockers. I I'm a little bit nervous about, you know, over-qualifying blockers in these 6-way, 5-way pots when it's just so likely when someone who's bet out into 5, 6 people has a strong hand that even having, let's say, the naked ace of hearts on that board, it would still almost be impossible to bluff because of just how many possibilities of trips they could have. Or
Yeah, usually like if you're gonna bluff with a dry ace, like a great play is like when you have a set with it, because then you're drawing. You know, if you do get called by the flush, then you have outs. So like I agree with you. In a multi-way pot, you want to have some. If you're bluffing with it, you want to have some type of backup equity to go with it, I think.
especially in a splashy game like this,
Yeah.
I'm going to be excited to see when or if the bluff gets through, because
Yeah,
a lot of
and
these players don't like to fold.
Yeah, in this game, I might throw it out the window because it's a little tougher. It would probably work against like Chris and Rick and Kim sometimes, you know.
Can we please play like this all night?
OFC begging for the limps. Everyone's mad this is a limp pot. Speaking of blockers, John's got 2 10s blocking nuts straight. He's also got a club. But on this connected of a board, I think it would just be ambitious to bluff with this hand. And he just folds.
OFC's in the lead right now. He's got a pair and a flush draw. Michael has 2 pair.
Okay. So it looks like Kim and Michael are in.
Okay, the action tracker's catching up a little bit here.
Jose folded bottom set there. Interesting to note.
Wow.
OFC picking up 2 flush draws.
Interested to see he folded given the price. It was only about, I think it was $40 on the flop.
Yeah, I think the problem though with bottom set on this board is that if he does fill up, he doesn't know if his full house is good.
Yeah, it could be 7-8.
Yeah. Especially with
And
this
as you
much
can
deck.
see, someone has 7-6 here, so a 7 would be a very bad card. 4 pocket 6s in this case.
OFC does river the second nut flush.
Yeah, please, guys, ask questions in the chat. Oh, okay, Michael's leading out here for 200. I can't imagine OFC doing anything else but putting in a call here. Well, I guess he could raise. Second nuts.
Yeah, OFC is definitely a type of player that could raise for value if he senses weakness. And I think he does. I think he thinks that if Michael did have the nut flush, he wouldn't block bet the river. So I actually like the raise by OFC.
Yeah, we know
nice hand.
he is going to be confident to put in some more thin value raises. He has been playing some of the biggest games in Dallas, so he is a very capable player anytime to pull any type of move. So always got to give him credit for making a big bluff.
For sure. Yeah, I've played a lot with OFC. He's really tough to play against. He's very unpredictable.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Now I
Played
know
with him too on the, yeah.
Yes, I've played with him a couple times.
I know you guys have played with a lot of these players, but whether it's live streams on the table, probably I think Hayden, you play more with the PLO than Frankie. Kim has played PLO. Is it dynamic on a PLO game playing with these guys a little different than playing Hold'em with them on the live stream over there?
The dynamic in this game?
Yeah, I just not specifically this live stream, but I guess this lineup, maybe this configuration. I don't know.
It feels pretty similar to me. You know, the Hold'em stream is very relaxed. You know, it's still a lot of big pots, multi-way pots.
You think the players are kind of like playing a little snug at first, and then getting an idea how some of these players
Yeah, I think
play?
they're getting a feel for each other because some of these guys haven't played together before. You know, there's a little bit of feeling out. Galoo's limping here with the 3-jack.
And I did see that J-Ma has a 2.2K stack, so
Oh, yeah.
assuming he's added on.
Yeah, he's definitely going to top up right away.
He definitely topped up right away.
Mhm.
So I think I would say Eddie's bet got closest there.
What's that? Yeah.
And OFC has a quad
Wow.
7 here. 7, 7,
He
7.
still gets there.
And brutal for Jose flopping middle set here
Wow.
with the straight draw.
So our first pretty big. I don't even. It's hard to even say the word cooler in this game, right?
This could be a really big pot with Jose turning a spade draw.
No raise. Okay. Playing this one a little bit slower than I thought he would. There is a flop straight on the board, so 8-4.
Oh, and Jose
5-4.
rivering the second nut flush here. He's gonna go for value. I think we might see OFC fold here. I think he was concerned about 5-4, and now there's even more things that beat him. So.
Danny Marks in the chat. Thanks for joining in. Danny, are you a PLO guy at all? Maybe we can get you on the stream. I don't know.
That was a good fold.
Yeah, that was a solid fold.
That was a good fold. I think. I mean, he didn't raise earlier in the hand, and to just get away right there on the river for nothing is pretty impressive. Nice fold.
Yeah, he definitely lost the minimum there. What's up, Danny? Danny, I think used to grind PLO exclusively.
I think I remember you telling me that. So
he's
he's a true degenerate gambler.
Old school DJing.
Does it make you more degen to play PLO?
Personally, I feel like more of a DJ when I'm playing PLO.
Really?
Like, I feel Twitch. It's like sometimes you get sucked into the table vibe of like everyone's gambling, then you get stuck, or you just like you realize the equities run close. So sometimes it's just tempting to just like
To just get it in.
Get it in, or
you won't be that bad. You won't be in that bad of shape.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah, it's definitely. Kim told me she thinks that really good PLO players are very accustomed to losing. Because you just like lose like a lot of pots.
And that's just a skill for the majority of successful poker players.
Yeah, but I think it's more of a skill that's required in PLO than Hold'em. I think that's like I think Hold'em you can play a much more controlled style and lower your variance. I think the variance in PLO is just exponential to Hold'em, and I think it's a big differentiate. I think it really differentiates like the winners and the losers. Oh, Hayden. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You see a lot of people lose their minds in PLO. You know, they lose a big pot. They just go nuts trying to get their money back. It happens all the time.
And I would say that Omaha is a tougher game to study because of the fact there's not just a definitive, range chart that you could follow. Like you can just kind of plug in Texas Hold'em, under the gun range, and it's a little bit harder to study that for Omaha. There's definitely less overall material on the subject. So what I've been hearing is that Omaha is actually a very good kind of avenue for people to try to make money in poker and find some softer games that, because there's just less overall study material for people to iron out those small details that beginner players are making at almost all of the 1-2 Texas games here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
RV Phil in the chat saying he's accustomed to losing, so that's why this game is perfect for me. I'm pretty sure now Kim has a seat available open for you next week's stream. I'm pretty sure if you want to contact her, she'll have a seat available for you.
Phil with like PLO sometimes.
So how important is it to... I'm trying to compare this game to Hold'em, which is obviously not fair, but I guess conceptually or strategically, do you want to try to pot control out of position and build pot control out of position and then pile it in while you're in position with strong equity hands, strong made hands?
That's definitely a strategy I use. I play a lot more aggressively in position. I think there's a lot of value, especially because the equities run close and 3-betting in position. You definitely can play a lot more carefully out of position, especially when you're deep stacked, because you just can get in a lot of tough spots as the pot gets bloated. So I'd say you need a much stronger hand out of position to be bloating the pot than you do in position.
I mean, do you check call a lot out of position, or do you ever drive the action?
It really depends on the board texture and your hand, and it's, I'm sure we'll see a lot of examples tonight where, spots where people, if you can get a lot of your stack in on the flop or the turn and push your equity, that's always a good option, especially out of position, because it just makes the hand easier to play.
We see John Mock taking down this pot. His stack, he's definitely added on. He's over 3.3K already. So I think we're at hand 7. Hand 9. We got the 3K.
All right, we did it. What did Frankie say, 10?
I said 10.
You did the conservative.
I said 4, so I thought somebody was going to pile it in.
Yeah.
Well, this is Price is Right rules. You can't go over.
Yeah, it's true. Fair enough.
But also, as Frankie was saying, there's just so many more starting hands. It's such a more complex game than Hold'em. So it's a lot harder to study a chart, especially with the way the games play here.
What's up, Bubba?
Hey, nice to meet you. And
Good. We just got a little welcome from Jello from Next Gen Poker, one of my best friends, and he's coming here to play some 1-2, 2-5. I think this is a 2-5 game that just got started, so
very nice.
if you're in the area and want to play some Texas 2-5, come play with Jello. I'm sure he'll be live streaming tonight or recording in some capacity for the vlog. If you haven't played with him, he is easy money. Go get it. You'll have to figure out if that's true on your own.
Everyone knows that you and Rosie aren't easy money now. The cat's out of the bag.
Did he tell you about the story? He and I stayed till 7 o'clock in the morning last week, and I never played till 7 o'clock.
Really? You and Jack?
Yeah, because there was some gypsies, Armenians, and they were just auto punting. I think they were down 10 to 15K.
Auto punting is a great word to describe someone playing.
Yeah, no, I had a guy came to the table, a table broke. Guy check, limp back raise, all in pre-flop, $500. And everybody folded, and he flipped over 8-3 offsuit.
Wow.
I'm not kidding, by the way.
Only at Poker House Dallas.
We got a huge pie here, and Galoo flops the nuts after squeezing pre-flop to 180. So great spot here.
What a good feeling.
Yeah, just flops the stone cold nuts.
Wow. And does anyone have something to call him with? That's the question.
John's got flop top 2, and Galoo's going to check.
Okay. Wow.
And he turns. If he was worried about the board pairing, he turns a set.
He's got it all.
Really, the only bad river for him is an ace.
And he is slow playing.
He's still
this.
checking. And Jose smartly checks his straight.
Jose's an experienced player.
Yeah.
Now he's got to go for some value.
Oh, John had a top 3 pair. I missed that.
See, he just missed out on some value.
See if Jose can get away from this one here. It's kind of a tough spot when it checks down, and he does have the jack of diamonds in his hand.
No.
Galoo also loves to stab at check down pot, so I don't blame him for calling.
Yeah,
at
it
all
checked
here.
2 streets at this point.
Yeah.
I think he lost the minimum. And I want to give a shout out to Daniel for the $10 super chat. Frankie, mystery bounty was heartbreaking. Glad to see you run deep. And what he's referring to is I just made day 2 of a $1,600 mystery bounty out in Las Vegas at Encore. They had a great series there. WPT put it on, and I was very lucky and grateful to be able to play in that event. It was over 3,000 people, and I finished in 130th for a profit of about $3,500. So not a bad 2 days of poker. Obviously, we would have loved to get one of those $250,000 bounties up top, and there's also $500,000 for first place, so a ton of potential, and it's just all about getting in those type of spots consistently. So I'm really just lucky to say I was in that spot to win a bunch of money, and this time it just didn't end up working out. Ran ace-6 and ace-king when I got short, and just couldn't hit my flush.
All right, Chalk Talk coming up in 2 weeks. So what are y'all's plans for anything up there?
Hayden, I don't know about you. I know there is another like kind of main event that I might just go play up there. There's a lot of $400 events, and I was talking to our editor, Knock, and John about making a trip up there. So right now I'm undecided. I definitely think there's going to be some good spots, though, for people that want to play in tournaments.
Yeah, I'm taking a little hiatus from tournaments, so
Yeah.
I'm probably going to skip that one.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Exciting. Thank you, Danny, for the super chat.
And the reason why I said I don't blame him is just because, you know, the cash games here are just so profitable, and the tournaments take something else out of you. It's a consistent grind that, you know, most tournament players, the best ones, are only winning, you know, 20, 25% of the time. So just a lot of variance between them, and that can get, for the smaller tournaments, can make you kind of question whether it's worth it or not.
Yeah. I mean, even more so than PLO, to be a great tournament player, you really have to be accustomed to losing.
You have to,
over
you have
and
to
over
like
and over again.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah. It's hard with the baby, too. It just takes so much time away, so playing cash is nicer.
Yeah. As a family man, I can definitely see that cash games just be more convenient overall for you. So,
Yeah.
you know, leave whenever you want and play as long as you like. But in tournaments, you really are. Once you buy into that tournament, you're locked in for over 13 hours.
Yes.
Depending on the size of the field, sometimes even longer.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Especially in a multi-flight tournament. Right. Multi-day, day 2, day 3 type tournament.
Oh, yeah.
So we got a new player in the 5 seed, Bao. I played with him a little bit in PLO, and he likes to get in there and play some hands. So we've got it's going to be fun to watch.
Just looking at his watch, I know that he's going to put some action to this table.
Yeah. Well, he's got well, Kim calls him Louis Vuitton Bao, so
Okay.
he's got a Louis Vuitton Bao.
Nice. Kim put together an awesome lineup. Make sure to like the stream, share it. First ever PLO live stream at Poker House Live. We are really, really, you know, doing everything we can to experiment, try new things, and just bring just a high quality show to you guys every single week. So if you are enjoying, if you do guys like the content, make sure to subscribe.
Oh, thank you.
So a few years back, you heard of PLO kind of overtaking, you know, years and years ago, limit hold'em was kind of the thing, and then no limit hold'em took over that, you know, what's like 20 years ago, just before the Chris Moneymaker boom. Yeah. Well, why don't you guys, or I guess Hayden, you've been playing poker more than Frankie and I have been playing combined, because we've been playing like 2.5 years, 3 years less each. You know, why don't you? Hayden's not even that old.
Expose us like that.
Hayden's not even that old, for the record, but
I've been playing since I'm 15. I'm 33. So.
why don't you think PLO has really taken off? It's a lot of action too, so you know, I figure a lot of players like a lot of action.
I just think because it's a much more complex game, I think it's hard for a new player. Hold'em so much more simplistic. It's just hard for a new player to like grasp the rules, all the cards. You know, it also requires a bigger bankroll. So I think the majority of the, you know, the poker population, you know, just prefers Hold'em.
What a turn card for Jose. Such a comfortable.
Gonna take over the mic for a little bit with Frankie. Hayden's gonna get a bite to eat. Jose back-to-back hands with pocket aces. Oh, 3. I wasn't paying attention to the action, so there's 3 threes on the board. Interesting.
Yeah, he picked up a full house.
Yeah.
Turn.
Obviously no one had a 3 because money would have got stacked in probably on that
Eddie,
hand.
did you drop my mic down?
Are you 2 or 3?
Oh, real time, real time. Hey, with master PLO players on this table, you gotta
Yeah, I'm 2. I'm 2.
Sorry.
You guys got to hear Hayden eat a little bit. Okay. Fun, action-packed evening so far. Again, I'm running on the production side, keeping an eye on all the transitions and all the stats and Streamlabs, letting Frankie and Hayden take over the booth. Now, Hayden, you can answer this. You can answer this question later. Obviously, you guys have played on streams. You guys have watched streams of players playing on streams. What is it like being on this side of poker? The production side, the commentating side, being able to watch players in real time. You know, do you guys, does it help your game? Does it just help you understand knowledge better? Maybe what somebody's thinking, commentating on it. What's your take on that, Frankie?
Yeah, definitely. I think that.
I think you are mute.
Can you hear me? Okay.
No, yeah,
There we go. I think that's a really interesting point. I think that just being in the booth and exposing yourself to as much poker as possible has so much net benefit. And as someone who plays in this room all the time, I definitely see the benefit in watching people play their whole cards. Like when I'm out there on the field, I have to do my best to guess and make the best educated decisions with my money. But here, I really just get to sit back, no risk, and just take in a lot of information and understand their thought processes behind their hands. So not necessarily in Omaha, it's not going to help me as much as my poker play, but I think that watching these really good players play Omaha, it's definitely going to help me kind of stick my feet into the PLO streets. And I think that anyone watching the stream can kind of pick up some tips, maybe not from us, but just from watching the hands go back and forth, so you can kind of see what qualifies. And what I mean by that is on a 4-tone board like this, like what type of hands are going to be betting for value and which are not going to feel comfortable betting for value and just checking back. So I think that by watching these streams, you start to kind of get into the configurations enough to know when you're going to be good or when you should be pretty wary, like flopping a straight on, a pretty dynamic board in Omaha. I think that as you watch these guys, they're going to start playing that, a lot more passively than you might assume if they don't have, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, or boat outs. So one of the first things I did as an Omaha player is if I flopped the nuts, I was just happy to get it in immediately. And as I watched some PLO online, I started to realize that the best players in the world aren't just getting it in when they have a straight. They're getting in when they have a straight and the redraw to knock out the other person straight who has the same exact hand as you. So as I watch these guys, I'm just trying to pick up little things. And like I said, I got a close eye on Chris, who has been playing a lot of PLO as of recent.
Now, for me, I guess being on the commentating side, I get to see a lot of, as often as we stream here at Poker House. 1, 2, 2, 5. Those are the streets that I feel more comfortable with. And when I watch, I'm not necessarily watching players specifically, although it does factor into a little bit. But I think just seeing some general tendencies amongst players, how some players, you can group players into certain categories in terms of, some players do this on this board, or some players do this with certain types of hands, or some players do this when they're in position, or some players do this when they're strong, some players do this when they're weak. So just seeing the kind of general population, especially the 1, 2, and 2, 5, we get such a variety of players coming through those streams. So definitely,
and like you're kind of saying, you start to kind of understand the way they play certain draws or play certain premium hands, whether they like to slow play it or play it quick, and watching the people around you play like that is just going to help your game overall. And I always say that the reason I've gotten so much better at poker is because I just kind of surround my life with poker. I mean, my job is making poker videos. I watch a lot of poker content creators trying to get ideas. All right, I'm going to try to turn my volume up a little bit. You guys have to let me know how that sounds. And just really, the more poker you surround yourself with, is just the more you're going to learn about the game. And one of the big things I picked up from trying mixed is just it kind of opened the door to me to just min raising, and adding that to my no limit game, adding that to your PLO game, adding all the different bet sizing at your disposal is going to make you the best player, and knowing when to use it. And when I was watching some other live streams, I would see these players put in these massive overbets and hold them. And I was like, when do I have the right time to overbet? And you start to learn, well, you can overbet when you have a good range, for a good board for your range, and then if the turn card comes a brick, and then it's a good board for you, you can find these spots to overbet. And just experimenting with that type of things and watching the best players do it, I think it's really, really increased my game, and I'm really thankful that there's so many new poker content sources, just like Poker House Live is bringing to us today. I mean, to be able to see debatably some of the best PLO players in the area playing PLO for us today is just like a very, very awesome experience.
Galu's always a character on these streams. He's a fun guy. I play with him some tournaments over here. In a few hands, I'll pull up chip stacks, cumulative winnings, VPET percentages. Hand 20, I'll put that up for you guys in the chat.
Exactly. I love the points they're making in the chat about the overbet. Nut advantage, which means you have your range has more than nuts on this current flop, turn, or river. That makes you capable of putting in an overbet sizing. And actually, there's a couple hands that I've just been editing in the vlogs that I incorporate that. So I'm very excited to see the reception I get on some of those plays that I've made.
Nice. I'm excited to see that.
Bao getting in the mix, going to make it 90 pre-flop, out of position, pocket aces, single suited. Also with wheel draw pre-flop.
Yeah, big hand on this board is a little bit scary.
Yeah, but you can see he's using the dry ace of diamonds here.
And that's one thing you talked about, Hayden, having this dry ace, it being very important. Now, there are some straight draws out there, but with him having the ace of diamonds blocking the nut flush, it's a very important card in the specific hand, correct?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he knows that no one can have the nuts unless they have a straight flush. But the flop did check through, so, he's just trying to capitalize on the fact that no one's really shown interest in this hand. I'm really surprised to see Galu call here. I think he has some devious intentions for the river. He is blocking the straight flush. So I guess Galu has the ultimate blocker.
I expect him to bomb it. We'll see, though.
BKH?
Yep.
He's botting it.
I think this, like you would confident that he's bluffing right now.
Oh, 100%.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a total
He knows
bluff.
his aces are
he
no
knows his
good.
aces are no good.
Well, they actually... Oh, they aren't. Yeah, Galu's got a straight.
Do you ever make this call with like a 5 of diamonds knowing...
So Galu is the type of player, if he has a feeling that his hand is good, he's not afraid to make a light call like this. And for PLO, obviously in Hold'em with a straight here, this is not a light call, but in PLO, this would be a very, very light call. It would almost be like calling down with like third pair in Hold'em.
Yes, but he did kind of get the perfect river, am I right? He picked up the best possible straight he could have. If you're going to call the turn with Jack 7-5-5,
Right.
what river do you want? This is probably the
That's
10 of
true.
spades.
Yeah.
So
Unless he was planning on bluffing. Well,
unless you are planning on bluffing, so we'll see. Well, I'm interested to see what he does here. I don't think he's folding.
Now, do these players have experience with each other in PLO, Hayden?
I don't believe so, but I don't know that for certain. But they might for Galu to be. I know Galu plays some PLO at TCH and BKH does too. So it wouldn't surprise me if they ran into each other. I would say there's a 90% chance that Galu's gonna call here.
A 90%. Okay.
What do you think?
No, I'm gonna stick with my gut impression was that he was gonna call.
Yeah. I'd say 90 is pretty low.
He seems like a very, very fun person to play with.
He's a blast. Win or lose, he's always laughing, having a good time. He gives a lot of action. He's a tough player to play against because he can have anything at any time, and he's very, very aggressive. So he'll put you to the test. And when he runs hot, he tends to just run over the table.
Uh-oh.
Did he ship it?
Oh
No, I think he's folding now.
Oh, no.
He put the chips away.
Oh.
Okay, my gut was wrong. I think that, obviously, like you were kind of saying, he would have been calling with the quote-unquote third pair and Hold'em.
Yeah. But you're right. I agree. He did get the best river, given that he called the turn with his hand.
Let's say that fourth card peels out another diamond. So probably reduces the likely of diamond combos out there. Would one of you make the call there? Let's say a fourth diamond comes out on the board.
If it was like the 10 of diamonds
Yeah.
instead of the 10 of clubs, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
It makes it less likely he has the nut flush.
I don't want to say for sure of anything because I'd probably be very scared out there facing a $550 bet with
my,
a straight.
my hand would have been in the muck a long time ago. But credit to Galoo for
At least
considering.
yeah.
That's
Well,
what makes him so tough is
But that
He's a
flop did
tough
go
person to
check
get a bluff
check
through.
on the flop. So it checked through the flop. So maybe, again, I'm not a PLO guy myself, so I would have geared myself towards maybe making a call there. But that's why I'm in the booth on the production side, and you guys are commentating on PLO, and they're out there playing. Some players here with some
Kim
pretty
with a
big-
really nice hand here, just calling. A little surprised.
I was about to say I'm surprised as well. That's a type of hand where you tell me, do you want to take this multi-way or do you want to ISO?
Well, it's not a band I had in multi-way, but part of the reason she might have called is because her ace and king are both suited, and so if she was suited to the king instead of suited to the 7, I think her hand is much stronger because she can make ace high and king high flushes. So it is something I learned when I was new to PLO, is that having an ace and a king in your hand that are suited is a lot less valuable, because if you have the nut flush, no one can have the king high flush.
That's a good point. And another interesting part of reading a PLO hand is we're talking about connectivity and we're talking about suitedness. Now, ace king and 7-6 are both connected with the other card, with one card, but they're not connected at all together. So you have an ace and a king together and a 7 and 6 together. So that takes away from the strength of the hand, and it's also something that you have to consider when you're about to go multi-way or you're trying to take a hand heads up. Now, what I've done my research in as we see Michael shipping it in here. I don't want to miss out on that, as Rick is definitely going to call here.
Yeah, Rick's got the
He's got the
nut full house. Michael's going to need a queen on the river.
Yeah, he snaps. Yep. Unfortunate, Michael is just kind of running into it. He flopped what seems like a ton of outs, but on the turn card just leaving him with just 2 queens, and he does not get it this time.
Yeah, so like Kim's hand, if it was like a game where you think you could 3-bet and get it heads up, that would be an acceptable hand to 3-bet in position. But I think if there's already 5 people that called a raise in front of you that aren't going to fold to a 3-bet,
Yeah.
like, you don't want to play that bloated pot.
You don't want to play.
Yeah.
You don't want to play ace king 7-6 in a bloated pot.
Yeah.
Because if you flop a diamond draw, you're just never happy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You just bloated the pot for somebody else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you're not even a guarantee you have position too.
Right. Oh, there'll be
There'll be a cold call behind you.
cold calls for sure.
Yeah. So we haven't seen Chris get in the mix. We did see Rick just win his first pot of the night, I believe.
We did, yeah. The non-premium, he had Jack 983.
Ugh.
Talk about connectivity. So I'm not gonna lie, Frankie. Part of the DGen and PLO is like coming if you've been card dead for a while, and the action is slower because there's a lot of bigger pots, so the hands take longer. So
Yeah.
it's easy to get antsy. And then when you're sweating your cards, if you've been card dead for a while and you sweat your first 3 cards and they look great, and the 4th one is just makes your
Rag.
hand terrible. It's tempting to just get in there anyway.
Oh yeah.
Because you already got your
I
hopes up.
totally understand that, and that is a very good point, as you mentioned, that these pots take just a little bit longer than normal because of the amount of cards being dealt. I'm not saying that people are thinking longer, but just it takes our dealer twice as long to pitch the cards to everyone, and that will kind of
Also,
make anyone impatient, even the best players.
there's a lot more big multi-way pots, big all-in side pots, so it's just gonna.
And we talked about a hand like this. Aces single suited on the button, Jose 3-betting it, position being poor, and obviously having aces is really good. Single suited makes it even more stronger, correct?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did we just see 3 cold calls? Yeah, we did. Small blind. He's got kings, so I understand that. And then that entices J-Ma.
Oh, J-Ma flopping top set here. Great flop for him. And we might see him lead on this board. He
What a
does check.
gross flop for aces.
He said pot, I think.
Oh, he potted it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure he said pot. That, or I'm reading lips incorrectly.
So I think I like this play by Jima. It shows his experience in PLO leading on this board, because you're not, especially with Jose being in position after 3-betting, it's not a guarantee he's going to see bet this board. He's actually going to check back a lot. So, you know, he wants to, you know, start pushing his equity and charging anyone, you know, that has straight draws, backdoor flush draws. So I like his lead here.
I mean, with aces, a 6 and a 4
Pretty
on a
disconnected board.
relatively dry board.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot here. I think this turn card is going to help him get away, because obviously one of the hands that John could be leaning out with are like 7, 8, 10, some kind of wrap. So now he really beats nothing here.
Wow, our first 3K pot of the night. J-Ma leads for pot, $1.7 thousand with top set. At this point, you know, with 750 back, he's saying, I'm committed to this hand. I think...
Nice fold there.
Yeah, I think this kind of allows him to get away from it.
Nice hand by J-Ma.
Now, do aces get away from that on the flop?
It's a tough spot against J-Ma specifically, because he does not have to have a set or even 2-pair to lead out there. So he could lead out with a lot of wraps, some wraps, backdoor flush draws. So I don't blame Jose for taking a turn there. I didn't see if he had a backdoor flush draw, but especially if he's got a backdoor flush draw. But the 5 makes it easy for him to get away from the hand, because now he beats almost nothing.
And just to help my PLO game, do you ever see a scenario there where you're I mean, you mentioned that Jose could be checking back flops there. Do you ever see a scenario if you're John where you like check raise, check pot? Let's say, you know, on that relatively dry board, if John Ma were to check here, and let's say Jose maybe bets like 60% pot, 75% pot, or whatever, check raising in a scenario like that in PLO. I don't know. That's more of a.
I don't think you can count on Jose to bet, because against 5 players on that board, he's not the type of player that's just going to blindly bet with aces.
Right.
He's going to bet he's only going to bet if he really connects hard with the flop. So I think it depends on the board texture. It is one of the tricky things about Omaha. Is that in Hold'em, you can almost always check to the pre-flop raiser, out of position, first act in the multi-way pot. But in PLO, there's actually a lot of spots where you want to be leading out instead of checking. So it's definitely, you just have to like think differently, and you know, it forces you to definitely be creative.
So I actually would be experimenting with a couple limp squeeze like possibilities here, because having aces and going 5-6 ways seems like the worst possibility. You really want to go heads up, obviously. And I wonder if any people might try to get into that with a limp early position, let someone in late position raise, and then get a couple calls from the blinds, and then really be able to squeeze it up and try to isolate. I would like to see someone try that play. I'm not even sure at this table it would work.
Yeah, you might just get 7 people calling you.
You still might just put the pot for 7 people.
Yeah.
Now in a game like this, you know, like a lot of times on 1-2, I'm comparing apples to oranges, right? You know, sometimes when I bet or a 3-bet, I'm still gonna get calls from like 5 people just because I'm Eddie, right? And I play here, and they know I can be aggressive pre-flop. Do you see that happen often in PLO, where let's say someone like Kim, who's known to give some action, if she 3-bets, you know, out of the small blind, big blind, do you often see players like, oh, I'm just gonna call to see a flop to see where she's at, or is that less likely because with 4 cards, 3-betting out of position is so much stronger than 3-betting out of position and Hold'em?
I want to hear Hayden's thought on that, but my initial answer to your question is that you're actually going to be calling a lot more 3-bets in Omaha because the equities are a lot closer together.
I don't know, so that's why I'm just.
So,
yeah,
so 2 things, because first off, the small blind's limited to the amount they could re-raise pre-flop. They have to just pot it. So they're always going to give you, is it 3-1?
Yeah.
They're always going to give you 3-1 on your money. Versus when I'm squeezing on the small blind, if I'm playing 1-2, it goes 15 and 3-4 calls, I'm going to squeeze it to a size bigger than the pot in the small blind, because I know people in Texas are going to call me. Now in Omaha, you're limited. You have to raise to the pot, so that allows people, and because position's so powerful, they can really get in there a lot wider because their odds are better, their equities are a lot closer, even against pocket aces. And then having the power of position just allows you to just completely take over certain boards. Because if they've got aces and the flop comes 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, these straight boards, I mean, you could just like punish them because you know what their range mostly consists of, especially if they check the flop. You're kind of know exactly where they're at.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that. You see a lot more calling of 3-bets in PLO. And that's why you see a lot more multi-way pots and cold calls, because it is actually correct to cold call and call 3-bets with a lot more hands. And people just, in general, they play PLO. They're not looking to fold. They view it as a gambling game. And I know when I play PLO, I don't like folding the 3-bets at all. Sometimes you should. I know there's some hands that you should, but sometimes I catch myself like, I just don't want to fold this 3-bet because it's PLO.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of flops and turns respectively that, you could have a marginal hand pre-flop, but your equities improve significantly post-flop, depending on the board texture, correct?
100%, yeah. That's why the power position, especially in position, calling 3-bets is just so valuable. You can almost call your whole range that you opened with if you're deep enough. OFC making an aggressive bet here. Tough spot for Jose. He's got, 2 backdoor flush draws. He does fold. Nice bet there by OFC.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of talking about before. OFC is, he's not a scared player. Yeah, he's definitely, he has a king, so he's got at least top pair, and just in case someone's a better kicker, he can pick up 2 pairs. He also has that straight draw to go with it, so if he picks up a 4, he's got the nuts. He has backdoor flush draw as well, so picking his time, and I think he did get another king to fold, so very good bet.
Yeah, I like that bet there. It's a value position, and he's blocking top set. He's got a backdoor flush draw, and he's
and you kind of just like,
I
mean, you're forcing people just to fold unless they have it there. Like,
yeah, even if you flop like bottom set there, it's not a great spot. You're not super excited about it. As in Hold'em, you'd be like happy, to have bottom set. In PLO, you're not happy at all.
No,
bottom set.
You're not happy. Oh, Rick has a pretty hand.
Really premium hand here from Rick.
So he has a double pair, he has connectivity, and he has a suit. So that is a very strong hand. He's raising on your position, and you would love to see a squeeze behind. Let's see if J-Ma, he does. Oh, his kings
unlucky
are in the
for
muck.
Rick. I think J-Ma would have squeezed
I think he would have too.
Yeah.
He definitely sent that to play that would squeeze, and that in this configuration, in that position, he had the button.
So if you think it's somebody that's not making it 30 pre-flop, it's not Rick. Let's say it's Kim, or let's say it's Galoo. You think, who had king? I thought somebody had pocket kings.
Yeah, so that was
John. Yeah,
he was gone. J-Ma was gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he missed.
That makes
oh,
sense.
look at the flop too.
brutal for bad beat for
Wow,
J-Ma.
would have been a big
And
pot.
he just got back. Lucky for Rick.
Wow.
Because they might have played a big one there.
So Rick checks a 3-king-2 board. He's 5 ways. He has no backdoors besides a backdoor straight draw. And let's see what he does. I mean, this is why Omaha is tough. You started with aces, and Hold'em, you're almost always going to at least check call with pocket aces. But as you can see, he just correctly gets away, just like that.
Yeah, these are tough spots, and in PLO, they're spots I definitely struggle with.
I mean, there is...
But it is multi-way Galoo called, so that makes the fold a lot easier there for him.
And in poker, there is what's called a minimum defense frequency. So that's how often that you want to be calling and defending yourself in these spots. And when you multi-way, your minimum defense frequency divides by how many players are in the pot. So when there's 5 people, you don't have to be playing. You could tighten the hell up, essentially. And as you can see, even pocket aces on a relatively dry board. I mean, king 3 deuce is... That's a board I'd be c-betting all day with pocket aces. Now is just a check fold.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's where some new players, like players that are used to playing Hold'em, struggle in PLO, is that they way overvalue their aces after the flop.
Yeah, totally. And I think that he definitely, I can almost confirm that he would call if he had an ace-high flush draw to go with his, the diamond draw.
Backdoor flush
yeah,
draw,
if he had backdoor flush draw to go along with the aces, then he would call. And, in that case, you're hoping...
Especially with a double paired hand, you could turn an ace or a jack versus that.
Yeah. But let's say the 3 pairs, you never know if they had king 3 and you're just
Exactly.
dead.
Yeah, it's a tough spot.
Very, very tough spot.
And Galoo here, rivering a boat. Tough spy here for BKH. He makes a good fold.
Great fold.
Yeah, very nice fold. See some very disciplined play here so
Yeah.
far.
He had the second best flush that you could have. He had the queen high flush, but the river paired the board. And in these multi-way pots, you typically tend to believe that someone has a full house by the river
Yes.
when the board pairs.
If they made it there and you got a
If they
flush,
made it there, yeah, they probably had a
full
set or a
house. Yeah.
flush.
I think I'm ready for the PLO streets. Put me in, Kim, next week. Just kidding. That's not going to happen.
Let's go.
That's not going to happen.
You just have to run good.
Yeah.
They would like to see you out there, Eddie.
Yeah, I'm sure they would.
They would enjoy you out there.
Like seat open. They'll make it 10-handed for
Yeah,
you.
10-handed. Unfortunately, we only have 9 RFID spots, so
Sure, that's your excuse.
next hand, be putting up some statistics, running some numbers in the background. As of
BKH
this
has some
hand.
big hands. He's picked up aces again with the suit.
It's only one card that always gets stuck.
Oh, Jose mixing it up here, raising speculative hand under the gun.
At this table, it's going to be hard to isolate anyone. And if you get raised, you're not loving it with King, Queen, 10-7. Love to have a suit with it.
Yeah, I do try to avoid rainbow hands unless I have like really strong connectivity or high pair. We see John cold calling here. The jacks.
Even that's a hand I would probably personally let go
Yeah.
because of the what you call is like a draggler, right? Or
Dangler.
a dangler.
Dangler,
Excuse
yeah.
me.
Dangler.
A dangler is the 4
Danglers.
of clubs. So he's got just like a terrible 4 to go with his strong King Jack Jack.
Yeah, he's got a hand that can definitely get a lot of players into trouble. One thing about John that I expect to see is that J-Ma is that he plays very, very loose in position. So he will, especially deep stacked, he's happy to cold call 3 bets and play a lot wider range of hands, and it makes him very tough because he will put a lot of pressure on after the flop as
Yeah.
the board changes.
And I mean, he is getting a price to set mine.
Yeah, if you have him on your left, you got a bad seat. I'll say that he's tough. And BKH here with the blocking the nut flush again. Michael's just going to lead out with the straight. He's going to take this one
Wow.
down. Yeah, BKH realizes he can't bluff. Michael's only got 200 behind.
He chose not to c-bet this board, although
that's
I
surprising.
probably would have.
I would have tried, yeah. I would have tried it. I mean, it looks strong when you bet into 5 players on the flop.
It
like,
does.
You
You have
almost
the
have
ace
to
of
have the nut
clubs,
flush for the
yes.
ace of clubs.
Yes.
Right?
Again, relatively dry board.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at these stack sizes after hand 20. Here we go. Jama up top, 4K. Texas Kim, 3.6K. Rick, 3K. A lot of players are in the middling 2Ks. Chris and Michael, 1.5 less than 1.5K respectively for those 2 players. It's like a cumulative winning so far for the first 20 hands. Texas Kim Stone up top so far, about 1.3K. Obviously, you see some add-ons. Biggest loser so far, Michael in seat 9. And Jose, I think, after was with the aces hand and a couple other hands. So that's where we're at right now. Picking up action, hand 21. I think it looks like I don't know who acted first, but
OFC has a ugly king.
Yeah.
Kings.
So this is what I'm talking about. Like, if he squeezes cards one at a time, he has an ace, a king, and a king, and then the 4th
There-
one's a king. It's just
Oh,
like so heartbreaking. Just give me
Guys, let me
anything
know.
besides a king.
Let me know in the chat, guys, if you have ever made the mistake of thinking that you had quads. Let's, for example, give OFC a king on this flop. Did you ever make that mistake as a beginner PLO player? I definitely remember playing on Poker Bros probably about like 3-4 months after I even learned Texas Hold'em, and I made the mistake of thinking that I had quads. I remember like 2-2-2-2, and I had a 2, and I had just like the worst hand possible, I think. And I thought I had quads. So don't feel embarrassed if you made a mistake. Don't let that hinder you from keeping, trying out new games, because when you try out new games, it expands your poker knowledge. And yes, we see Chris finally get into spot. Sorry, I had to stop myself. I've not seen him get into spot, and he flops a very strong draw here. Open ender. He's got a wrap to go with it.
And OFC flopping top set with his trip king.
He still got there. Are you
and
kidding
he's
me?
got the ace of clubs.
Wow.
His backup.
He hits his one-outer.
Pretty sick.
And unfortunately for Chris, J-Mo has the same straight. And you say his name's John?
John, yes.
John? Okay.
How concerned if you're OFC if Chris is in this hand and he let out? Is that what happened? He let out on the turn or flop?
Eddie, he did lead out, but I just don't think that people here are even considering that Chris hadn't played a hand yet. I think that they're just playing their own hands, and Chris would have gotten action. Unfortunately for him, he got the worst turn card in the deck. When the club completes and the flush comes, he knows his straight draws are essentially dead in the multi-way pot. Now Jose, with his 8-high flushes, just trying to get a showdown here.
Yeah, surprised to see. This would be a spot where OFC could use his ace of clubs on the turn, especially with top set.
Yeah.
I want some
And
cookies.
I think he could have gotten Jose off the hand by the river, but Jose is going to be happy to get the showdown here.
I think he was happy just to get his hand to showdown, try to take top set to showdown,
Yeah.
and just hope no one had a flush. But
Yeah, especially in this group, it's going to be tough to get someone off a middling flush.
Let's look at VPIP percentages here. Bout at the top, 91%.
wow.
Yeah, Michael, 90%. Galoo, 80%. Jose, 70%. A lot of players. Now, would you say it's pretty standard in PLO for players to see more flops?
100%.
Yeah. Now let's look another statistic. PFR, pre-flop raising percentages. Relatively low with the exception of Jose, right? So this statistic, when you compare the PFR relative to the VPIP, you're seeing a lot of limps and a lot of calling pre-flop. Not a ton of raising pre-flop, unless you're out of position with a premium can raise aces early on. Some of these Jose with aces early on. So a lot of these players, kind of irrespective of position, are kind of limp calling or just calling single raise pots pre-flop in order to see a flop, and then navigating the flop based off board texture, position. I haven't been paying too much attention to the action, just keeping an eye on everything here on the stream. So has that been y'all's assessment so far?
Yeah, for sure. And it's a viable strategy out of position, especially against a lot of players. If you're likely to get 3-bet, then limp calling and playing a smaller pot out of position, especially multi-way, is definitely reasonable. It can allow you to play some more hands as well. And Kim, looks like she's 3-betting here with the ace-10, 8-6 double suited. Really. So I think this is a hand where if she's out of position, she would just call. But because she's in position against two looser players, she's happy to 3-bet this hand and bloat the pot a little bit. And I like the play. I would do it myself.
5 call, 7 call.
I was gonna say that Kim is trying to isolate here, and she gets pretty close. She's got 2 callers. She's got a range advantage going to flop.
So if she does, surprised to see her check there. Interesting. If she did bet, I think it would be hard for John to continue.
3.
Let's see what she does here. She doesn't pick up anything to go along with her ace, so she just folds. That's a good fold.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we're about to hear Kim kind of get into her reasoning there a little bit. I wanted to kind of hear what she had to say. She checked an ace-queen flop and just folded the turn, so that was, kind of lost the absolute minimum there.
Yeah.
I thought she personally would just flat there in position to everybody. She had a hand like ace, like she had the ace-high flush draw, so going multi-way, she kind of knew if she has a big straight draw, like a wrap with that type of hand, she knows where she's at, and when she flops a nut flush draw, she knows where she's at. So I was thinking that was a hand she was going to be happy to take multi-way, but I understand the reasoning for trying to isolate it. Just this time doesn't work out.
Yeah. think there's merits for both. I think there's benefits being so deep in position to, increasing the size of the pot a little bit. And that hand does flop really well in a lot of flops.
Yeah. And you also drive out the blinds that could have, the same straight draws as you, like 10-8 or 10-6.
Right, and she does have 10 high diamonds, so if she could draw someone out that has king high or queen high diamonds, there's some.
Yeah, she had 10-6 of clubs, so it was, yeah. She had 10 high club draw, and she had the ace high flush diamond draw.
Yeah, and she did mention there were a lot of turns that were good that gave her backdoor equity there, so that's part of the reason checking back there. She didn't want to get blown off her hand on the flop.
Yeah, and as we could see, John had ace king, so it was a smart time to slow down. We've seen another monotone flop, 6-2 queen, very similar board to what we've seen so far.
And Rick flopping the 8 high flush here. Tough spot. He's in the worst position, so I think we're just going to see him play this hand very slowly and try to get to showdown. If everyone checks, he might make a small value bet on the river. Jose's got the king of diamonds.
Everyone's played chicken on this flop.
Yeah.
The board pairs, but Rick's 8 high flush is okay. He's going to show down.
Nobody bets he's going to win.
Yep.
Nobody seems like they want to bet.
Who's got an ace to bluff? Rick wins a small pot.
Nice hand, Rick.
Now, we were talking about tournaments a little bit earlier. I would only imagine, and I would say this is a pretty safe assumption, that tournament PLO plays a lot different than the way this game's playing. More isolation, more heads-up pots, less limps and cold calling, and more just re-raising and trying to get heads up. I would be very interested in playing both systems. Now, I'm terrified of playing tournament PLO because of just the nature of tournaments and the short stack stuff that I haven't studied at all. But I just kind of want to, watching this game, it makes me want to try out both. Like, PLO is just such a fascinating game, and I'm sure that once you get an understanding of what boards that you're going to be betting and the boards you're going to be checking, and you just start to outplay people post-flop, I could really, and if you have that patience to not play the bad hands pre-flop, I can see this being a really profitable game.
Yeah, and tournament PLO is actually a really interesting game. It's actually really fun. One of the things that's interesting about it is when you're short, like if you have a 10 big blind stack, you can't just shove all in like you would in Hold'em. So there's actually a lot of limping that goes on with short stacks because you can limp and someone can only pot it. So you can limp and call a raise versus raising, calling a, committing yourself to a 3-bet for your whole stack. So there's definitely some hands, because it is such a flop dependent game, there definitely are times where, with a 10 to 15 big blind stack, you can limp in and call a raise and, play post flop, which is really fun to do because in Hold'em we don't do that very often. So it just feels fun. It's different, and it kind of feels like you're splashing around, but it's also very strategic. So
yeah, I mean, 10 big blinds under the gun. You just kind of have to jam or fold, and you only can jam your absolute best hands, and you have to fold the rest. So
yeah, for sure,
definitely limits you. And players that feel like they have that post flop advantage, it can just limp in, call, and just outplay you post. Like I said, they probably think this is a very profitable game, and I bet there's a lot of people who are just crushing it. And I'm sure that at some point in my career, still 23 years old, still trying to learn the game of Texas Hold'em, dabbling in the mixed games, I am positive that at some point I will give Omaha a valiant effort and try to play in some of these deep stack games.
yeah, it's a lot of fun for sure.
Are we going to bring back the mixed games now that you're back in Vegas? They haven't gone off the past couple of weeks since you haven't been here, so I'm ready to play them. So
yes, okay. I love that we have us two that are heading the mixed game front. I know that Nick Morgan would love to play with us. Rebecca likes to play with us. So yeah, we'll definitely get our Tuesday mixed games back going at 1 p.m. here at Poker House Dallas. We essentially let everyone come in, and whoever wants to play gets to pick at least one game from our wide variety of options and choices. And actually, thanks to Kim for making some very nice cards for the dealers and for the people at the table to pick from. Essentially, she made cards of all the options of games that we play here at Poker House Dallas. And my favorite is Stud 8. And I love the stud variant games like Raz. And I also like the draw games like Deuce to 7 and Badoogie. So if any of those games interest you, message me on Instagram, Next Gen Poker, or just come by to Poker House Dallas on Tuesdays around 1 p.m. And we'll be playing some 15-30 mixed.
Yeah, I've played. It's a lot of fun. Fun group of people. You guys play every game, so.
Hayden, last time you came, how much fun was it?
It was fun. I really enjoyed Archie. I made
my
made quads
gosh.
3 times, and
You
I
made
made a
quads,
full house
house, yeah.
twice in like 7 hands.
Why do I even ask if you had
I went on
fun? I mean, just listen to that.
The biggest Archie heater of my life.
Oh, Hayden tilted somebody. He just hit quads and everything else.
Couldn't believe it.
You ran so good that day. It was nuts.
And if you
Yeah.
guys don't know what we're talking about, just Google Archie.
Yeah, it's a fun game. It's actually one of my favorite.
Triple draw game, right?
So-
yeah.
Triple draw, split pot.
Yeah. PLO high and then the best 5-card draw in your hand.
No, it's actually there's no flop, so it's 8 or
Oh, that's
better
right.
for the low,
That's
and
right.
then it's just straight high for the other half of the pot. So it's pretty much like a study version of draw.
So many different games we play. I don't even remember them all anymore.
Yeah.
Now, for those
The
of you,
one I've definitely lost the most money in is Oma Jack.
Yeah,
I'm
that
an
game.
Oma Jack sucker.
well, that's because your blackjack hand changes every street.
Oh man, I've gotten rivered so many times where my 21 turns into like a 7, and I have like third pair on the board. So Rick making an interesting bet here with the 10s on this 7-5 deuce flop.
7 ways to this
Yeah,
flop.
that's a really surprising
Pretty.
bet. Is that flop correct? Oh. And John has a really strong hand. He's got the nut flush draw, and he's got a straight draw. We could definitely see him potentially pot it here. He is just going to call, though. He does have 3 diamonds in his hand, which hurts his equity a little bit.
A diamond would be a very bad card for BK. That's a good
Ooh,
card.
That's a very good card. So this is a spot where these are one of the tough spots in PLO. Like he's first to act, and if he doesn't think that Rick's going to bet again, leading here is very viable because he wants to push his equity. He wants to get value. He does not want this turn to go check through with this strong of a hand. I don't know if he needs a bet pot with the flush draw on top set, but I do understand the lead.
And that gets the job done. He gets the ace high flush to fold, takes down, I think he had about 75% equity, so he scoops up the rest of it. Nice hand.
Yeah, nice bet there. He cleaned up some equity.
I think this is the first time I've seen OFC play without a hat. Now that I think about it.
I second that. It was
Okay.
the first time. It's the first time I've ever seen him without a hat. That's not true. I saw him once.
I was like, who's in seat 6? I'm like, oh, that's OFC without a hat.
Usually he's got
A red backwards cap.
he's got very good style, so usually he's dripped
very
out.
stylish. Yeah.
Very stylish. Big compliments for OFC. He's very fun to play with. He's got it going on. He knows what's up. Just like everyone at this table, honestly. This is a very, very strong lineup. With the personalities, with the outfits, with the action. I think we got a good mix of everything.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great stream game.
And we got Rick in the 10 seed, so
Yeah.
best game in the
Great dealer.
house.
Yeah.
Shout out, Rick.
Haven't seen a big fireworks hand yet, but we're still early on in the stream.
You're right. Has anyone been stacked?
No, I don't think anybody's been stuck. I know that Michael's kind of gotten pretty low in the 9 seat. Now, when we started off the stream, total chips in play were about 12.5. I just did a little run count through. Now we've doubled that. We're about 24.5K already. Just a little over an hour and a half in the stream. So no cooler situations. No super big pot yet. But we still have over 2.5 hours left in the stream. So hopefully you get some action going.
We got a long ways to go here. And Kim flopping second set here. A very nice flop for her. Fortunately, I don't really think anyone has anything to play with.
I don't see any 10s out there.
So BKH making a light float here in position. He's got some backdoor things going on. He's got a backdoor flush draw, backdoor wheel draw. He does not want us to hit a 6, that's for sure. And Michael's going to call as well. He's got a second pair and a gut shot. It's Jack 9. Great turn for Kim. Turns him dead. We might see her check here. When you turn the under full in a multi-way pot, you do want to be careful. She does block king queen. She blocks
So we always talk about betting for value and Hold'em. Okay, so what's the bet size she uses here? 1 something? Oh, 450. Those are blacks. My bad. I'm at a bad angle with the new setup in here. So 450. So betting for, do you still bet for value in PLO like you would in Hold'em in some scenarios?
That's a scenario where she could have checked because I don't think that BKH is going to check back a king on the button. And it's also hard for her to get called by anything if nobody has a king. She's almost like hoping that someone like river pocket 8s. So with aggressive player like BKH on the button, I wouldn't mind to see her check. It's an interesting spot though. Or bet smaller for value maybe. But very nice hand. Takes it down.
Currently a full room in the house. Have 8 cash tables going. Katie's game, weekly game, $100 buy and 5K guarantee. Last week smashing the guarantee, 158 entries with about 45 minutes left. Currently have 128 entries, 82 players remaining. Let's see if we can get up to 150 or so the few days before Christmas. Becoming one of the more popular high value, low buy-in tournaments in the DFW Metroplex area. So probably going to create a prize pool of like 13, 14K again this week. So good luck to all the players out there on the floor in that tournament.
Yeah, good luck. That's a strong turnout for really strong, super strong.
The $100 buy-ins is still a really good price point for a lot of these players. And it's a tournament where people can fire multiple bullets and feel comfortable. Oh, potentially big hand developing here. A ton of clubs out already, though. So
yeah, Michael's got a really interesting hand. He's got 3 pair with the second nut flush draw, and BKH has the nut flush draw.
He's going absolutely nowhere.
So this is a spot where I'd like, especially with Michael's stack size, I think you could just check pot it and get a stack in here. It's really hard for anyone to have a set when you have 3 pair, and he also has the king high flush draw. So
yeah, because if you see a 9, 10, or jack on the turn, you very much.
It just makes the hand a lot easier to play too. But he does boat up.
Now it's much easier to play
now
too.
It's very,
much
now
easier to
he's
play.
checking and hoping that BKH fires again.
Oh, please.
And I think, unfortunately,
Small bet.
I think that he just gives up too much information about the strength of his hand with the lead here.
yeah, I would have liked to see a check. And that's also another argument for him just getting his money in on the flop, because I think he would have gotten called by a BKH with the nut flush draw. So he would have gotten full value there
Most
for his
definitely.
hand. Yeah.
Most definitely would have gotten called by the ace-high flush draw. I don't see anyone folding a flush draw on a non-paired board. I don't see anyone folding the nut flush draw on a non-paired board, really, ever.
Yeah, and he was actually getting the right price to call, so it's totally valid for him to call there.
Yeah.
And he also, I think he had a 6 versus a 5-4, so he did have a gut shot to the bottom end of the straight.
And hands like that in PLO, correct me if I'm wrong, are very, very strong. Having 3-pair in a combo draw for, you have boat outs, you have flush outs. Those types of hands from a lemon Omaha perspective, combination draws. We talk about that even in Hold'em, that just have so much equity on turns and rivers that, you're okay with piloting in on the flop or the turn, knowing that you still have so many cards on the turn and the river respectively to hit whatever it is that you need to hit.
I'll say this, Ed. I don't drive to the casino or the card room to fold 3-pair and a flush draw, so I'm going to put my money in there.
Yeah.
OFC's got the king 8-8-4. He's got a suit. He's got a pair. John's got a suit and a better pair.
Yeah.
And very connected hand, too. I like the 3-bet.
Yeah, he likes the... This is a good hand for him to 3-bet in position.
Okay. And OFC just
LC.
going to let him give it to him.
Show some discipline.
Yeah. Having the 3 spades is a negative towards the strength of your hand. He's got a dangler. He's got a 4. We did say recently that most of the time we get 3-bet, we are going to be defending in PLO, but it seems like a good spot for OFC just to let that one go. He also I think that would have been one of the first heads-up pots we would have had, but
yeah,
didn't end up
it's
getting to the
first
flop.
pot, probably the only pot that'll be taken down with the 3-bet.
Yeah, right.
3-bet fold. It's like a Hold'em hand.
If you guys are watching right now, come on into Poker House Dallas. You got Jello playing in the cash game streets over there. We got 8 full tables plus. There's a $100 tournament going on. Come say hey.
Pizza's coming.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right.
Pizza and water and coffee. Can't beat that.
We just got some very good news.
Could have told me pizza was on the way. I would have ordered food.
It's going to smell really good in here.
Does smell good.
Eddie, go ahead.
I always eat. I'm not going to turn down food.
Rig's going to defend his straddle. Queen, queen, jack, 7.
Would you consider this a wide open from glue on the button?
I was just going to mention that.
So I think he ISO'd BKH's limp. It's a little loose, but he is in position. He's got an ace-high suit. It is on the wide
The
side.
5
though.
and 3 are bad, but they're close to the ace, and you can pick up some straight draws and some flop straights. I mean, it's tough to say that it's bad because you're on the button, but versus the limper who you know is going to call you, and the fact that you're mostly going to take this hand multi-way, it's probably a very disciplined, like a spot where you can just be very disciplined and fold.
I don't know. I think he gets the spot you could over limp to with the ace-high suit.
Yeah.
For
I mean, 2
Just
of your
for
cards
one
are
day.
super strong. Ace, jack of hearts.
Yeah.
And you're on the button.
Yeah.
So, like, that's a hand that you do want to see a flop. So I kind of like a limp, too.
yeah.
It's not easy for the people behind you to wake up with a hand they're comfortable potting because they know they're going to play that hand at a position against 4 players because they know you're not folding.
Right.
Or you're very rarely limping and folding from at least BK. Hope you guys are enjoying the PLO. I know that it's a little more to kind of digest because there's so many cards all over the place, but hope that we are helping bridge the gap between you Hold'em fans and potentially some new PLO fans, as I'm becoming one myself. I've always been interested in it, and as Kim would call it, my entourage, aka my close friends, have all been getting into PLO, and they've been playing a lot of them, like on the daily. Shout out to Jack and shout out to Chris. They've been playing just PLO, and they've been kind of taking a step back from Hold'em. So definitely they've piqued my curiosity with the stack sizes and the pictures they've been sending of them just running it up from 1-2, buying in for like $500 and running up to $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, which is totally achievable in this game.
Oh, yeah. It's achievable in like 30 minutes. You can,
Yeah.
you can spin it
sure.
up really fast.
Yeah.
You could do like, it's almost like a roulette wheel sometimes. But that's the appealing part about it. especially for new players. Like if you're just trying it out and you want to buy in for a small amount, it's a great way to, get some experience, play some hands, and also have a chance to really make some serious money, even if you're not, super experienced. It's easy to run good and
Definitely. I mean, if you're just more patient than your opponents.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, it's going to be high variance when you get the money in on the flop because they're, if you get it in good, they're going to have at least some draw against you most of the time. So as long as you have the bankroll to handle the swings, and I definitely would recommend not playing unless you have a certain amount of buy-ins. I don't want to give a number. For Hold'em, I try to have like 20 buy-ins back just in case. I can lose 20 times in a row and my life would not change. I am in complete financial control. That's just a bankroll management thing I try to practice, and I don't know what the Omaha pros would tell you, but Hayden, could you give them a number about how much they should be willing to?
I'm going to venture to say you would need at least double the amount of buy-ins, just because the variance is so much higher. But that could be lowballing it too. Yeah.
I mean, I would say that everyone should just be as smart as they possibly can and not take too many big shots as BK takes this one down.
We got Danny Marks in the chat asking if Kim has all the money yet. No, but she's got the most cumulative winnings so far. About 25K on the table already, about an hour and a half into the stream. Maybe we can get you on this stream, Danny Marks, and then Yumi Cortez. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to lie. That's Lexi. That's my fault, Lexi. So you can get in contact with Eric over here at Poker House, and then Kim in the seat one, who is actually not at the seat right now, but seat one kind of controls the lineup for this game, gets this game together, get in contact with her. We can definitely get you on the list for future streams when we get this going. Frosty Nug Farms from Vancouver or Alberta, Canada. I don't remember. I think he's a next-gen guy, Frankie. Frosty Nug Farms. I could be wrong.
I have not heard the name before, but I want to give a shout out to him. Guys cash out like $10,000 at 1-3 tables. Yes, they do. They buy in for $1,000 and they cash out for like $10,000. It's totally achievable at a good Omaha game.
For sure. Danny said he's lost 10 buy-ins buying for 300 and 125. That's definitely possible as well.
For sure.
And it can happen very quickly. It feels demoralizing when it happens.
Kim calls in the dark. I love it.
That's, standard Kim.
Did Chris? So Chris called behind too. I think I hear someone going for a squeeze. Whether that would be, I think it BK.
Yeah, it looks like BKH here is going for a squeeze.
Yeah, we'll see if that works. I'm gonna bet no. I bet this is not good throw. Didn't take long for that. Jack 9-8-5 single suit getting in there. Kim Jack 10-8-2 getting in there.
Yeah, getting in the mix.
Jose's in the mix. Ace 6-4-2. So we're 4 ways to flop. I think he got one person to fold with the squeeze.
Yeah.
I think he got one person to lay it down.
Cleared one person out.
Daniel says the biggest cash out he saw was like 23,000 in a 500 max PLO game, and I'm not going to argue that. That sounds like a crazy cash out, and it was probably the most sun run that person's ever ran, but
yeah, very possible. So Jose's going to choose the lead out here with top 2 pair.
Wow, and this is a big flop for BK.
Yeah, and we might just see BK get it.
We might have fireworks for the first time tonight. We asked for it.
It's going to be a tough spot for Jose if BKH does raise, and it looks like he's botting it.
Oh, yes.
Top 2.
Yes. Eddie asked for it. We want blood. And here it is.
Potentially brewing up to be the biggest pot of the night.
Let's see if...
Mighty Hammond, there's no such thing as cap PLO in Texas.
Nice read here by Jose, correctly assessing that BKH does have a draw. gets into a top 2, and he is a very small favorite. Almost 6K pot already.
That went quick, but Jose has the first one. Boats up on the river. He's got a hold. Oh, chop,
chop.
chop. As you can see, it was a coin flip, and I think the fair result is a chop pot.
Nice hand of both players, chopping up the extra money out there.
All right, Hayden, you know, I'm now a run it once kind of guy. Kim, I know likes to run it once. What do y'all, run it once?
I'm a purist. I like to run it once.
Okay,
I like
Frankie.
the pain.
I'm a run it once type of person.
All right, now let's ask you this question. PLO, run it once or run it twice?
So personally, I think strategically there's more value in running it once, because I think a lot of your value in this game comes from getting people to fold like close equity hands. So I think people are actually more likely to fold when they know that you run it once. You can like get more fold equity in certain situations. So I like to run it once in PLO, even though it is scary sometimes.
Here, they're talking about it right now.
Yeah, Danny says one time.
I'm a one-timer.
Also, especially in like multi-way pots, it's just so much easier for the dealer, and it's so faster to just run it one time.
So as a content creator, I like the idea of just always running it once. People ask me all the time, well, why the second board? Because they don't understand, like, it's not a common occurrence all across the country. You know, a lot of casinos, they just go once every time. It's just, that's very natural. So for content purposes, I like running it once, but if someone, you know, really wants to run it twice, I always say yes, because generally I like just doing what they want to do.
Yeah. Is that just when you play here, or that's like when you play other places? Or if you go
Actually,
other
I just
places?
got in a hand. I was playing 5, 10, 20 at Bellagio.
Okay.
And I'd been very aggressive. I kind of was a table hero. I was a tight table. And I 3-bet big from the blinds with aces. And someone just ripped it for 2K. And I called, and I said one time. I said, let's go one time. Even though he asked for twice, I said, hey, one time. And he ended up flopping a set of queens. And was very happy that he ran it one time. But I kind of felt like people were thinking that I was a one-time guy just because I had aces. So do you see how that kind of was in the back of my mind? I didn't want people to think I was only run it once.
You always run it once.
Yeah, when I have aces.
Yeah.
So I should have just said I run it once all the time.
And sometimes it's good to say it when you come down at when you sit down at
Yeah,
the table.
just come
you
and
know?
sit down at the table.
I'd say it's even more relevant in a game like Omaha, because you get so many more all-ins.
Jim, I'm not doing anything. I'm just watching the screen for the record.
What's up, Jen? Thank you so much.
BK flops a set here. Michael's got the Broadway draw and bottom pair. Also has the ace of hearts. Now, he doesn't have a flush draw, but he could represent it later on in the hand.
I think now that the players have been playing with each other for over an hour now, starting to get getting a feel for each other.
Sorry to cut you off, but quads.
Jenga. Is there any scenario where he gets any value from Michael here?
I think if he squeaks out a $200 bet, he gets called.
Hey, he's got to go small here.
Michael looks
Targeting
very
Broadway
weak
bet,
right
ace,
now.
queen,
The way
queen nine.
Michael's holding his cards, he looks very weak. I would bet very small. So BK does pot it. I'm trying to get value from ace queen, queen nine,
That'd be a boat.
pocket kings, pocket jacks. Michael's thinking about it.
I think the pot size bet is making Michael suspicious here, thinking that BK might be trying to just buy this pot, but he does fold.
There are
Nice
a lot
fold.
of draws that missed.
Flush draws, 2 flush draws. Give me that deck.
There was Eric in the booth coming to say hey.
Shout out to Eric.
Okay,
Man behind the stream.
while we're dealing out these cards, I saw Frosty Nug, something about a sweatshirt. Make sure to DM me a Next Gen Poker about that if there's a sweatshirt we're missing.
After we're all registered. This one's not sorted. I'll sort it.
Kim, is there a cheese in there? Kim, is there a cheese in there? All right, perfect.
Right now, a 6-way pot.
And nobody has much here. Jose's got 2 pair and a straight draw.
John turns middle set,
Yeah, nice turn for John.
but it's a better turn
And Galoo
for
turns a straight
Galoo. Yes.
And a flush draw. And this is an action turn. Glue with the straight. OFC turn the nut flush draw.
Oh, he's definitely calling.
Yeah, BKH turn top 2. He's going to call as well.
Wow, what a turn card.
What a card.
That was an awesome turn.
That's the thing about Omaha. There can be no action on the flop, and the turn just like
Please.
gives everybody
What's
something.
the most action
Yeah.
over here? Jack of clubs, 10 of clubs.
So it's going to good river there for Galoo.
I don't think he'll bet it, though. I think he's happy just to take his straight.
Yeah, I think he's just going to check
Now
here.
there's a 4-liner. If anyone has any jack, so that's also a Broadway card, they have a straight. So King Jack, Queen Jack, 10 Jack. Earlier, when he had 9 Jack, the only possible straights were Ace Jack and 9 Jack. But now there's more straights available. But he is going to go for a $600 bet.
Yeah,
And maybe he's thinking I can get someone off a worse jack or a chop, essentially.
potentially. I think
Potentially.
it would be a hard sell given the fact that he just flatted the turn. But it looks like John is considering here with his set of queens. And Galoo is tough because he does like to bet when check to in position. So he's definitely one of the players here that are capable of bluffing in the spot somehow. We joke that like when everyone checks to Galoo like twice, has he ever checked in his life like in a pot? He just like can't help himself.
Mark saying those Poker House hoodies are fire. I agree. Get yourself one at Poker House, Dallas. Eddie going to spin up a tourney wins into PLO Gloria. I agree. Eddie is the absolute tournament crusher. I can't believe, Eddie, you won the big tournament here. That was so awesome. $50,000 for first. It was an amazing tournament here at Poker House.
Oh, y'all were
Dallas.
both on the rail for that one.
I was on the rail
Yeah,
for that
oh.
one. That was awesome.
I came just in time. See you take it down.
I'm sorting this deck.
I literally arrived at Poker House and he won the tournament 15 minutes after I got into the building.
Oh my gosh,
The
I
most
was
unbelievable run I've seen.
I was sweating him the whole time. Very very jealous of our Eddie here because that is just such an impressive score, and I hope to emulate his success one day.
Fun heads up match, 3 hands.
I think I had 8 big blinds starting that.
You did, yeah. You doubled, and then won.
Three hands
in a row.
of a heads up is so clutch. I mean, you're just bang, bang, I'm in, I win.
Easy game.
I made a speculative rip on the. I was like, I got 8 big blinds. I got to make a move sooner because I know he's just going to be jamming anything. I was just like, no, it's not GTO, but you really don't have a ton of GTO. You don't have a lot of theory optimal moves when you have 8 big blinds.
Here we go. Chris is getting in the action. Kim raises to $30, and Chris goes for a 3-bet with Queen Jack 10-7.
Yeah, and as you can see here, players aren't shy about cold calling. You have OFC coming in. You're probably going to see Galoo.
No way he folds.
Yeah,
yeah, no
Galoo's
way.
gonna call with the
Yeah,
ace-high
no way.
suit, and you're going to see Michael come in as well. And Kim is definitely going to call closing the action.
And now Chris has 20% equity going to the flop.
Yeah, I'm still surprised to see Chris 3-bet this hand, triple suited in a loose game like this.
The 7
But
might be too bad.
Yeah, he's mixing it up.
I think
Getting in there.
the 7's a little too weak.
The 7 and the 3 hearts really hurts your
Yeah,
hurts your
totally.
hand.
I mean, what are we talking about being patient in these games?
It's hard.
It's, I mean,
for
but
the
he's been
most
so
patient
patient.
players.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's been so patient.
Yes.
He's been the definition of patient.
It's a lot harder to be patient in PLO than it is in Hold'em.
Yeah.
For all the reasons we talked about earlier. Nice spot for Kim. Great turn for her. She's got open-ended and the nut flush draw now.
Oh, yeah, she's loving it.
I think we might see
I
her
bet she's
bomb
going to
this.
pot it, yeah. I have a feeling.
Oh, she does jack. Interesting. She might be a little concerned that Chris turned a set of aces.
Oh, no.
And it's
This
a
is-
very ambitious bet here
This is not going to work.
into so many players. I know what he's thinking. He's thinking he's a tight guy. He threw a bet pre-flop. Everyone's going to put him on aces, but in PLO, you have to be really careful about this play, especially multi-way.
I mean, but someone could have 3 deuce even.
Yeah.
So-
So he's blocking the 3 deuce. And he's a little suspicious here.
If OFC goes over the top,
So we might see, this might work if Kim calls and bricks river. He's definitely going to get it through. Oh, and Michael is going to call as well.
wow, how does that not get through, Michael? Oh, he has 2 pair.
Yeah, he's got jacks and 4, jacks up, and he's got a straight draw. And that's going to give Kim a good price to come in with her hand.
I think this was a little too ambitious
Yeah, he's
from
going
Chris.
to get called twice. He's just going to be like, what's happening?
But he does have 30%, so there's plenty of outs for him. He can get a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to see a queen, 10, or 7 for him. That's not a spade.
And Kim binks
And
the nuts
Kim
straight.
gets there. Bang. Let's see if she leads. She would want to get value from pocket aces here, if he had it. She does lead.
Yeah, I
Can't
think
blame
she,
her. Yeah.
I think she leads. I think I think she probably puts Chris on aces, and is just trying to get the value. And she
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
want to check
and
back.
she definitely thinks that she can get that last 270 from Michael too, so she doesn't want to risk it going check through. And as you can see, they both don't have a hand to call her, but
Nice hand by Kim.
well, it looks like someone in the chat, shout out Frosty Nug, is going to Bahamas, and that will be for the PSPC. That will be an amazing trip.
Are you going down there?
You know, I've been thinking about it.
Is that in January?
It is.
It's fun time.
That
fun
would
trip.
be it would be a fun time. I would think that, you know, if the price was right, if I don't have, you know, any responsibilities that are tying me here in Dallas for the weekend, then I might go. But just gonna play it by ear for now. Like I said, it's a very expensive trip.
Yeah, it's the hotel is pricey down there.
Yeah, so I'd want to have like kind of work with the casino or do something where I could work something out, maybe get some cheaper deal to, whether that be content related cheaper deal, or just be a poker rate or something, you know,
Gotcha.
try to make it more reasonable.
Or you have some travel buddies you can go down there with.
Yeah, exactly. Or some maybe travel buddies. Maybe Frosty Nug and I will split a room.
Oh, Kim raising in the dark and picking up a pretty nice hand.
Ooh.
Little dark raise. And
Rick.
picking up a double suited,
Yep.
not double suited, double paired aces.
And this really is the ideal situation when it goes raise in front of you with aces, and then you actually can pot it and just you increase your fold equity to the people behind you because you at least have 125.
Yeah.
Versus just raising to 30, you're going to get 6 callers pretty often. So Rick is in a pretty good spot here. We do see BK cold call with pocket jacks and a suited king.
Yeah, Kim, unfortunately, is in pretty rough shape here with her kings.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has one of her blockers.
Okay. Oh, that's champagne. That's some champagne in the booth. Nice flop here for Rick. The aces. It's going to be a tough spot for Kim. I think she's probably going to peel at least one time here.
Oh, yeah.
Fair. Oh, she's raising. Now it's a tough spot for Rick because she did raise in the dark, so she definitely has deuces in her range. I think he's probably going to peel, being double paired, the boat outs, but he's not loving it by any means.
So we saw in aces versus kings versus jacks on a 2-2-9 flop. And I guess another important thing to mention, we were saying about, you know, trying to value hands. Even a hand as strong as pocket kings on 2-2-9, a hand in Texas Hold'em that we're just pumping it in the middle, like kings all day, 2-2-9. Here we saw, now we're up against aces.
Very nice bet by Kim, turning her kings into a bluff.
Let's go.
And getting Rick to fold. That's a great play there.
Kim.
And she did, the fact that she did raise in the dark, the board being double paired with the deuces and the nines.
Oh, yeah.
Is really, really scary for her range. It's essentially uncapped.
Okay.
She knows that Rick essentially has aces. Very nice play. Props.
I did not think she was going to win that hand. I was literally setting it up for, like, you know, cooler kings versus aces and trying to make a learning lesson out of it. And Kim said, I'm going to teach you, young one.
Yeah,
here's how you play Poly in Omaha. Bang. Rick,
that's
what you going to do about it? What you going to do when Kim comes for you? Wow. Wow. Impressive. Most people would not make that play. I think that was, you know, a very good recognition of her range, like we talked about. Her blind raising probably puts her more towards 9x than kings, at least.
For sure.
We got a question about the highest VPIP. We will get that after the next hand. We will get those stats up for you guys. But from a content perspective, it'd be very cool to go to the Bahamas.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
That'd be pretty badass.
What's the buy-in for the main? Is it 25K?
Gosh, I hope not. That'd be crazy. But I think we did hear that it was a 25K.
Okay.
I think we did. I think I did hear that.
Probably a fun one. The last one they did right before COVID was a huge.
Now
turnout.
there's a 3 million guarantee at Borgata in about a week.
Okay. What's
like,
Borgata's bringing tournaments back? What's the buy-in for? Is that a
I think
WPT?
it's a 5K.
Oh, 5K?
It's 5,500.
Very nice. No, Borgata's a great venue.
Yep, PSPC is 25K. We've confirmed that.
Nice. That'll be a fun one.
So I played my first 10K last week. It was
in the main?
Yeah,
$10,400
buy-in at the Encore. WPT hosted it. It was very nerve-wracking, only in the fact that it was so much money. Didn't have 100% in myself, but I had a lot of pressure to do well for the people that did buy action, and I put a lot of pressure on myself just to do well. Now, the nice thing was I was surrounded by, like, a lot of strong players, and I just kind of kept reassuring myself that, like, it's just the same game of poker I always play. It just happens to be for a 10K buy-in versus a $400 buy-in. Like, it's still poker. It's still the same game that I know. And Kim's going to take down another pot here.
Yeah, nice check call here with the bottom ball house.
Oh yeah, she's
Taking
running
off
good. She's
an
running
LC
good
bluff.
and playing well. That is a
nice hand.
that is a winning combination,
Yeah,
isn't
it's
it?
a tough combination.
That is a winner's combination, running well and playing well. So like I was saying, was a little bit nervous going in, but the reason I took the shot at the 10K was because there were so many people entering the pool. It was, you know, probably the closest thing that I've personally seen to the WSOP main event. And everyone knows WSOP main event is the best 10K of the year because there's so many new players in it, a lot of recreational players. And when I was walking around the room on day 1A and day 1B before I took my shot on day 1C, I was walking around the room and I was just seeing a lot of recreationals. And when there's a spot for high buy-in and a lot of people with lower skill level than yourself, that kind of helped me build confidence in myself, and I kind of just wanted to take it one breath, one day at a time. Felt like I came in, played very well. It was a short 4 hours after we got our kings cracked from Ace King, but I think that overall is an amazing learning experience. I got a great video from it, and it's just going to propel me into future success and more 10Ks.
Nice.
In the
That's
future.
exciting.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I know the first 10K is really exciting. The first time I played the main, it's just like such a fun feeling.
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I promise you I'll play the main event this year.
It's the best tournament.
I
It's
promise
like,
you.
If I play one tournament a year, it's going to be that one. 100%.
Just the excitement that comes from it too. Like that's part of the like.
Especially with your background, like you've been playing a lot of cash games has been your focus. So I think the tournaments like that, like the main event, really deep structure, they really favor the cash game players.
Yeah.
Especially early on.
Slow levels,
Yeah.
super deep stack. I completely agree that I feel very confident at that 200 big blinds, that 200 big blind, 150 big blind level. That's what I play here at 2.5. That's what I play mostly here at Poker House Dallas. And just, I couldn't tell you what I like more, cash or tournament, but I just want to be successful in both because I think it's cool to have a hidden mod profile, like something tangible where people can go and see how much I've earned playing playing tournaments, excuse me, because my cash game success is always going to be just what I tell you it is, but I like having something documented for the record. And now the great thing about live streams is there is now a form of documentation, and we've seen like these Garrett Alstein characters become known as these crushers just from playing cash games. But back in the day, it was really only tournament players that can get their name out because that's the only like documentation you'd have. If you won a tournament, you'd go and hit a mob.
Yeah.
So I definitely put a lot of weight on tournament success, and I definitely want to win. One of my goals is to win a WSOP bracelet. So I put a lot of pressure on myself to have success in tournaments, and that's also why I've been putting a lot of time into studying them as well.
Nice. That's awesome. Very exciting stuff.
And really, it's just where my passion is at the current moment. And right now, my passion is just getting really freaking good at Texas Hold'em in cash games and tournaments. So I'll be playing as many tournaments as I can and play as much cash as I can, and hopefully see some big numbers this year from me.
Let's do it.
From
I feel it.
2023.
I feel it coming. Let me know if I can buy a piece.
Okay, definitely. I definitely will be playing some events where I will want to.
Love the sweats.
Jose's going to take the aggressive route, go for a 3-bet here. Ace, King, 10-2. He's got one suit. He's got the Broadway cards. He's got a very good hand. He's connected. He's got a suit.
Yeah, he's got ace-high suit, 3 Broadways.
Not the flop you want to see. But Rick does flop a flush.
Great turn for Rick, turning top set along with his flush.
Yeah, he's got actually the check mark on this hand, which is, that's hard to do on the turn in Omaha against 3 other people. But now he's going to be comfortable betting out on the flop. See, the big difference between flopping flushes in Omaha versus Texas Hold'em, in that Omaha, you're trying to protect your hand as much as possible because you're weary of the turn or river coming a flush and giving your opponent a higher flush because of just the single naked ace of hearts, king of hearts. But in Omaha, the jack-high flush is going to be good on the turn as long as the board doesn't pair. So you still have to worry about the board pairing for protection, but you don't have to worry about someone getting there. They either have a flush or they don't.
Right. Yeah, it's just tricky in Omaha flopping these middling flushes and multi-way pots. And then even with the nut flush, as you said, you do have to protect your equity because it's so much more likely that someone flopped a set or flop 2 pairs. So you can get value from lower flushes and from, people drawing to boats.
Looks like Michael's going to be reloading here. Can we get a V-pip, Eddie? So here's our V-pips. We got BK at the tippy top at 90%, Michael 83, Glue 75, Jose 64, John 43, and a big discrepancy between J-Ma and Chris, 43 to 10. And if we do go to cumulative winnings, I think my guess is Kim is going to be crushing. And yes, she is. Put her face on the thumbnail. Give her the dub. $4.1 thousand of profit in a little over 2.5, just over 2 hours. Wow.
Let's go.
Next time I play a live stream, I would like my face to be on the thumbnail.
She's like
Thumbnail run good.
she's like the only winner right now. This is crazy. You got a couple small winners, but
We're still
Kim
about
is running
halfway through the
table.
stream.
Yep.
So we got a long ways to go here.
Yep. Do not
Gonna see some action. No one's really stuck that big yet,
count anyone else out. Yep.
aside from. I think we're gonna see a lot more big pots the second half. We're gonna see some things happen.
And I see someone says tournaments are more fun because there's an end goal. Cash is never ending game. I think that you're onto something there. I'm not saying that tournaments are better than cash games, but the thing about tournaments is because you know where the end is and you're seeing the people and the tables slowly start to disappear and people start to get eliminated, there is a certain adrenaline that is just a total different level of adrenaline that you get from running deep in a tournament versus running up a big stack in a cash game. And every single hand, even when you have 8-3 offsuit, when you're on the bubble or you're in a big final table spot, it's a constant adrenaline rush. And that's one of my favorite parts about tournaments. And that's what also makes tournaments so painful when you lose. So like we said earlier, you got to have a lot of strength to be a tournament grinder. And I already understand that if I want to be a successful poker player, that I have to be able to deal with the losses because the best poker players are the ones that deal with the losses in the best way.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I deal with my losses by hitting the books because I just get pissed and I just go, okay, I'm going to study my ass off.
Smart.
That's just
the way to do it.
what I do.
I deal with my losses by going to the gun range.
Don't try.
I can confirm that.
You gotta do what works for you.
I can, yeah. To each his own.
Frankie hits the books, Eddie hits the range.
Mighty Hammer asks, what's the most buy-ins you've ever lost in entries with a tournament cash? Hayden and Frankie, I've been in this slum and I've lost the hearts to play tournaments. I was playing in the last Choctaw series about a $400 tournament almost every day, and I remember not cashing for about 4 or 5 in a row. I don't have a ton of experience of going to a tournament series and grinding it out. Last summer WSOP, I probably played 7 or 6 tournaments, and I only cashed in one of them, which is totally not uncommon. Like, that's a pretty normal thing. The biggest thing I would say is just to don't, like, tamper your expectations into just understand that you need to have the perspective that you're not going to win most of them. In fact, you're only going to win about 20%, and you're only going to hit your big score 1 in 100 times. And that's okay, so just keep playing. Keep getting in the spots. Keep getting to the final table, and then I promise you, I really promise you, if you keep getting in those spots deep in tournaments, playing well, that there's going to be one that's going to like turn your way and be that big cash you're looking for.
Just ask Eddie. Eventually it'll come through.
Don't ask Eddie because he got there way too quick.
Just rip Queen Deuce suited and you're gonna double up and you're good.
Don't ask Eddie because he makes everyone else look bad.
If it doesn't work out, go to the gun range. No, that's really good advice. If you're consistently going deep, it's a great sign. You know that you're doing something right. And when the deeper you go, the more variance there is. So you're gonna get, in those flip situations, those all-ins that you're gonna have to win, in those key spots.
And if you've been watching Rampage Poker just absolutely crush the tournament scene this year,
And just do like
you will realize that it takes getting it in bad and sucking out to win some of these tournaments, and you're going to have your moment. I promise you. Not one person in this world is more inherently lucky than you. You know, you both, if you play the same amount of good poker, you both will find that tournament success. And honestly, please find me and like let's go grind tournaments together, because I think having a friend in the process with you is just crucial. I think it's, you know, extremely beneficial. Just for your own sanity.
Yeah, it's good to have friends, so you don't get stuck in your own head. It's tough dealing with bust out after bust out in, in tournaments.
Oh yeah.
People run hands through. It's really, really clutch.
1375, 1375. Brian, you getting ready?
So BK has a boat here.
Let me know because I'm gonna.
Yeah, tough spot here for Glue. BK played his hand a little tricky. He check called the turn, and now he's potting the river. So he's kind of trying to tell a story that he might have missed the draw. And it's a rough spot for Glue with trips.
What time are you coming, Brian?
Yeah, not an easy hand to lay down.
Mark Wee with the $49.99 super chat. Thank you so much. It says channeling some continued run good for Kimmy. Great job commentating, guys, and thanks for the invite to the poker room yesterday. Eddie, had a blast. Thank you so much, Mark. That's very generous of you. Really appreciate the donation.
Thank you, Mark.
You get a free hoodie.
Is it a free hoodie or it's a $50 hoodie?
$49.99.
$49.99. No, thank you, Mark. I actually introduced myself to Mark the other day. I'd heard his name a lot, but never formally been introduced, so it was nice meeting you and chatting with you the other day. Thank you again for the donation.
Galoo made a big fold earlier, and because he made a big fold earlier, I would assume he's more itching towards making a call. Sometimes you just get tired of hitting that fold button. Let's see if he can sniff this one out, though.
Yeah, he's sounding like he might fold. He's really torn here.
Good fold. Very, very nice fold. Not an easy hand to get away from. You got Jack 3, you got a very good trips, flush draw bricked. Let me catch up on the chat here a little bit. I think someone asked me a question.
Yeah, sorry, I had to check out. We've been running through a couple of decks, so I need to make sure a couple of these decks were correct. Hayden stepped out to use the restroom, so I'm going to respond to some of these questions in the chat. Jim Coyle makes a very good point. Sorry, I didn't ignore your text, Jim. I was doing some stuff on the production side, so I didn't get a chance. This Friday, we are going to be running our $300 Black Chip Bounty starting at 6 p.m., December 23rd. $300 buy-in, Black Chip Bounty. I believe the guarantee, I don't remember what the guarantee is, but we definitely hit it every week. This Saturday, we will be running the $300, $8,500 guarantee tournament. One of the only tournaments that's going to be running in the DFW Metroplex area this Saturday. Over the past number of weeks, have been consistently getting over 10K. Look for that to hopefully get there this week. And could be a potential overlay. So come and get it if you DFW locals. And again, here in the booth, Eddie the Asian Sensation, Frankie from Next Gen, Hayden Fortini. First edition 136 H-Town PLO. Lots of action, lots of fun. Just a few days before Christmas.
And we got a flip right here.
Oh, yeah, I actually stood out there for this.
Looks like, yeah, Chris takes a W here. Nut flush. I don't know if he knows it yet. Oh, yeah, he knows it. Oh, wait. Oh, no, he doesn't know. There it is. Now he knows. There we go. Nice hand, Chris.
Glue with the alcohol, working them not having a good time. He's such a good, he's so fun for the game.
As we see the sweat, they just realized who won the hand. Okay, I see we have a Sai saying, Frank, how was your Vegas journey? Any cashes? Yeah, I ended up cashing the $1,600 mystery bounty for a profit of about $3,800. So that was awesome. I also played the $10,000 main event, and I did not cash that. And then I just played some cash and had some success there.
Did I miss anything?
You just missed a flip.
A flip? All right, all right. It's a bathroom at the right time.
I'm eating pizza and cookies.
So as we were talking about PLO earlier, you know, how difficult it can be to be disciplined and patient. I've kind of been experimenting with like some different styles. Like there's some arguments for playing a little bit looser, especially in position, to kind of like give yourself some flexibility and like make it easier to be patient and stay disciplined, you know, while playing. Because if you're just sitting there folding and you're trying to be overly disciplined, I just think it can be really tough. Also, it's not great for your image, you know, if you're just clearly at the table.
So what do you do to keep yourself engaged in the game but not start splashing around?
I mean, well, I try to pay attention to the hands, but also, like, you know, if I am going to play a speculative hand, like, I think playing it in position, like on the button or cutoff, you know, definitely has a lot of merit. You know, maybe calling with some hands, like a suited ace or suited king or something, you know, just helps out. So Danny says, is Kim teaching you, Hayden? Kind of, yeah. Looks like, are they doing a bomb pot? Or
I think they're doing a double board bomb pot.
Okay.
So there are 2 boards out there, and if you want to scoop the whole pot, you have to win both of those boards. If, let's say, player 2 has the best hand on the top board and player 3 has the best hand on the bottom board, that means they would chop up the money. A lot of you guys locally are very familiar with these double board bomb pots. They do these in the 2-5 games. They do this in these. They do a little bomb pot table. So I'm sure a lot of you have tried that here at Poker House Dallas. And we're gonna start seeing the hands. See if anyone has diamonds or if anyone flops a wrap.
Yeah, this will be fun. Rick flopped a top set, and he's got a gut shot on the bottom board. There's always some big action in the double board bomb pots. Great turn from Michael here. He's got the nut full house on the bottom. This is a hand he could choose to play aggressively, knowing that he's essentially got the bottom board locked up. Galoo's going to come out betting with a straight on the top board. So a little bomb pot strategy here. When someone's betting in front of you and you have a nutted hand, but you're only winning one board, and there's other players in the pot, you definitely want to just be calling here if you're Michael, to invite some of the other players to come into the pot.
Well, he only Galoo bait at 4 and he only 830 behind.
Looks like Rick's gonna call anyways with top set on the top board. It's a little surprising. So Michael is getting really nice value here. He's essentially got half this pot locked up in a 3-way hand for a stack. So what do I know? Surprised to see Rick call here with really no shot to win the bottom board. Oh, he does have the nut flush draw on the top board. I just saw that, and he did river the boat. Okay, that makes more sense. And Rick's actually scooping Galoo here on the side.
Right. Do you ever recall if you're Gulu knowing that you didn't even have anything on the bottom board?
Yeah, I think this river is obviously really bad for him. So his straight is very vulnerable on the top board, and it's very hard for him to win the bottom. So he's going to be getting scooped here a lot. So I would fold his hand personally, but it is tough when the pot's so large and he's only facing an $800 bet. But he does make a good lay down there, and Rick and Michael are going to chop up this pot. Nice hand for both of them.
Eddie is the Oprah of Poker House. I don't know if that's a compliment or not a compliment. Hayden, Danny asking you a question. I would be interested in how you are adjusting to playing higher VPIP. Is it working for you?
Yesterday did not work well.
Touche.
So I might go back to my my net.
Just check the final numbers for Katie's game. $100 buy-in, 5K guarantee. Last week, smashed the record with 158 entries. Just confirmed 171 entries for this week, just a few days before Christmas, creating a prize pool of nearly $14,000, $3,700 up top, paying 16 places. It's pretty good. I mean, for a one-day tournament in the middle of the week that starts at 6 p.m.
Is that a $100 buy-in?
$100 buy-in.
That's
$100
really strong.
buy-in, and they're giving
$3,700 for first.
$3,700 for first place.
Yeah.
We bought in for 100.
Yeah.
So
I mean, unless it's me and you're firing 4 bullets, but yes.
171 players.
wow,
Strong
guys,
turnout.
if you are trying to like build a poker bankroll, if you are trying to start from small stakes and grind it up and play higher stakes, come out here. This is crazy value. $100 tournament, $3,700 for first. It's one day. It's not a 2-day event. It's a great tournament experience if you want to go out to the Vegas this summer. That's pretty awesome.
Now, here's the thing. A lot of players have asked me, like, hey, how did you get into tournaments? I said I started, to be honest, I started playing the free rolls just to get the idea conceptually of playing tournaments in
Sure.
terms of, like, the big blind ante.
I think that's a great idea.
blah, blah, blah,
that was
blah.
very smart of you.
Did okay. And then these low buy-in tournaments, these low high value tournaments, and, well, let me backtrack. Those free rolls, did the smaller buy-in tournaments where they did add-ons, and then obviously I wasn't a big fan of those types of structures because I feel like this incentivizes players from playing well before the break, right? And they can just fire away, and then they can add on, and you can play great, and you're forced to buy in.
We do have a really interesting hand going on here.
Oh, yeah, we do.
We got some really, really big hands. Rick's got aces. Michael's got a really nice king high rundown, double suited. Ben's got a 9 high rundown. We could definitely see some fireworks on this flop. And that is going to be Michael's flop there. That is going to kill the action.
Well, I'm glad to see Michael getting a little turnaround. He just won a pretty big pot. He's chopped up that double board bomb pot, and now he's flopping trips in a huge, huge pot. 1.4 going to the flop, and he only has 200 invested himself.
Yeah, this is going to be a really nice nice pot for Michael to take down
Wow,
here.
and Rick still c-bets. I mean, he's got aces. It's hard to blame him. However, just in general, what are the odds that 4 other people don't have a king?
Yeah, there's like, was it 4 other or 5 other? There's 16 cards out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
The odds that, out of the 16 cards, that one person doesn't have a king, I think.
probably like over 50%.
Yeah.
But he is only betting.
And they're also only
three.
playing the best cards, right? So you assume that when they're playing the best cards, a lot of that has King X in them.
He is only betting a quarter of the pot at so I mean it only needs to get through so often for it to be a profitable bet.
And I'm
so it
sure he'll
makes sense.
fold here. Yeah.
So let's talk about that. In a hold'em, when there's 2 kings on the board, it reduces the likelihood of your opponents having a king in there because it's only 2 cards. Now, would you agree that in PLO it's the exact opposite because now there's multi-way pots
It's not
with 4 cards?
It's not the opposite. So that logic still applies. There's 2 kings out there, making it less likely that someone else has a king in their hand. However, the odds that people have a king are doubled because they have double the amount of cards. And in a situation that's already 5 ways in a Texas Hold'em pot, if you're 5-6 ways in a 3-bet pot, I'm already going to assume someone has a king and then give people 2 times as many cards. And now we're at a pretty high likelihood that someone has a king. So I think the idea that you're saying is not incorrect. It is true that because there's 2 kings out there, it's less likely they have a king. But just in these multi-way situations with so many cards available, I think it's just very unlikely that you do have the best hand there.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. And John J-Ma with a really beautiful hand here. Ace, Ace, Queen, 9, double suited. This is a hand you dream about if you're a PLO player. He's going to get some action.
And Michael's up to 3.1 thousand. Good comeback from him. Let's see what happens this hand. A lot of good hands.
What a flop here. We got bottom set. We've got, John's got the nut flush draw with the overpair. A lot going on here. Michael's open-ended. Galoo's got top pair with the flush draw and straight draw. J-Mod's just gonna call here. Nut diamonds. And Galoo's gonna get his money in here. I kind of like that call there from J-Mock because he does induce Galoo to put his money in with the worst flush draw. He's got such a nutted hand. So we're gonna see a big pot. And BKH has an interesting decision whether or not he wants to just call here with his bottom set or open up the action. It's a tough spot being so deep stacked out of position.
So one thing to take into consideration
And
is
J-Mod,
that
oh, sorry, I'm sorry.
is that having a 10 in BK's hand is actually a bad thing for him. Just if he was behind, let's say it turns an ace, you just block one of the potential full house outs that you have.
Mm-hmm.
It's a small consideration.
He does also block middle set, so you could say it's a good and bad thing.
You can see and I guess I'm just trying to help them, think about spots, and that's the type of things that I would be thinking about if I had a 10 here. I'd be like, okay, I block middle set, which is good, but I also block boat out. So if the board was instead 7, 10, jack, and people are showing a lot of aggression, which means they probably have 8, 9. They're showing a ton of aggression on a 7, 10 jack board, and you have 7, 7, 10. Well, that's not a good thing for you. You're blocking one of your full house outs. But this might be the biggest pot of the night.
And this is a really tough spot. This could be a 10K pot, close to 10K pot. BKH does make the correct call here. His bottom set. It's a tough spot for him.
$9,000.
I don't, huh? But I don't want to be a spoiler for 665. All right, then just do fine. I'm bending my rule because it's a 3-way pot. Let 2 people win.
65, that's right.
Just one more nickel. Put 660. One nickel. Make sure Mehdi gets his
I'm pushing on the draw.
Robin for 1-2. Max for 1-2.
Quads. Oh, BK takes it both.
Wow,
BK
sick hand
takes
there.
it both.
Pretty crazy. He wins both boards
Oh
there.
my gosh. We have a new chip leader. We have a new chip leader.
He faded a ton of outs there. Like
Oh my
over half the deck.
gosh.
Twice. Nice hand, BK.
Just like that. Overtakes Kim.
Only 2 players in the green thus far this evening. BKH and Kim, both up combined 9K. The rest of the players on this table account for the remaining loss.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see Jama top up to cover BKH here.
I wouldn't be surprised if King.
And we're gonna see fireworks. Yeah, he's got the chips out. He's pulling the chips
Still
out.
have two. Yeah, still have 2.5 hours left in this. Oh, not 2.5. I did bad math. 1.5 hours left in this stream. Look for players to add on top off to get to bow here. Nearly 8K. We're gonna be looking to get some chips in here. Hopefully, we have a last hour and a half fireworks session.
Yeah, we're gonna see some fireworks.
As people are getting their chips back and sorted, we got some rebuys happening. Crazy, crazy hand. We were waiting for it. We were really waiting for the big one. $8.6 thousand. Before the stream, we predicted that the biggest pot. We each had our own predictions. I think, what'd you say, Hayden?
I said 12K.
You said 12?
I said 9.5, I think.
So
Right? I think I said 9.5.
yeah, I think you said 9.5.
Something like that. 9.5. What did
And
you
I
say,
said
Frankie?
like 5, didn't I?
Was
Yeah.
way
It was
wrong.
way wrong.
Way wrong.
Way
So
wrong.
we're
I
getting-
was stuck in the way. I was thinking 1-3 PLO, not 1-3-6 match the stack PLO, which we're playing here tonight
Look at Kim's
at
powers
Poker
there. She's
House
got a nice stack.
Dallas. Oh, he's got so many chips, he doesn't know what to do with it. That was not an easy call too. Bottom set.
No, he made the correct call. It was a tough call.
Yeah, that was a tough call.
Yeah, that was a very tough call, but he
Now, you,
read it correctly that, John had a big draw. But, I mean, I can't blame John. He had a huge draw there with the overpair. So not only would, a jack or a diamond be good, but also an ace. So he had a ton of outs.
and BK was really up for half the pot the whole time. I mean, J-Mo had the flush draw, and BK had the set, and then the only thing that they were worried about was the gutter. So he was drawing to 4%. 3 ways, which is a very tough spot to be because that's one of the biggest things that I think not enough people recognize in Omaha is that when you're multi-way, you want to be drawing to the nuts.
Yes.
So a hand like Jack 8 of diamonds, it looks good because you have the gut shot and the flush draw, so that's 2 different draws, but both draws are not the nut draw. So unfortunately, actually the gut shot was for the nuts, but unfortunately, if you're not going for the nuts, in a multi-way spot, you probably should just fold. And in the mixed game theory book that I'm reading right now, where I'm reading a lot about Omaha high-low, it just really talks about if you're not drawing to the nuts multi-way, then get out of the pot.
Yeah, 100%. That's good analysis there.
You gotta be very careful.
That's why Omaha players salivate when Hold'em players come over to the table.
Yes.
Because the Jack 8 and Hold'em, that hand, strong. You got a flush draw and a straight draw. You're almost never folding that hand. But in Omaha, you do want to be drawn to the nuts, especially multi-way, as you said. So
When it's not that difficult for them to have, for one person the nut flush and then one person have another straight draw, especially one that could be better than yours, or drawing to the same straight draw and then you're just getting free rolled in the flush draw. So yeah, just definitely want to avoid those spots where you're drawing to the second best hand because then you're just putting your hand in almost dead, as you saw 4%.
yeah. Danny asking if that was the correct call versus his range. I'm not sure either, Danny. It's tough to say.
He probably has a little wider range than most players.
Yeah.
We have seen him mix it up quite frequently with some weaker hands. I personally don't know if I would have made that call at bottom set. And that's probably because I just tend to be on the tighter side. Some people just tend to be more on the aggressive side, and that helps. And I tend to be on the more tight side. Got to be in the moment to feel whether I really would do it or not. Having the benefit of seeing the whole cards, obviously, makes me biased in what I would do. So I don't even want to give an answer. I think that I would just have to be in the moment, and I would have to really consider whether I think that he could be jamming, what draws he'd be jamming. That's what I would really try to consider.
I think I might lean towards the caller just because I played with John and I know that he's capable of putting it in, with a lot of different hands. So I think given the pot size there, it is a very close spot, but I like the call.
And how bad would you have felt if you folded and you just saw quads?
Yeah, it runs out twice.
It runs out quads once and then full house the second time.
But I'm telling you, that's part of the thing about PLO where people lose their minds is like stuff like that happens, and it's easy to see that big pot that you would have won, and just go and tilt from there.
Yep. So Kim opens the aces, but we see she's outflopped by Michael. Flops
Great
middle set.
flop for Michael, and he's blocking top set. John's flopped a wrap and an overpair. But he is being careful because there's a flush draw out there. Something you'll see experienced PLO players do is they won't play their wraps as aggressively on a flush draw board when they don't have the flush draw.
Yeah, for sure, and that makes a ton of sense because you no longer have 4 clean outs. Now you only have 3 clean outs because any straight that would complete with the spade is not a hand that's the nuts, and you're no longer comfortable getting a stack in the middle, which decreases your implied odds. Michael just had this board wrapped up the whole time, and he bets and takes this one down.
Amazing, yeah, amazing turn there for Michael.
When you got the wrap and the top card pairs, so the turn card pairs that jack, and you have a wrap. At this point, the hand's almost done for you because, like I kind of just prefaced before, you don't want to be drawing to the non-nuts. And the fact that the board's paired means you could just be drawing dead.
Mm-hmm. You're on to something, Frankie.
Maybe after tonight, we'll go from 5 out of 10 PLO knowledge to 7 out of 10.
Yeah.
We're learning together.
Don't give away too many secrets.
I'm up to 3 now.
I want to give secrets to everyone that's watching because the loyal fans will reap the success.
I remember the first time I played with Frankie, we were talking a little bit about bomb pots, and he was talking about how sometimes you want to fold the nut straight on one board, and I was just like, Frankie, shh. Keep it down over there. I'm proud of you for figuring that out, but
yeah, let's not let the whole table know that you should be folding the yes. And see, I'm one of those players that I'm very aware that talking strategy at the table is a losing conversation in general, because that just kind of, there's essentially what I'm trying to get to is that there is a balance between the two. Most time the people don't like you talking straight at the table, but I personally enjoy like a little bit, not in front of everyone, but just like little side conversations about talking about the spots. And if you're ever playing with me, you can always ask me questions about my hand or my thinking, because I mean, I'm about to make a vlog out of it anyway. I'm not really trying to hide anything. I understand what people are trying to hide the way they play, but just something I'm not worried about at these stakes.
yeah, and I respect that. It creates a fun dynamic too.
And I also just I genuinely just enjoy talking strategy. So maybe that's just part of it. Some people have called me a nerd before, and I find that to be a compliment.
It is a compliment.
And I think Daniel's right. It depends on the table makeup for sure. Like if I'm sitting next to Hayden and Kim and we're playing mixed games, like we're gonna be talking strategy because it's so freaking fun. Like
we talked a lot of strategy.
We talked tons of strategy.
Well, I ask him questions every hand. I'm like, should I have drawn this card? Should I have done this? Because I'm new to the game. So I sit next to her and I ask her questions like after the hand.
And to me, that's just like that's the nuts to me.
Yeah.
Now, I know a lot of
good bet from Rick right there.
Poker players don't like to play the mixed games. I actually tell people they should try to win the mixed games. I think it actually improves their hold'em game because it helps you analyze things a little differently. It increases your mental capacity in terms of trying to break down hands. Obviously, they're totally different games, but it can help you expand your thinking outside the box a little bit.
Yeah,
that's helped me a lot.
Definitely.
Yeah, I agree with that. You see a lot of different situations come up. It helps your ability to think different poker situations through, and it also just gives you like a fresh perspective sometimes in situations. Just helps your poker mind, I think, overall.
I think one of the things that I take very seriously is I want to be a versatile poker player. And what I mean by that is that I want to be able to walk into a poker room, walk into a casino, and be able to crush any game at the room. Like, I think that would be a pretty cool talent to have. And the reason why I think that's cool is because game selecting is such an important part of being a winning poker player. So being able to walk into the room, identifying, okay, the 1-2 peel over there is the loudest, most drunk game in the room. I'm going to go play that because that's going to be a really good opportunity to make some money versus, okay, I'm normally a 5-10 Hold'em player, but that game doesn't look very good right now, and I've got the versatility to do both. I can go make, like we were kind of talking about, running up a huge deck in PLO is definitely possible, and just being able to be able to play any game at any time. And I think that's a part of my poker character.
No, I agree with you. That's smart. It's a really valuable skill to be able to play the best game in the room, regardless of what it is.
We got Bronx Bomber in the chat. He says, I need way more experience playing PLO. We'll try some during 2023. Well, Bronx is coming. We're playing a super action Savage Sunday with the most action players I could think of. Sunday night, 6 p.m., Next Gen live stream, January 15th. Make sure to be there. Plenty of time. Just put it on your calendar. That will be fun. And I will promise Bronx that we will do a double board bomb pot to start the stream. How about that?
That'll work for us here.
Let's go.
Bronx Bomber, looking forward to meeting you. Hope you're enjoying the chat, enjoying the stream. Again, for those of you new to this chat and new to this live stream, first edition 136 H-Town PLO featuring Miss Texas Kim Stone, Seat 1, and a slew of DFW Metroplex local legends.
So Kim's raising 2 pair. Interesting lead by Michael. Actually, he has top pair. He's got king, queen. Okay. So he'll definitely give her action. Looks like Galu's going to give her action with opening a straight draw.
Michael's going to call as well.
Yeah, this is becoming a big pot already. It's going to be a very, very important turn card.
It always surprises me in these hands that, like, 4 people call a raise on the flop that no one has a flush draw. It's just like, if I was playing this hand, I would think I would bet, like, my life savings that somebody had a flush draw. No one has a flush draw.
A really good turn card for Michael.
Nice river there.
But a better river for Kim.
Rivering a boat. She's going to go for some value
She
here.
has a good stack. Look at that.
Yeah, she's got a nice looking stack. Tough spot for Michael here with top 2. But the fact that the flush did come in, I think makes it a little easier to fold.
Yeah, like you were saying, I bet he expects someone to have a flush. Yeah.
Yes.
I only showed you because I wanted to.
Wait, sorry. That's what I meant to do.
So part of the versatility that I was talking about is I really want to play in mixed game tournaments, and this summer at WSOP, and I think that the smaller field events will be a good opportunity to try to win some bracelets. And speaking of, you know, we got a chat here. Frosty doesn't know proper opening ranges for stud, deuce to 7 and Raz. Well, I am reading an awesome book right now that talks about those types of ranges. It's called Mixed Game Masterclass. I'll get the official title for you. It's an awesome book where it just kind of goes over all of the different all the games that you would play at WSOP, which is the only ones I really care about.
Who wrote the book? Dylan Lind. For some reason, I have a feeling
I have a feeling it is too.
I haven't read it, but I thought about getting that.
I've heard good things about that book, actually.
Hayden, didn't you have them to your left or to your right when you like went really deep in that 2K freeze out? I'm like 99.
He was on my right. Yes. Yeah, he's a great player. Great all-around player.
I remember that one table you had. You got down to like the final 2 tables. It was like Dylan to your right, Sean Deep to your 2 to your
Scott
left.
Siever was
Scott
on my
Siever,
left.
yeah, Scott Siever 2 to your left.
Yeah.
You're right. It is. So I'm like a third the way done. It's called Mastering Mixed Games by Dylan Lind.
Do they have an audio version of that? Out of curiosity.
I don't know if they have an audio book, but I honestly what I did is I just downloaded the free PDF.
Oh, I'll probably do that then.
That's like my secret for reading books. I just Google the book and then I type in downloadable free PDF. And I'm sorry to all you great authors, but I just love reading and like those are free, so I'll take it.
We have a 3-bet pot here.
Great turn there for OFC.
Dude, so Kim did have the best hand on the flop.
Yeah, she called correctly, but
So hard to know where you're at on a 6-4-9 board with kings. Now she does have a 9 blocker.
yeah.
But I guess sometimes in PLO, like, it's such a street-dependent game where on the flop, you know, you're just going to call, and then on just certain turn cards, it's an auto fold.
Yeah, and I think against these two players, OFC and Galoo play wider ranges, so she feels like she's more likely to have the best hand against them than she would some other players that were betting and calling that board. And there's always that hidden value, like they're really deep. She binks the king on the turn, yeah, she could get.
Yeah, if they happen to have mill set,
Yeah.
and she blinks the king the turn. Yeah.
Well, so Kim had talked to us that at some point in the near future, she's gonna sit down with some of our hand-picked dealers and train them to do a mixed game live stream, either a triple draw live stream or like an 8-game mix, like with the horse games.
Dibs on a seat.
I was like, I am not gonna be in the booth on that one. I'm gonna be on the felt for that one.
Let's go. I want in too.
I want in.
I don't know who's gonna commentate. We'll find somebody.
I want to play Archie.
I bet Nick would love to commentate that.
That would be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet he'd love to play too.
Let's play Archie.
Yeah.
You guys are drawn dead.
We can CC we can CCR for who has to commentate.
I'm starting an Archie masterclass.
Yes. Actually, speaking of, I know you're joking, but I do have aspirations to write my own poker books.
That'd be kind of cool.
Oh, I definitely want to. I definitely want to.
Danny, it's gonna be after the new year for sure. But we were talking about it. I'll talk about it after this hand because we got some action.
Rick with aces again, squeezing out of position.
He's gotten that a few times.
Yeah, he's had aces a lot. He's had some tough spots with them post-flop. And he's getting action from BKH and Galoo. Both have nice hands.
Exactly what I told Hayden. I said, it's such a small game, I'm going to learn.
Another tough flop here for Rick. He is going to bet. He seems to be happy to bet on these pair boards for a small bet, just kind of laying a price that no one else has a jack.
Slight burn.
Burn. This is Will at Hayden.
Does she not know the microphones are on?
I heard that. It's all good. Nice check here from Rick. Brutal spot. He's been in a few times with his aces. This can be the tough thing about PLO. Like, you know, you're squeezing your aces pre-flop. He's got a suit in his hand. You know, he's pushing his pre-flop equity, but it's tough navigating post-flop. Sometimes it can just feel like you're burning money when you do it over and over again, and you're just like constantly just having to let go of them post-flop. nice hand there for Galoo. Pretty sizable pot.
And we saw BK fold the 9-10 there to the single bet from aces. And I mean, I think that he was thinking about what we've been talking about. I'm not drawing the nuts because it's a paired board. So he was a little bit worried about people having hands like Jack 8, which would give them a full house, but him a straight. So he folds the open ender there. Can't blame him, but he would have gone there for.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a nice lay down there. But he did have a wrap to the, not only to the bottom end, but the board was paired. That was one of the few straight cards you could hit that actually wouldn't have given Galoo a full house. So.
But how could he know?
Yeah, exactly. It's almost impossible to know. Looks like we got a blind 40 here from BKH.
Here it goes.
And J-Ma is putting the squeeze on here with the ace 10 7 3 double suited. This is kind of what I expected to see. Galoo's coming in with the cold call here. Got some action brewing.
We talked about this before in PLO, especially being in position. It's okay to overcall with marginal type hands.
This one I wouldn't call marginal.
Well, yeah, actually, I just saw the action. I'm not gonna lie, I was looking at the thing and I looked over. then I saw the action and then I saw the call.
I'm sorry, Galoo, but 8662 is not marginal.
I mean,
that's trash.
I will say he does have 25% equity 5 ways going to the flop.
That's yeah.
And
I'm very
J-Ma just flops the nuts. Pretty wild.
Okay, given that his flush draw is dominated, a 6 is gone. How did he have 25% equity?
Pre-flop.
That's what they said. Unless it's broken.
No,
I really don't know.
I believe you. I believe you, but
I'm not sure.
you're just putting yourself in tough situations here.
No, I know, but you know. And J-Ma does bet here.
I mean, everybody has had a lot of alcohol.
I mean, I think you're just hoping. I think that this is actually a good bet.
I do too. He's hoping just someone has
It's
a
a 10, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just and the thing about Omaha, you don't want to give people free cards.
No.
People have overpairs.
Aces, kings,
nines,
queens,
tens,
yeah.
all, or jacks. Jacks on up. They can bank that card, and you really don't know. that they
Totally,
hit it.
yeah. You cannot, yeah.
So nice bet there from J-Ma. Takes down the pot.
He's
And
got
it's
those nice.
kind of crazy when you flop a full house like that and hold them, you pretty much have a lock on the hand. But in Omaha, you don't have a lock
No,
on the hand.
not at all.
Yeah. Kim, chip leader.
She passes BK. BK was chip leading. Kim
Hey.
started strong. She's continued to play strong.
That's what I don't know about Omaha. You don't know 7, 8, 9, 10 jack is a straight? Yeah, but in Hold'em, generally, if the other person has 10, 8 or 10, 7, then I'm screwed. Even if I hit an 8.
Heard OFC kind of explaining what we were just explaining last hand. OFC's got a very good understanding of poker. Very, very strong player.
Yeah, he's got a really knack for the game.
Not sure if he's, a very typical Omaha player, but I know that his Texas Hold'em is very strong and his knowledge of the game strong, which is why I would put money on his Omaha game being pretty well. Now, there's always a chance that he wants to gamble too. So,
Yes.
So you can't rule that out for him.
Thank you. Thank you. Great turn here for Galoo. He's got a wrap with his flush draw. He pots it. I think he's going to take this one down.
Do you want to explain to the viewers at home what a wrap is?
So I think it's when you have more than 8 cards to make a straight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when you have more than 8 cards, like so 10 cards plus.
No one's ever asked me to explain it before, so I'm flattered. Not really sure how to explain it exactly.
I think you did a good job. I think you did a good job explaining it. So a wrap is when you have more than 8 outs. So open and straight draw is 8 total outs. But when you have a wrap, you have more than 8 possible cards that give you a straight. And the reason being, and the only reason that's possible, is because now when you have 4 cards, you can have both ends. So you can have 8-7 and you can have 4-3. So in that case, you can hit any of your pair. You can pair your card to also hit a straight. So the best wrap, I think, would be 22 outs.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So that's pretty wild that you can have 22 outs with a straight draw.
Props to Glue here for firing this river after missing.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes.
Very nicely
Great
done.
bet.
Nice recognition.
And
there.
he shows it. Nice.
Danny said, almost good job. OFC has white magic style of poker.
That was all you, man.
OFC is almost like the Phil Hellmuth of like Dallas poker. He's got like the white magic going. He's got the table talk. He definitely has some mini blow-ups, not as big as Hellmuth does, but he does get tilted, visibly tilted, you know, when he's losing.
That was a great bluff. I liked it.
Yeah, really nice play there by Glue.
Yeah.
Making a comeback.
Yeah,
on the comeback trail.
Like we said, he keeps people on their toes. He really can have anything at any point.
I always tell Glue that his after stream game is really strong. I've seen him like mash the table, like run up a 3K stack to like 25K in like a couple hours.
Wow.
At 10 1/4 hold'em. He's when he gets on a run, he's really tough to combat.
Yeah, we had some good bluffs in the chat. Yeah, very, very well done. I think that was one of the first, if not the first, big bluff we saw get through today.
Yeah.
So finally we have kind of good timing along with the player who's willing to take the spot. Actually, we have seen it. We did see a couple ace high, ace X blocker on monotone boards go for the bluff as well.
That's
but
true.
It's been very minimal, and you can't really blame the players for not trying to bluff when every pot's about four to five ways. And by the time you see the flop, you know someone's got a pretty strong hand.
For sure.
Y'all know how many are on the wait list for this stream? There's 8 players on the wait list, on the alternate list.
And I don't think any of them are
I don't
going to
think
get a chance to play.
unless somebody gets
no one's
pelted.
leaving this game.
No,
They're probably going to play after stream. I wouldn't
Yeah,
be surprised.
we actually, if they want, I'll let them know they can. We will move them to the private room.
Rick flops the nuts.
Nice flop there for Rick.
No one else flops a flush.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get any action. These are always the spots I wonder about. What do you think about these spots, Frankie, like leading into the field here with your nut flush?
I mean, it's so strong.
It's just so, yeah, it's like too strong, but at the same time,
But at the same time, these people are loose. So they're going to call
like-
you.
But you also don't want the board to pair,
I think
right?
4-3, Jack 4 are still going to call you.
yeah, like people can call with top 2. They call with sets.
Sets are definitely going to
Get
call.
called by. But I feel like
And
if
sets-
someone's got like the king high flush, they're going to be like, you're leading into this field. You have to have the nut flush, right?
I mean,
They-
what
they'd have
looks
to be-
stronger, leading or check raising?
I
They
think
both
they both
they
look
both look
insanely
they
strong.
both
I
look
think they're both
insanely
equally
strong.
strong.
So just do the lead.
So are you just gonna do the lead and then you're just gonna lead also with your ace of diamonds and just like hope it works out?
Yeah, guys, I'm definitely going to lead out with my ace X blocker. Wink, wink, and never be unbalanced here and just lead out with the nuts. I don't know if I would lead out into field with just the ace high blocker.
Lead into 8 player.
Yeah, but if you guys are playing against me, just know that I would. But in general, I don't think I will. And I definitely see myself getting passionate about being a really, really good Omaha player. But at the moment, I'm just so passionate about becoming a better Hold'em player, and I still have so much to learn about that game, where I'm just going to be patient before I try to really dive into the next level of poker. Kim's letting everyone know who's boss. And she's the boss of this table.
She is. It's her game.
It's not just
Put a-
that. She's
you put a-
also teaching these guys how to play Omaha. As we got Chris.
Teaching them how to play and deal it.
And deal, yeah. Of course.
Chris getting in the mix here with his queens.
Yes, Chris. Come on. Flops. Flops middle pair. Probably what he's going to check on.
Surprised to see Chris bet here. Into these two players, they're both very loose. He doesn't have a club in his hand.
These are two of the stickier players at the table.
Yeah. And as you can see, Galoose calling here with just an ace.
He does have outs. He can get a queen or a 10. At this point, now he can hit an 8. Doesn't get there. When it goes check, check, Galoo probably thinks he's the best hand. I would assume he's going to check it over to him.
Galoo actually might try to turn his hand into a bluff. He might just think it's hard for his hand to actually be good. He does check.
I don't think Chris will turn his hand into a bluff here.
All I have is an ace.
So Galoo takes this one down, ace 7, 7-3, calls the flop a top pair, and I think he was happy just to get that one to showdown.
He was thrilled.
Thrilled.
To get the showdown and be a
Thrilled
winner
to get
there.
that one to showdown, yeah, because even Hold'em calling, you know, ace with a bad kicker and multi-way is already
It's
tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
On a draw heavy board.
On a draw heavy
Very
board.
tough, yeah.
But then in Omaha, it only makes it even.
Yes.
Hey, is it mandatory? Okay.
So we just got word from the head of production, Eric. He is letting us know that this game is turning into a 1, 3, 6, 12, 4-blind game because you guys were all commenting how there was no action.
Let's go.
Yeah, right. Let's go.
Gamble, gamble. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It may not be taking effect until 15 minutes, but
I see a 12 on already.
let's go. Mandatory for the. He made it seem as though it's going to be for the rest of the stream.
Hey, can we switch it to round?
Oh, see, trying to work some Hold'em in there. Oh, man.
That wouldn't be a bad one. I mean, you'd have to start the stream off that way, but
Yes, 5 players.
J-Mod flopping the best of it.
He's got top pair, second up flush draw.
He's got king 8 and he's got a flush draw.
I'm interested to see what he does versus the bet. It's a tough hand to navigate. Even though we can see here he has 73% equity, it's hard to think. You know, he's got to be worried his king high spades might be good, and his his top pair obviously isn't great. So he does make the call correctly. These are also spots I find difficult in PLO multi-way.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of lost who was the initial aggressor in the situation.
I think BKH was he raised from the small blind and then checked the flop and went 5 ways. And Jose bet the flop.
Yeah, I mean,
in
it's tough.
position.
It's tough because Jose, he's got 9-8. He's got a flush draw, but none of those are nut draws. And he was in bad shape, but
Yeah, great turn there for him.
it was a very good turn.
Nice.
You
bet.
surprised to see King 10 of spades fold?
No, not at all. It's tough for him. He can't be certain that his king high flush is good and his 8 is pretty weak at that point. So
Nice double barrel from Jose. Take it down.
very nice hand.
So here's our chip count. Kim in the lead, 9K. Let's see, maybe a cumulative winnings report or. And here it is. Kim in the lead, $4.4 thousand. BK in second, 4.1. And the rest of the guys, well, they're in the negative. We see OC is up 23, Chris down 500, Rick down 9, Michael 9. And then the rest about down $1,000. So we expected action. We got action. We have some big winners so far. Let's see if they can hold that profit or if someone else will come take a bite of it.
There's going to be attempted bites, whether or not they're actual bites.
Yes.
We'll see.
I'm sure of it. And you see Rick and Kim have premium pairs, but they have that one dangler as well. So it's tough to make a 4-card strong hand, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So they're still going to be playing these, even out of position. We see Galoo flop a flush.
Great
and
flop here for Galoo. He flops a flush with a straight flush
now,
redraw.
with 7 players, it's slightly hard to see, but it looks like BK has flopped a straight. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for someone to flop something good.
Oh, it looks like Jose flopped a set, so we're going to see him continue here for at least one bet.
Okay. And as you see, BK just snap folds a straight. Snap fold.
Yeah, and that's a good fold there. I mean, he recognizes he's likely drawing dead. Depending on the size Galoo bets, we might see Jose call one more time. He is in position. They are deep. If he thinks he can't get paid if the board pairs, he will be getting the right price. And the board does pair. Nice river there for Jose. Terrible run out there for Galoo. He's had some tough run outs to deal with this stream.
I'm extremely interested in sizing.
Question.
You
Galoo, do you ever like lead block bet here, and if you get raised, you auto fold?
I think he's checking.
Yeah. Then you just check fold, because you know if you check and you get folded and you get bet and Jose bets, is that an auto fold?
Looks like he is going to go for a block bet.
Yeah.
And I think we're definitely going to see Jose raise here. I think he needs to be careful with his sizing. I think if he chooses the right sizing, he can get paid here.
You think so? I don't know. I think that once it goes flop, bet call, turn, bet call, river, bet, and he is raising you on a paired board, and you have the jack high flush, I think he'll get away from it.
Yeah, I think the sizing's a little too big there. Yeah, I think he should get away from it.
For me, I'm even ace high flush, I'm in check call mode. I don't know if that's correct. That might be incorrect. Yeah, good fold.
Good fold there by Galoo. Brutal run out.
And Eddie, I mean, the block bet makes a lot of sense. If you have ace high flush, you just want to block, try to get value from king high flush, queen high flush. I just think that the jack high flush is just a little bit too weak to block.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think Daniel's starting to agree with us. Or Daniel agrees with us as well.
Yeah, you could block with ace high because you still get called by king and
Yeah,
queen
king
high.
and queen.
Yeah.
But if you block with jack, I'm not sure worse
Yeah.
calls.
Yeah.
And you could just check fold because it's
A pair.
impossible for you to have the best hand given the action.
Now let's say,
Nice hand there for
obviously Jose is a very competent player, but let's say you're going against Korean John or Louis Vuitton Bao. There's a block
I'd
bet.
say Korean John's competent too.
Yeah. Not. Let me
He's
phrase it.
aggressive,
Yeah.
and he gives action, but he knows what he's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
By no means am I saying they're not competent. Those are just more like,
Well, I'd say all of them are
Yeah.
pretty competent. They know how to play post flop. They like to get in there and mix it up.
Yeah, that's the general consensus I would give about this lineup. I would say that they want to get in. They want to get into the flops probably a little too often. But once they get there, making very informed decisions.
Yeah, they're navigating well post-flop, which is an argument you can play more hands if you navigate well post-flop better than your opponents, in my opinion. But you do have to be careful in PLO because it is another game, so, you know.
Yeah, and if you're just playing rainbow hands and you're playing...
Well, yeah, if you're drawing the second, third best hands, even if you're folding correctly, you can be burning money pre-flop by just constantly calling with hands that you have to fold post-flop.
Michael flops top 2.
Kim calling here bottom 2. Needs to hope that a queen doesn't come on the turn.
You could see that glue with the 7-high flush draw, and ace queen actually has the lead in the hand. Not anymore. Now he's picked up a couple more out. Now a 7 gives him a boat.
Kim has a good amount of equity here too, surprisingly.
Yeah, she does. A 6 would give her the best hand. Also a 4.
Glue, river's a flush. I think he's gonna take this one down.
Flush is good. All right, so we have a question. Frank, would you play PLO in this lineup? The answer is no, I wouldn't. I think that there are too many good players and too big of a game for me at the current moment. I feel so much more confident playing deep stack no limit that if I got into some deep stack Omaha pots, I would be a little bit worried that I would be playing too tight. That's my general default. So I think that, especially because A, I don't understand the Omaha deep stack as well, and B, it just being a large sum of money to me. Like, I'm still, you know, comfortable $1,500 buy-in, comfortable 2K buy-in, but when you start mixing to 3, 4K, it starts becoming a little bit more of a stretch for me. So if I'm in for 3K in a game that I'm not as comfortable with, I think that I wouldn't make the best decision. So in this lineup, I'd probably pass. Pull Kim out, pull Chris out, pull Rick out, pull... I don't know. God, most of these guys are good.
There's some tough players.
Yeah,
here, and the fact that they play a wide range makes it tough because, you know, you can get in some very murky spots.
I would play against any of these guys and hold them. I'll play with anyone because that's what's going to make me better. I learn a lot by just watching good players.
Oh, for
First
sure.
time we played together, Hayden, I remember specifically, I didn't know you at the time. I probably had heard of you, but I didn't know you at the time. But I remember specifically being like, I want to watch what that guy does. Just see what he does. Just you know?
Yeah.
I mean, just sitting down at a table and actually focusing on what you perceive the good players are doing is going to be pretty great for your game. You'll see them, I think we talked about overbetting in spots. You'll see them c-betting certain boards textures. You'll see them slowing down certain board textures. You'll see just kind of their like ebbs and flows of the way they play poker. And if you're learning from the best players and you're trying to emulate that yourself, well, you're probably going to be a winning player yourself.
For sure. That's the cool thing now about so many streams. You can actually see their whole card.
Oh, yeah.
See how they play individual hands versus different players.
So what do you think about people saying, oh, I don't want to play on stream because I don't want to give away my game? What's your opinion on that?
I'd say there could be some merit to that. You know, if you, I think it depends on your comfort level. But I think if overall, if you have a solid foundational game and you want to get in there and mix it up. And I also think you can learn a lot from watching yourself on the stream. I've learned a lot watching myself play on streams and seeing how people play hands against me and seeing the approaches that different players take. And it's definitely a great learning experience.
Yeah.
I'd encourage it. It's good to get your name out there. It's fun. You know, it mixes up the day-to-day grind of playing poker. So
I've actually had people come up to me asking if they can play like a quote-unquote like private stream, not necessarily streaming it, but recording it,
And this is a big pot.
and then
Yeah.
kind of getting their feedback on their play.
Yeah, they want to play and get some feedback
Yeah.
from just, a commentating crew, or they want...
Yeah, so I'll talk about it after this hand. Kind of some suggestions.
Yeah, as we see, Kim had a pretty monster flop. She flopped ace king top pair and the flush draw. OFC flopped 2 pair. Big bet on the turn from OFC. Kim check calls. River she checks, and OFC on the king river leads out for
Yeah, I think he bet pot.
1-5-1-5.
Bet full pot.
So this is not a spot you want to be in if you're Kim. She has trips with the best possible kicker, ace king, and OFC has a boat. So pre-flop OFC raised, she called. Flop OFC bet 100, she called. He's got tens, queens. Let's just hear what Kim has to say about this.
Yeah, I think the fact that she has ace of clubs is bad. It's like, what has OFC been calling down with? Oh no. Oh no. She did make the call.
I have to call once I like get the, and just
Probably Kim's only misstep for this evening. So overall, doing well.
I want all of us full hustle. What is he doing?
Tough spot there for Kim.
Do you fold there, Hayden? If you're Kim,
I'm not a PLO expert, but I would probably lean towards folding. I think given that she had the ace of clubs, it's like, what is he calling with this whole hand? And the fact that he potted the turn, she doesn't even beat a straight. So he's not potting the river with the straight, but I just think it's hard for him to actually have bluffs there, given the way the action went. Especially that it was a multi-way pot. But I mean, by no means.
I want to give OFC credit for having bluffs there. It's pretty
just really hard to find them.
Find them, yes.
Yeah.
in PLO versus Hold'em.
Yeah.
Yes,
And given the
exactly.
hand was multi-way, like he's calling the flop and he's potting the turn into multiple players. So
Do you think her history with playing on streams with him and Hold'em factored into her decision to making a call there?
I definitely think so. Yeah.
Okay, Chris has a big hand.
Chris with the real premium here. I think we're gonna see him pot it here. Oh, he just calls. Fascinating. I would have liked to see a pot there
Yeah, me too.
from him.
Now it
just-
feels pretty tricky to play this hand.
Yeah.
Like,
And Michael flopping middle set. I think Chris can just get away now.
yeah, I think he will just fold now.
So he probably lost a minimum, all things considered.
Yeah, we have some.
Yeah, so Cup had come up to us here at Poker House about an idea. I mentioned it to Kim and Hayden in the past, but that was like pre-Thanksgiving. To come up with the idea that he wants to play. He has played on some streams, but wants to play on a stream, but not necessarily have it actually streamed, but recorded against other players that would be interested in similar. Not because he doesn't want players to see. He doesn't want to see a ton of. He doesn't want a ton of people to see how he plays, right, and be able to exploit him. But he's more using it as a learning mechanism to like find a coach, send it to a coach, analyze his game. It's a small sample size, obviously, because it's a 4-hour stream or whatnot. But they can analyze their play, break down their hands, sit down with a coach, and say, hey, they can work together, and the coach can walk. They're kind of like what we've done in the past before Hayden.
I would say that we need to quantify how much people would be willing to pay to get that access to a live stream table. A table, what we could do is we could organize the people. So we market this as a X amount of dollars to come play in a 1-2 game or however big game our average player wants to play in. And let's say each person pays $30 because there are expenses of running the live stream, as you guys know, watching. You have to do the action tracker the entire time. So we've got Eric who's just watching the action live and clicking buttons. So part of the money for playing on this steady stream, as we'd call it, would be to pay just the staff just to be able to run it. And then once you have that footage, then you can do anything you want with it. You could study, send it to your coach, do a voiceover if you want to make content. There's a lot of possibilities with it. So I definitely think that's a great idea, and I think that you just need to find the clientele. Let's say we just find 8 people like-minded to Captain Underpants who wants to get better at their game, and at the same time not expose themselves on a public stream, but instead just have the personal link to your play. Like, part of the reason I feel like I've gotten so much better at poker is because I've played in the live stream every single week for the past year.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. And I am the type of guy who goes back and watches every live stream I play, every hand. So
yeah, so you get to analyze.
So I get to analyze every single hand.
Yeah.
And
It's
my
more
game has
motivating.
constantly evolved. So like, there's just no one that can exploit me at the moment. Like, my game changes so much. Like, things I was doing 2-3 months ago, I'm not doing anymore. So I just find it pretty hard to exploit me. But I'll open the floor for you to try.
Someone's going to try. No, and I think it's a great opportunity, too, if you want to get coaching, even to go on a stream and play and have your coach, you know, just watch the stream and analyze the hands. And you can timestamp the hands. And, you know, if you're in a study group or friends, it's great to get feedback on.
But the cool thing is Poker House has these live streams every single week that you can just come play 1-2 on.
So many of them.
And you get that. Yeah, there's so many opportunities.
Yeah.
If you guys are watching right now and you want to play on live stream, all you have to do is show up to the card house around like 4 p.m. on the days that we stream like Mondays we stream 1-2. So just come around 3-4 p.m., put your name on the list, try to play. And then you'll have that live stream footage. I think it's so beneficial to have the live stream footage to help you study. So if you guys are interested in that, just come by.
And we have a really interesting play here from J-Ma. He check called the turn, and now he's leading the river here, representing Queen Jack. And as you can see, he's putting Galoo in a really rough spot here with a set of aces.
Wow.
This is a very high
J-Ma
level
is tough
play.
to play with, yeah.
He's willing to make a lot of plays like this.
And that wasn't a pot bet.
Yeah, which looks value-y. It's pretty sick, actually.
Yeah, it is sick.
But
you got to
Galoo's-
stick your opponent.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time folding top set. He's got second nuts here.
Yeah.
I don't blame him for calling at all.
I mean, 9-7's a straight.
That's true. So third nuts, I guess. But he's definitely representing Queen Jack. And he's got a queen, so he's blocking.
I mean, he stacked up the chips before and folded. So this does not mean anything to me.
He put him out a little bit further. He did the same thing. Come on, Galoo, you can make this call. He's made some correct folds tonight on the river. Can he make the correct call here?
Ashley says she'll.
Hey, good job, bro. Yeah.
Much love. All right. Ashley said she's going to exploit me next time we play together, but I want to see it happen, action, Ashley. I want to see it with my own 2 eyes. And I appreciate you watching the stream with us. We're having fun. Watching some PLO, first ever Poker House live stream as Galoo is in the tank with a set of aces. Also, guys, make sure to subscribe right now. Hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed Hayden, Eddie, and I in the booth. You know, we really, really enjoy bringing this content to you guys, and the only thing we ask in return, not anything monetarily, all we ask for you to do is hit that subscribe button. It really means the world. We're trying to get 2,000 subscribers, and we only can do that one at a time. So if you're watching, hit that sub button. And he folds. He folds. It works. Oh my
Did he show the
gosh, yes.
Oh,
Yes.
nice play there by John Ma. Gangster. bluff
Okay,
on the
Hayden
river
has
into two
prefaced it
players.
all night. J-Mo's a beast.
He's a beast.
He's a beast. That was
Seen
sick.
it with my own eyes.
That was not just a sporadic, splashy bluff. Like, that was
This
a
man-
well-timed.
He plays a lot of PLO.
I have a queen in my hand. I don't think you've got queen jack.
He plays a lot of PLO. Nice, very nice hand.
I have a Bluffing the best player in PLO in Dallas. That's what I've heard.
J-Ma might be the best PLO player in Dallas.
Did you hear that? Okay, I loved. We just picked up some awesome. We just picked up some awesome audio. So, Glue goes, I just don't understand how that sizing's a bluff. He's just like, I don't understand. Like you didn't pot it. Like you just bet a very value 67% pot. Like I just don't understand how it's a bluff. Well done. That was awesome.
Yeah, very sick bluff. Next level. And Glue really thinks on next level too. He analyzes hands and his thought process, and he really does. He's on tilt. Tilt announced. Let's go.
It's nice announcing tilt when you have kings.
He does have rainbow kings in fairness.
Never mind. Stop. This is a funny game. Gives in the head. That's the way you get. Young kid. It goes fold till one person calls, and then he goes call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 people in the hand.
Kalu's pumped up. He's like, I want my money back. Let's go. 6 people. I can beat all of these.
He's gonna need a king.
Yeah, he's gonna need a king here. He's got the king of diamonds, blocking nut flush.
Down to 1%.
Who's got the equity here? Who flopped something? J-Ma flopped top 2.
Yep, he's got top 2.
Top 2 pair. Is he gonna lead out? He checks.
460.
What? Oh, he does have ace king.
He's got the king of diamonds. So if the diamond does come in, he can very credibly represent the nut flush.
One down already? More than one. Oh, 2 down. 3 down.
If BK had a king, he definitely would call, but I don't think he's gonna call here.
Yeah. He does have 2 pair. 2 pair. He,
Only one more left. This is a tough one.
Galu's gonna be in a tough spot here. I don't think he understands how bad situation he's in.
I think that J-Ma might put it in here because he does have a straight draw to go with. He has a wheel draw to go with his ace queen. I think we're going to see him at the very least call. But this is the situation. If he reads Glue as, you know, having some light bets here, he could just pot it here and get it in.
But you don't want to blow him off the hand though.
Well, he does want to see a turn. Yeah. It's tough though because there's a lot of terrible turn cards for him. This is not great.
Like that one.
And now Galoo, you know, with the king, I think if he bets here, he can definitely win the spot. And he's potting it.
I don't think he'll fold.
I do think J-Ma is going to fold. I mean, what can Galoo have? Yeah, nice play by Galoo, and he's going to show it probably. Very nice hand, Galoo. Well played.
Wow. Okay, that just goes to show that my Omaha knowledge needs a little bit of work. I guess I overvalued a little bit the fact that I thought he was just tilted.
Why did you fucking Call.
I wasn't in that.
Oh, there you go. You're a bystander.
We just got that conclusion after the hand.
Yeah, we had like,
Yeah, all the cards.
This is a fun table. Things are unraveling here. Everyone is very vocal.
Yes, sir.
You played it like you had aces.
which ones? Which ones?
This is a very vocal table. People like to trash talk here. It's all in good fun, but things are finally feel like they're getting going here.
Yeah, for sure. Hand number 61. Things have definitely loosened up.
Yeah.
As the stacks have gone deeper, as people are starting to get more comfortable on this felt.
Oh yeah. Game is on.
See,
Oh,
that's
hitting these lots.
see, that's like, I don't think he was bluffing.
He was bluffing. He knew he was bluffing. He knows what he has. He's got, I mean, he's blocking top set. He's blocking full houses. And
Okay,
he
but
has
let's
a king of
talk.
diamonds.
But let's talk. Why would he not check back the turn?
Glue?
Yeah,
With what?
it's ace king.
What do you mean, why not? Why wouldn't he check back?
Because just trying to get to showdown.
Well, his hand's probably no good. I mean,
On ace queen 3, you only lose to ace 3, ace queen,
well,
pocket threes, and pocket queens.
but he has the king of diamonds, so what? He's blocking the nut flush draw, so what hand could JMA be check calling a pot size bet with on the flop? That isn't.
Like king jack 10. That's the only hand I could think of.
Yeah. I think it's probably easier for him to just bet and just take
I
it
just,
down.
yeah, I just put ace queen and.
Yeah, in a tough spot, yeah.
But even if he had like jack high flush, it's in a tough spot. I mean,
Well, yeah. Well, also if JMod did have like a king jack 10 with a jack high flush or something like that, it's in a really brutal spot. The board's paired.
Yeah.
And he has the second nut flush, so he pretty much has the fold.
wow.
I think it's a good
You
play
think he
there.
would fold a jack high flush there?
I think so. The board's paired, and you know he doesn't have the nut flush, so I mean, and I'm folding. I think JMod's folding.
Yeah, I would like to hear his. I don't know what his actual thought process was, but if he came up with that very quickly, and definitely give him credit for pulling a move there.
For sure. Yeah, Galu's capable.
Def-
He knows what he's up
Yeah,
to. He knows
definitely
what he's
didn't.
doing.
I definitely didn't even think about that. But I guess having that diamond is just really crucial.
Yeah, that's a key card for him
Yeah,
to be holding.
key card. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very good card to bluff with.
King Jack hand in your hand. Like a straight flap. King Jack hand.
Oh, they're talking about it right now. Glue goes, you might have had king jack 10, like a wrap.
Yeah. But even so, he wants him to fold that hand because that hand has a lot of equity against Galu's particular hand.
Well, the fact that he just said that makes me really think that he was bluffing.
Yeah, 100% he's bluffing.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not thrilled about his hand at all. And Rick stepping out here with a 3, 4, 5, 6.
What's up, Darren? Thanks for watching.
Blue, you're my favorite Dallas player, all right? For real.
Good.
Can't tell if you're winning or losing.
That's true. That's an important skill to have.
I like Jose too.
Yeah, Jose's great.
Big fan of his.
Great flop here for Rick. Bottom 2 with open-ended.
That's 200, 200.
Yeah, everyone's kind of loosening up here. The people seem like they're ready to gamble.
Call. 3 players now.
7 or 6 would be a good card for action. 5's not bad.
Somebody make a straight? No. Rick with the best hand here with 5s and 4s. Can he get to showdown? That's the question.
Oh, I thought BK wanted.
Galoo might seize this opportunity here. Nice hand for Rick. So how was it playing on the Hustler stream the first time? It's the second time you guys played, right?
Yeah,
This
that
last
was the
time?
second time we played. Yeah.
The nerve-wracking?
It was a little bit less nerve-wracking the second time, just because I'd been through the whole routine before. But you know, once the cameras come on, you definitely are. The biggest thing is you just like don't want to make an obvious mess up, you know, in front of everybody. Like that's like one of the things. But I would say the thing that's different from us than probably someone else going into the stream is that we were just so confident in our own ability and in the fact that we didn't have to play some way just for the stream. Like a lot of people might, you know, go for more audacious bluff attempts or more splashy calls because they're on stream and they don't want to look like a nit, the classic NIT word. And we just like weren't worried about that. We're just like, look, we're good at this game. We're going to go play. We're entertaining because we're us.
Yeah.
You know, we're entertaining because
You're just going to play your normal game.
we're going to play our normal game, but
you
we're
don't
all,
have anything to prove.
we have nothing to prove to anyone, but it's also entertaining that we've, you know, come up from the 1-2 stakes less than 2 years ago, and now we're playing 10, 20, 40. Like, that in itself is entertaining. Like, it's entertaining to see, like, the nerve and, like, the shake as, like, we're in big pots together.
Right.
And, like, we're, like, playing these, like, quote-unquote typical spots, Queens versus Ace King.
Yeah.
But for us, it's like, this is $10,000, like one of our biggest sweats of our lives.
Yeah.
So it's not just a coin flip for us. For normal 10, 20, 40 players, like, okay, they're just getting it in. But, like, I'm, like, next to Rosie, like shielding his eyes from him.
Yeah.
Like, fully, me and him are both sweating each other's out. Like, sweating each other fully on how we're doing because it's going to be such a big swing on our not necessarily our roll, but on our roll. Like, so it really, every pot matters, every decision matters, and I think that added pressure makes it entertaining and just allows us to just be ourselves. And in that way, it wasn't nerve-wracking at all. It was just awesome.
That's cool.
Super entertaining, an
That's
amazing
raw.
experience.
Yeah.
The quality of their stream, and it's just, it feels like you're on like live TV. So it feels like you kind of are watching it back. Makes you feel like you're like a celebrity, I would say. So like in that part, it's just like a really surreal feeling, and super grateful to be able to play in it. And the fact that we did so well, and Rosie, if you guys haven't seen the highlights, go to YouTube right now. You're already on YouTube. Type in Next Gen Poker. It's our most recent video. We play the biggest stakes of our entire lives, and Rosie goes on the biggest heater in the history of our channel, Next Gen Poker. Not only did he have the biggest win, but he 3x'd the biggest win any of us ever had. So it was like very unique, very special experience. Yeah. I was in the car afterwards when his mom FaceTimes us, and she's still watching the stream because it's on delay, but like we're telling her it's over, and she was like, "Oh my God, like it's over," and she turns the TV off. She's like, "I couldn't watch any more of it." Rosie, tell me how you ended up. Like she like literally turned the TV off. There's still like probably 45 minutes left in the stream, but she turns it off when Rosie FaceTimes her because she couldn't handle watching it anymore. And like that is just like why I love this game, you know? It's like I've always wanted to be, when I was growing up, I was like, I want to be a professional baseball player. I want to be, you know, like professional athlete. Like a lot of people have that dream. Well, in poker, it's like you kind of do get to live semi like that. It's like,
yeah. And you feel that like competitive nature, especially if you're an ex-athlete. You know, I think that's why a lot of athletes get into poker is because they get that same like competitive nature. But it's also like there's a financial element mixed into it. You know,
there's a financial like element that makes like the game's added pressure and puts more like weight, weight on every single decision that you do, and that's why the money part's important in the game. But yeah, exactly, you're exactly right. Like coming as it from an athlete and coming at it as a sport, something you take as serious as a sport where you're practicing, aka studying.
For sure.
And then you quite literally are just like walking onto like a field. Like I can only imagine the feeling of like being a college football player and running out to the stadium with all those fans yelling your name. It's not the exact same, but like you're walking on
it feels like
that. It does
kind
of feel like that. Yeah. You're coming up to the big stage and you know thousands are gonna watch you, maybe hundreds of thousands by the end of the day, by the end of the week, and Definitely a surreal experience and very grateful to share it with such a close friend. Like,
Yeah.
I would have been more nervous if I wasn't with Rosie.
That's
but
cool.
being with Rosie,
And then seeing him crush it.
seeing
it's
him
like,
crush
yeah.
it, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's awesome. Very cool. I remember the first time I played with him like the beginning of this year, and he was taking a shot at 2-5, and he was like super nervous. And I knew who he was. I talked to him a little bit, but he played for a little bit, and he was like super nervous. And it's cool now to just see him like on the Hustler stream.
Crush it 10, 20,
Yeah,
40.
that's awesome.
We were
Very
also
cool.
playing, for the last hour, we were playing 10, 20, 40, 100.
Yeah.
And
the game
Julia was
big.
straddling 200.
Yeah. It's a big game right there. Might as well play the. They're trying to get Rosie's money back.
Yeah, that's a pretty insane game.
Yeah.
As we see OFC flop middle set here and getting
With the
action
nut
3
flush
ways.
What a hand.
Yeah, what a
Fortunately
hand.
for him, nobody has anything.
Got there twice.
Yeah.
Maybe Michael will pay him.
Looks like he never bet,
No.
which is crazy.
Okay.
He's gonna get. Oh, Ben flopped. Ben's got the bottom.
Oh.
Wow. And Ben flopped bottom set
Wow.
and never bet. Interesting hand here.
This is interesting. Let's see what size he
I think
goes for.
OFC's just gonna call too with
You think?
underfull. Yeah. I mean, Ben could just easily have like a random
Queen 10, queen
or
5,
queen
queen
3.
3. Yeah. Also, if he raises, like, what's he going to get? Like, you think threes and fives are only hands I can call you that are worse?
Right. And a competent PLO player is not going to call you with a worse full house there.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean,
Nice hand there for OFC.
Hayden says that he remembers Rosie shot taking 2-5, and it's not Hayden like having a good memory. That was like a year ago, like
Yeah,
beginning
it
of
was,
this year.
I want to say it was January,
I wanna
February.
yeah, we started.
And he was like, he bought him for 1,000. He didn't want to straddle. You know, he was just like clearly nervous. And
Yeah.
He was vlogging the hands, and
Yeah.
it was cool. You know, I was rooting for him for sure, but you know, now it's just like. He only played for like 30 minutes, and the game was playing a little big, and he like immediately left. You know,
I remember that.
and,
Yeah.
And now it's just it's awesome to see. You know, he's come so far in a span of a year. It's
Yeah,
really impressive.
he really has. He's gained a lot of confidence.
Yeah.
And one of our good friends from LA, got to give a shout out to Nasty Bev in the chat. Thanks for tuning in, brother. We had some really, really fun late night cash games in LA together. So we also enjoyed a little Halloween party as well. So
Awesome.
definitely want to get back to LA as soon as possible. Get back on Max Payne and play as many deep games as possible. And like, I'm just looking for good spots. Like I was kind of alluding to earlier, I don't want to, you know, go take huge shots that are irresponsible, but like when you get an opportunity to play in Max Payne Monday with a very action lineup, just seems like a good spot to take it, especially with the exposure that we can get too. So
Yeah.
it's a win-win in both ways.
For sure. How did you feel about the vlogger game that you played?
That game, I was
Seemed like a tougher game, huh?
in for a tougher game, yes.
Yeah.
So I got invited to play a 25-50 game as part of a WPT live stream. This was last Thursday, so probably almost 2 weeks ago at this point. And man, it was a tougher game. Andrew Nemi, experienced pro. Johnny Vibes, experienced pro.
Yeah.
Lynn, Kitty, Conrad, experienced pro. So essentially, it was just a lot of experienced pros, and that's not at all what I was
Right.
like facing on Max Pay Monday. So this is the type of game that I should probably try to avoid, but I was.
It's fun to challenge yourself, though.
Yeah, I was open for the challenge. I was really trying to meet these people as well. So it was a combination of exposure and the fact that I'm willing to take a little bit of a risk right now. And I still walked into that game thinking I was the best player.
Really?
I told myself I won't play a game. I won't think that I can compete. And sure, if you put like gun in my head, are you the best player at the table? Probably not. but I walk up to the
I
table
love the confidence.
like I'm the
I
best
love-
player at the table.
I love
You
the
know,
confidence.
because then I'm gonna play the poker the way I know how to play poker. I'm not
Right.
gonna play poker scared, like, oh, is this guy like doing this thing against me right now, like, you know, and just start overthinking it all. So
Sure.
as long as I could go on that plane Thursday morning and tell myself that I was confident that I was one of the best players at the table, then I was gonna go play. And I told myself I can confidently say that. I thought that the other people would be overextending themselves because they're on live stream, and I knew myself. I play on live stream every week. I'm just gonna play my game. I'm not gonna overstep, overextend. And if you go back and watch that live stream, there were some players in that stream who did exactly what I was saying. They were just like very splashy.
Yeah.
So I knew that I'm just gonna come in, play a tight aggressive range, and I'll be fine. It's the game I know. As we see quads from Kualu.
Wow, and tough river here for OFC. He's got to think his hand. His king, his eight's full of kings is very strong.
Very strong here.
He might consider value betting here in position, but that's really solid advice for anyone that plays a live stream. I think a lot of people fall in that trap is they know their friends and family are watching, especially if it's like your first time playing and you want to prove something. You know, you want to make a big bluff, you don't want to get bluffed, et cetera, et cetera. But I think what you said, just playing your game and just not worrying about that is so clutch. For me, the first time I played a live stream, I just tried to like forget that anyone was watching. I just treated it as a normal poker game, you know?
Yeah,
and just,
exactly.
Like, completely forgot that I didn't look at my phone. I completely forgot that anyone was watching, just treat it like a normal game. And
That's a great mindset to have.
Yeah.
And I think that if you, wow.
nice check by OFC.
Great check.
Playing great poker. And good hand there for Galoo. Really big pot. It's nice to see, like,
I'm impressed.
yeah. Nice hand there for Galoo. Really nice.
About 15, 20 minutes left in this stream. Just got confirmation that there's a number of players that want to continue this game off stream. We will be moving them to the high stakes private room. About 20 minutes or so. We're going to finish up here in the booth. Going to go run over some statistics the rest of the week here at Poker House. Cash tournament schedule, live stream schedule. But for the next 20 minutes, we're going to let you guys in the chat enjoy the rest of this first edition 136 H-Town PLO.
Let's go.
Ace King 9-5 hits the muck. I think a lot of people overvaluate Ace King in Omaha. Ace King is not very, Ace King with Jack 10 is very strong, but Ace King 9-4 is not a good hand, especially in early position. So just make sure to be letting those go.
Yeah, especially if you don't have an ace high suit.
I know if Nasty Bev is still watching, he needs to listen to some of his Omaha ranges. I'm watching you. Saying that as a good friend. Kim has a pretty one. Let's see if she bumps this one up.
It is interesting. She's out of position against the field. She does raise.
It's just hard to play four-way pots. Out of
Very
position.
hard. Glue's in. Let's go.
Kim's gonna need a particular flop. Diamonds, broadways.
Tricky flop here. With the overpair, second nut flush draw. Glue flopped the nut straight. He's checking. Nice check here from Kim.
I think this will be raised.
And OFC flopping top set. So Glue's, even though he has the nut straight, his hand is very vulnerable. Someone has a
Very.
higher straight draw. OFC's got a set and Kim's got a flush draw.
I mean, as you can see, guys, he's flopped the nuts and he has 22% equity.
And I think he smartly just calls here.
Wow. 1.5 thousand.
And Kim turns the king high
Second
flush.
nuts.
Nice turn.
Look at Glue. He's just showing his cards like he's defeated. Like he just.
He knows he's drawing dead
He's
now.
letting know he's dead.
He's like,
yeah.
I have no chance to win this pot. And Kim has to feel good when this hand gets
no
checked
board
through.
pair. Okay.
Nice hand. And it's going to be tough for her to get action, considering no one else has a flush.
It's just so obvious that someone has a flush 5 ways.
Yeah,
so
someone has to have it.
Yeah.
It's like impossible not to have it. Oh, Michael's going to step out and try to bluff here, and Kim's going to have an easy call with her king high flush.
Oh yeah.
She might consider value raising, considering no one bet the turn.
Michael would definitely bet the turn if he had it, but again, this is a spot where she's just happy to call.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to get coolered.
It's going to be a nice spot here for her.
He's not calling. He does make the right fold.
Oh, you know, nice hand there for Kim.
Flop the nuts and turn him to the shitter. And you ain't going anywhere if I pot it too, right, Kim? I was fixing to pot it. Oh shit, I've got my phone over here for the last 2 hours. That's not allowed, Lou.
That's why you came back. Look at you.
Raise to 60.
Okay,
6-0.
that's a good bet.
Call pass.
Yeah, I mean, we could like 10, 15, 20, give him a little bit, but I don't want to go too low. I was hoping to play something.
Just got word, ladies and gentlemen, that we're going to go into a little bit of overtime this evening. Immediately after this, we're going to be streaming the final table of Katie's game, $100 buy-in. Currently about 25, 27, 28 players left in that, so we're going to go another extra 30 minutes or so, 10:30. Give you guys a little extra PLO action tonight. This game is going to continue even post live stream in the high stakes room, off the floor. Lots of interest in the interest list.
Money card showed up. You know what? I'm gonna check, kid. I'm scared of you. Oh!
Great river here for Kim. Unfortunately, Galoo has nothing.
That's 300, 300.
And now you have the.
He's just like, what should I do with this?
The dejected fold.
Wah, wah, wah.
Sassy in the chat. I see your husband out there on the floor running some 2-5 cash. Take a look at the chip stack size right now. That's me in the background talking.
Bang, bang. 8.2K for Kim, the host of this stream. Jose, quiet, but had a great night so far.
Seems like he's had a good night.
OFC,
You busted me in the last
in third place. BK had a huge pot. He's lost some of that stack. Should we do a little VPIP?
Let's take a look at those.
Let's take a look at the VPIP.
Oh, I don't want to expose Chris.
Oh, that.
Wow. This is we have 6 of the 9 players are playing a 50 plus VPIP. That's a good game.
Yeah,
super
great
good game. Still, cards get dealt out. Oh, it's still suffering. Let's look at the cumulative winnings.
Yes, that's probably the most. That is the most important statistic in poker. As you can see, Kim is leading that field too,
Let's go.
up $3.7 thousand. OFC second place, BK in third place, and the rest of the players in the red. So we've had pretty consistently just 2 to 3 winners all night. These guys have been killing the stream. Kim from the get-go has been killing it. OFC had a couple of sneaky big pots. BK had a massive pot where his set held against nut flush draw in a 3-way all-in. So that was the biggest pot of the night. That was around $8.8 thousand hand. Let's see if we can get another 9K pot. Maybe we could break the bank and hit a 10-digit pot. We're in overtime now. Let's wait and see.
Just ran the math. When this stream started, total chips in play 12.5. Currently about 40K on the table right now.
Wow.
Let's go.
136 PLO. Like I said, when people were letting me know their interest in the game, it's like, I think you guys don't understand how big this game is going to end up going to get. Like, you can't come with just 500 or 1,000 or 1,500. You need to be prepared to at least fire at like 5K on this table. And then when I tell them that, they're like, okay, never mind, pass. Interesting 3-bet from Kim out of there. Even though she has double suited Broadway cards, has a 2 of clubs with a dangler out there.
We got some action here. We're gonna have at least 3 ways to flop. Looks like Galoo's calling as well.
Yeah. I think that was part of the sack. How many decks did they burn? I think that's like the 6th deck they burned through, 5th or 6th deck. It's okay, we're gonna buy more. Here, give me that one.
Oh, good check. Check around. Good check. Good check. Really good check.
So Kim turning 2 pair, and she's got the Jack-10. Nice turn there for her. She pots it. So BKH has a hand. He's got the dry ace and a straight draw. He's gonna call here.
Did you see my card? It's okay if you saw it. Hey, what are you doing?
He's gonna call here, and I think he's gonna, if a diamond comes, he's gonna try to represent the flush. Really brutal river card there for Kim. Wow, that's a rough river. I would not fault her for calling.
Because a lot of stuff missed.
Yeah, a lot of stuff missed. But his sizing is value. He bet 2,000 into 4,600, so a little less than half pot. Really tough spot. she did fold, I'd be very impressed if she found a fold here.
What do you think she's going through? Trying to figure out what
I mean, it
bluff combos that he can.
Yeah, it just
bluff
looks,
combos and versus value combos.
It just looks like he either has 6-7 or nothing, given the way the hand played. Like, he didn't bet this flop, so he probably doesn't have a set or 2 pair. He just called the turn, so
That's such a weird card because really, obviously she only has 1 pair holding. Oh, she has 2 pair holding, right?
I mean, he could have a hand like King 9, but would he really value bet King 9 on this river?
Then he
It would
checks-
be pretty thin.
Yeah, it's one of those like I'm gonna just check back and
Yeah.
realize my equity with King 9.
So she's already like knows he doesn't have 8s or 9s because he didn't bet the flop.
Could be like a nut flush draw, miss nut flush draw, or miss opening.
Like when she does have Jack 10.
And she does Jack, so she's blocking.
And then also but it's kind of weird because if he did have like a flush draw, like especially an ace-high flush draw, he would probably bet the flop.
Right.
Maybe. So it's.
Especially with him like ace-6 of diamonds or something like that, because he's like open-ended with a combo draw.
I do think this particular like situation isn't bluffed very often. When like so many draws miss and only one gets there, I think a lot of players won't try to bluff because it doesn't look credible.
Right.
So I think the fact that he is betting and he's only betting a little less than half pot, he probably does have 6-7 very often. But BKH is an action player. Looks like Kim might be feeling stubborn here. Hoping she can find a fold. But it is a brutal river card for her. Very brutal river. Yeah, this might be like the second biggest pot we've had tonight. The biggest pot was 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. 9,500?
Something like that.
Yeah. So this would be the second biggest pot if she does call. Can she find the fold?
That was way off. That was small. That was smaller. That's why I played. I don't know the you know that's played so much bigger. In home. Like for PLO,
I mean, do you think it'd be? Oh, she makes the call. Gonna get the bad news with the straight versus BK. Do you think it would be easier? It's an easier fold for her that she has Jack 10, knowing that draw missed, so it reduces Jack 10 combos.
Yeah, it's
BKH?
less likely he is Jack 10.
Right.
Yeah, top set.
For him to call pot size bet on the turn, he probably has to have some sort of wrap. It's a really weird spot. My instinct tells me that he's probably not bluffing that river very often, so I would lean towards folding with her hand, but I understand where she's coming from. Given the action, he really has 6-7 or nothing, so
Gotcha,
yeah, it's a tough spot.
And they played against
Very
each
tough
other.
spot.
They played against each other enough to where
Yes.
I think gave Kim the inclination to make the call there versus folding.
Yes.
I mean, if that's Rick, Michael, maybe Jose or Chris, she's folding there.
Looks like Kim is adding on.
You're gonna top off to get to pretty much matching the stack of BKH.
Raise to 55.
Excuse me.
No, you're fine. 'Tis the season. Let's see if some of these players are going to be mixing up now that the stream I mean, we're going into overtime, but not too much into overtime. But still, with that being said, want to end the stream with a bang. And again, for those of you still in this chat, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, first edition 136 H-Town PLO here at Poker House Dallas, Poker House Live. I'm in the booth, running the production side, having Frankie from Next Gen, Hayden, Fortini, and myself, man in the booth for a few minutes. Frankie, Kim just lost a big pot.
Did she?
Yeah, it looks like she has 10K, but she added on. She's, she had now she's actually at a loss right now. So she's like down like another 100, 150 now, like in the red.
Wow. It must have been a massive pot.
Yeah, it was 8.5, 8.6K pot with BKH.
Can you hear me through the headset?
Yeah. What was Galoo calling you? That's funny.
That must have been 15 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, that was. Poker Monkey was supposed to be over at 10, but so I stepped out of the booth for a couple minutes, went to call Danielle and said, hey, I got word that they want to continue this game. Like 6 of them still want to continue this game, and there was a waiting list. Mm-hmm. So I asked Danielle, hey, do you want this to go on the main floor? Do you want this to go in the private room? Like, she's like, give them the option. Danielle said she would prefer it to be on the main floor because she wants everybody to see that there's a PLO game going on, which totally makes sense. But she's like, well, since it's the first one and they want to continue it, give them the option. So
yeah, I agree. I think that's the best option. Come play some PLO, guys. It's a juicy game.
yeah, super juicy game.
It's match stacked, so if you're gonna come play, come ready with at least a couple thousand, I would say, to feel comfortable.
I think you got to come up with at least 3.
Yeah, at least 3,000. I agree.
Maybe 5. Maybe you buy in for 3 and then add on or refire if you bust. Because this.
I don't want to give any spoilers, but when I was walking in, I saw one person scooping in a big pot.
Row.
So we have some good action coming.
Again, going into overtime, 15, 20, 30 minutes or so. Thanks for tuning in. Had well out over high 50s, low 60s average viewership. And as we creep into late night, continuing this 136 PLO game.
Make sure to subscribe if you're watching right now and you have not already. Hit that subscribe button. It's completely free, but helps us out. Helps everyone out here. Staff, helps out the employees, helps out the commentators, helps out everyone. Helps out the players. Gets more juicy games coming.
I'm not going to lie. I've always had an interest in PLO, but never really understood it. But like watching the stream, it's kind of like, I want to give it a shot. Maybe like fire like 500 or 1,000 in a 1-2-5 PLO game.
Okay, I'll play with you any day.
Yeah.
Let's go start a game, right?
Yeah, let's go start a game. And they'll be like, wait a minute, is this a hand that 3-bet out of position?
Yeah, see, if people are wanting to start the game specifically with you,
yeah, that's not good.
not good.
That's not good.
I was playing a cash game in LA, and they halfway or kind of end of the day decided to make it a round of each, and I'm all for that.
Yeah.
That is like the best thing that could happen, because when we switched to round of each, someone would get queens in Omaha and just be all in, just naked queens, queen rag, and hold'em players just don't adjust.
Yeah.
It was
round of each. I love round of each. It's a great game.
round of each
Yeah,
is a great
my
game.
favorite.
I mean, Hayden knows that was a really popular game in Houston when we were down there.
Yeah, it's a great game. Should bring it back here. Poker House.
It's
a good introduction to.
We have done a round of each here.
You have, yeah.
I think we did like a 1-2-5. I think the cap buying was like 1,000. I think
We did a 2-5 round of each, just on the main floor.
Okay, really?
and it was a really, really good game. I think it lasted like a full 2 days.
Nice.
One of those games.
That's awesome.
Yeah. We got Mark in the chat said, let us know, Eddie, when you do it. He'll join us in the PLO streets. All right, Mark. We'll hold you to that.
Or maybe, you know, we've been getting a lot of interest. We did a 1-1 no limit class, just like a introduction. We had like 6 players come this past Sunday that have never, you know, they play like the AHL bar leagues, or they played online, or played at friends places.
So how did they hear about it?
Oh, we posted on the Facebook page and we talked about it on the live stream. So
Yeah.
maybe do like a 1-1 PLO intro class.
That's cool.
We've had a lot of interest in like a 5-10 mixed game one too.
So, who won the big pot against Cam?
BKH.
BKH.
BK.
5, yeah.
He rivered a
Rivered
straight,
a very sneaky straight.
very sneaky straight.
Yeah. It was a tough spot for her. Every other draw missed. But we were talking about that. I think that's an under bluff spot when like all the draws miss except for like the least obvious one, and your opponent just is just like all of a sudden betting. It just, I think they have it a lot of the time.
I'll have to go back and watch it.
Yeah.
She tanked for about 2-3
She
minutes.
tanked for a long time, yeah. And I think the fact that it was BKH, they have history, and he's, you know, versus him specifically, it's a tough spot.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Hayden and I were talking. If it was a hand that was against maybe Chris or even Rick, you know, she's probably laying that hand down. But against BKH's player profile, it's not a horrible call.
It was funny watching Rick laugh as he made the call here with King 9. You can just see how look at him. He's just
like, what am I doing
he's
with
just
my life?
disgusted. He's like, what am I? Yeah, exactly. He's like, why am I here right now with this hand? Let's see if we get back to him. Okay, he's more stoic this time.
This happens in PLO. You just like do silly stuff like this. You're like, what am I doing? It'd be funny if he won showdown. Couldn't table that.
Who all is leaving after this thing is over? Oh, you are? Why?
Yeah, that's true. She was really crushing the game. Those two river payoffs were costly.
You heard Kim say that just let her go even and she'll host the game again, but if not, they're all out. BK's feeling good right now. He's got a monster stack.
Overwhelming winner so far at this table. OFC, like you said earlier, Frankie, sneakily getting in the green side of...
Can you show that cumulative winnings report?
Sure can. I can do it in between hands. Let's go right now.
Bang. $6,800 for BK. OFC 2.5. And the rest of the people are small losers. J-Maw has down 4K, even though I think he's played great.
Yeah, he has played very well. He most of his losses coming from that big hand. They ran twice and he missed with a...
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Basically coin flip.
Now, Hayden, you played against some of these players at PLO over at TCH.
They're all better than me.
With that being said, are you surprised? I'm not saying. Does them playing on the live stream, do you think it's affected their play relative to what you've seen at TCH?
I think a little bit. I feel like I've seen a little bit of impatience from like even some of the tighter players like Rick, Chris, Jose. It's been interesting to see them. It's kind of been refreshing actually to see them speculate and play some really marginal hands. It makes me feel better about some of the spewy stuff that I've done the last my last couple sessions.
Touche.
Yeah. Like in Hold'em, it just feels so easy to be like more disciplined and just like you know the hands you're supposed to fold, you know the hands you're supposed to play. In Omaha, there's like so many more unknowns, and there's also like so many more variables. It's like very easy to talk yourself into playing
Right.
a particular hand, or you know. Which makes it a great game in my opinion. I just think there's a lot more mistakes being made.
Tonight, you mean?
Just in general,
Yeah,
like,
plays.
yeah. It's hard not to. I mean, it's you know,
You have 4 cards and
you have 4 cards. There's so many things to consider.
odd in it.
Nice turn there for Glue, turning the nuts, and Michael turning the nut flush draw with his straight draw. I think we're going to see him put his money in here. He's getting pretty good price. So Michael's going to need a jack or a club. Scoop this pot. Glue wants to rip it. And he binks it. Nice hand, Michael. OFC's complaining about how brutal PLO is.
Yep.
It is brutal.
It's definitely a fun game, though.
It's fun, but I feel like at PLO tables, I see a lot more like miserable people than I do at Hold'em. I feel like people are just more stuck. They're in DGen mode, and they just like
They just want to ship it
they
and try to
just
double
wanna
up.
ship it.
Just try
They're
to get it.
angry. They're just like, let's go. I always feel like there's a lot more drama at the PLO table than there is the Hold'em table.
Really? I feel
Yes.
like for me, I feel like since I know it's
100%.
since I know it's a more high variance game, like I feel like I would go on tilt less, knowing that there's so many more things that beat me out. There's so many more bad turn river cards that I know will either reduce my equity or like pretty much get me dead. Jen Alvarado in the chat.
What's up, Jen?
Brutality is why we're here, guys. Why we tune in. Fair enough. Touche.
If I called that, I should have lost 250. Yes.
Glue gets a little crazy here. Squeezes 250 with ace king 7-6.
Single suited.
Yeah, single suited here. Michael's got a double suited ace high.
But there's so much.
Everyone's got an interesting hand. Nice flop for Chris here, flopping top set. And Michael flopping the nut flush draw with the straight draw. Glue? Oh, I thought he flopped the nut straight, but he did not. Yeah, I think we're going to see Chris get this in here.
He does have a straight draw, so a 7 does make him a straight.
Yeah, I actually like the play by Michael, given his stack size. He can put pressure on the field.
Probably pretty nervous seeing Chris put his money in the middle,
Yeah, for sure.
who has not risked his stack yet.
I mean, Michael's got her to straight, but also
Yeah,
has
so he's got plenty outs.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got plenty of equity. We're
He's
gonna
definitely fine. He definitely feels fine about getting it in as nut flush draw, gut shot. But at this point, you know, Chris either has a straight or set. That's the only 2 hands he could have. I don't see any king high flush draw he calls off with or anything.
yeah. Chris has a 58% favor here.
Let's see how many times they run it.
1, 4, 4, 5.
Good turn here for Chris.
runs it once. It looks like.
He holds. Very nice hand.
Let's go, Chris, with the double-double.
Fading a lot of outs there from Michael's hand.
Stayed patient the entire night. Got it in on this one particular hand. Now up about 1,500.
13% VPIP for the win.
That's all it takes.
4% PFR.
Just wait. Just wait, wait, wait.
Actually,
Easy game.
here's a statistic for you. Let's look at Michael's stats just really quick. Look at his VPIP percentage relative to his pre-PFR. 82% VPIP, 2% PFR.
This is a sick graphic.
Yeah. This is a new feature, a new update, which is why, like, the past couple days I've been...
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, I've been practicing in the booth,
This
like,
is
on the production
badass.
side. Yeah. Like, this stuff is new. The transition stuff is new. These new stats are new, which is why we did the impromptu twice yesterday, because I wanted to make sure I had everything snug and ready to go for today. Here's
Nice.
Kim's. You just want to take a look at Kim's. 53% VPIP, 20% PFR.
We should add their cumulative winnings to this.
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
What's really cool is
Michael only has $4, so he probably haven't updated his stack size.
yeah. I think
So I was here. What's going on right now is that Eric just is reading out VPIPs, or he just finished reading out VPIPs. And that's as I walked back in as Chris scooped that big pot, Eddie.
okay. That was the hand you were talking.
That is the hand I was talking
Okay.
about. So congrats to Chris. I am his biggest fan.
Very nice hand.
Raise a 175. 175.
And we do see that Michael has topped up here for an undisclosed amount. It looked like he had about, well, the fact that bringing more chips to him, I don't even want to say. We'll just see when he reloads. It's probably going to mess up the graphics for this hand. That's all right. We know Michael has made the call. He's not all in. He's got some undisclosed amount behind.
See when we get back to him. It looks about 1,000.
Yeah,
Give or take.
it does look short.
Yep, and he is 1,000.
5 calls. 6 holds. 5 players.
See, I mean, I don't know if this is the first. Well,
A lot of three
Lot.
bets and then cold calls in this game. And a lot of big multi-way spots. So this is a very tough game.
Oh, yeah.
This is tough.
It is tough. Variance is high.
Variance is super high.
Nice flop here for Rick. Only one with an ace.
I mean, BK's got to like his straight flush draw enough to make at least one more call. 2 of diamonds gives him the nuts.
275 is bet.
Rick likes to use these small sizings on these pair boards. I really like the strategy. I've enjoyed watching, as you were talking about watching players, I enjoy watching Rick navigate some of these spots multi-way, especially on these pair boards.
Yeah, for sure.
I know he's an experienced PLO player. I
Yeah, he's a
definitely
well-established.
bounce some ideas off of him.
well, when we went over there for Thanksgiving, like he got the little chef with his bracelet. Like a lot of his stuff, a lot of his trophies, his mantle pieces are PLO
Yeah, I could see that.
from WPT, Tampa Hard Rock,
And
one
nice,
for Prime Social.
really nice bet here, recognizing that his ace is good.
Nice hand, Rick.
Yeah, well played.
So cool thing, Frankie and Hayden. So Eric has been doing this for a while now. So, you know, not quite pre-WSOP, but before they really started live streaming poker stuff. So he's actually become really good friends with the guy from Australia that runs the software. So if he has a suggestion, if he has something or whatever it is, he'll email him, and then the update will be ready by the next morning.
Wow.
Yeah, so like there was a couple things that we needed that I kept on. I forgot to remind him about. Hey, email him about this, email him about that, and then when we were at the gun range, he showed me his phone. The guy from Australia was like, updated. Run the update when you get to the room. So I ran. So as soon as when you guys stayed back behind the day, I went to the room. He had to go get ready. I came back here and ran the updates that the guy from Australia did. So
That's awesome.
yeah,
Nice. Guy's working hard. He's got like a monopoly on the
yeah,
live stream.
for sure. Because
Yeah.
I mean, this is what So what all the live stream use? I'm assuming this is what even WPT WSOP use. I know Hustler uses this Lodge. He set up the software side for the Lodge, not necessarily like the cameras and the audio visual stuff, but the actual like poker GFX software.
Very cool.
Raise to 50.
Oh. Kim with aces here, but she's just gonna call. She's got oh, she does pot. Interesting. She doesn't have the greatest aces. She has an ace high suit, but she's tri-suited, and the 7 deuce isn't working great. So. I like to see how different players like approach these spots. Like, you know, if they're potting out of position with their with these aces, or they're just.
Yeah, J-Mon's just not folding to, I think, any 3-bet.
Yeah.
And I think the same could say about Galoo and Michael.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think there's any 3-bet they're folding to.
Yeah.
So I think I might just flat with aces here and not blow the pot out of position. But, I mean, I like to play, though, normally, because this should get Queen Jack 8-7 to fold, Queen Jack 7-4 to fold, and King Queen Jack 10 might call you. Now you're heads up against that hand, and you're fine.
Sure.
You're fine going heads up against that hand or whatever.
For
but
sure.
now you're just, you have 45%, but I mean, dang. Think about how many bad turn cards there are on this board for you. Like, you're just really.
She does have the ace of hearts.
She does have the ace of hearts.
Ace
So
of
she's
hearts.
blocking the. She bets half pot here. Interesting bet.
Should get through.
Yeah, I think we may see Michael peel.
I think Michael will
But
definitely.
she's
peel.
actually in really good shape versus his
Yeah,
particular hand.
yeah, against
It's
Michael.
a nice bet here by Kim. See, I
wonder if she wouldn't bet that without the ace of hearts.
don't think so.
Michael's.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed by
Michael's
this bet.
folding?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he gets. She got 55% of equity to fold.
Well, he is 24.
Well, total, but she was 45%
Yeah.
on the flop, and
That-
she just got 55%.
That's really strong.
to fold.
Well played hand.
Wow.
And that's part of the reason why
Let's
I'm
go.
uncomfortable 3-betting that hand is because I can't confidently say that I would have bet that flop. So that's a
Yeah,
really,
I mean, 8-5
really
king.
nice.
Yeah, you
yeah,
worry about
really
6-7. You worry about hard draws.
nice. Really nice bet by her. But she knows that if a heart comes, she can definitely represent the nut flush.
True. That's a good point.
Yeah. Give me the drinks. Well played hand.
I'm gonna double check to see how much longer we're going on over time. Y'all want anything to drink?
I will take a water.
I need something to wake me up. Coffee? Black.
I'm struggling too. We're all like.
Raise to 60.
Actually, I got a water, Ed. Yeah. It is a lot.
It is a lot, Kim.
Props. Thank you. Thank you for the shout out.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I'm getting my coffee. I'm tired. But we got 56 people in the chat, and I am sure that all 56 people who are not subscribed are going to hit that subscribe button right now because Hayden and I are here with you guys, putting in the effort, and also bringing to you guys a very, very action-packed PLO stream, doing something different tonight. So we hope you guys are enjoying that. And we'll know you're enjoying by hitting that subscribe button.
Great stream.
Rick's got a lot of things going for him right now. He's got a flush draw, he's got a straight draw, he's got a pair, 2-pair.
Straight flush draw. Nice turn for him.
See, it's nice seeing that high spade because that just makes you have the third nuts
Yes. Good point. I believe it's third nuts. Yes, third nuts.
versus third nuts versus fourth nuts. It's huge in these type of in PLO.
Yeah. And he's going to feel good when it gets checked through there.
Oh,
that's
is
even
a straight
better card.
flush a good card, a good hand? I mean, he doesn't have one, but
He does not, but he's blocking it.
But
so he has
without
the
being
second nuts, yeah.
all right. So, chat, why does he not have a straight flush? If someone had the ace of spades, that'd be pretty disgusting.
Yeah.
Ace high flush.
So for new PLO players, Galoo actually does not have an ace high straight here. He actually has a queen high straight because he has to use 2 of the cards in his hand. So I remember when I first played Omaha, I would use 1 card and think it's, you know,
Oh, yeah.
as we talked about earlier.
Everyone's made that mistake.
Yeah.
Rick should have showed the 10 of spades just for fun. That's what we sound like.
Kim's calling OFC out. It's funny when I talked to him before the stream. He's like, "I'm just gonna buy in short. I don't really feel comfortable," and then he's topping up and going
OFC?
after it. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
He's always leveling.
I don't think OFC's ever felt uncomfortable.
No, he's very comfortable.
Yeah, so Darren's right. You just have to play 2 cards from your hand to have anything in Omaha. So the only way you can have a straight flush is if you had the 10 of spades along with the ace of spades, or 10 of spades along with the 9 of spades, or something that he had 2 cards that actually are a part of the 5-card straight flush. Mark, you're on it too. I mean, most of you guys who are watching Omaha, you guys know the rules, but if there's just even one or 2 people that just helped, well, then that's worth saying it. One of the complaints actually my mom gave me while watching a stream that I played in, I play in the Sunday, Savage Sunday Poker House live stream, which is a 2-5, 1500 max game that we do starting at 6 p.m. every single Sunday. We're going to be taking next week off because it's Christmas. My mom was watching it, and she says, one complaint I would have is that I just had a hard time following along with the action, and she just didn't know what was going to happen next. So I was like, okay, well, I'll make sure to tell the guys in the booth, you know, just to do their best to, you know, explain everything. And that's the biggest thing I was worried about in Omaha stream, just people coming in and just not being able to follow along because they just didn't understand.
Right.
So if we can eliminate that gap, that'd be huge.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great way to learn the game. And
I'm sorry, Mark. We had a joke with each other. There was a room in Dallas that has, and it was when we were first starting to play. They have dealer's choice buttons.
okay.
And players would pick a dealer's choice game, and the most common game that people chose were Congress. So we had a joke that each of our rite of passage as next-gen players were to get stacked in Congress at our first time playing it. And we had brought our college buddies to this room to play poker with us.
Yeah.
And every single card pull, we would tell the person, hey, we're going to warn you. They're going to do these dealer choice Congress games. We've all gotten stacked in these. Just please sit out of them. Don't play them.
Yeah.
And every single time, one of our friends would come.
That's it.
They would sit. They would think it gets interesting, or at some point decide to play them, and they would get stacked.
Yeah.
And it was literally our rite of passage just to come, get stacked in at least one Congress pot, and then just like quit playing them.
Yeah. Congress is a tough game for new players.
Super tough.
It's very easy to overvalue hands, and
you can make so many mistakes.
Yeah. But as we said, that's a game even more where you just need to have the nuts. You need to have the nuts and the nuts. And if you don't, then... And you need to be very careful with the one-way hand, like the nut low, dry nut low, or, you know, stuff like that.
Calling with the second nuts stuff.
Exactly, yeah. But that is a game where experienced players, they almost never lose in that game. The variance is actually...
It's actually lesser.
Way less variance than PLO.
And it's funny because I remember going in the car and be like, Rosie, we're not playing this because it's high variance. We don't have the bankroll to afford Congress. It's so high variance. But now that I actually know poker a little bit more,
it's actually very
less variance.
Now you'd be happy to play that.
Yeah,
play
it's
that
less
dealer's
variance.
choice game. It's kind of similar to double board bomb pots in the sense it's split pot in nature. Nice flop here for Jose. He's got the nut flush draw with the overpair. BKH just calling with the nut straight on a very draw heavy board. I think you see a lot of experienced Omaha players do this. They can under-rep their hand, and they get to see a turn card. Great turn card here for BKH. He turns a higher straight draw. I'd like to see him put in a raise here. Now he's got to redraw with his nut straight. And he can charge hands like Jose is the maximum. He is just calling. Jose gets there, makes the nut flush.
BK also has a straight.
Yep, BK made a higher straight. He now has a 9 high straight. Jose checks with the nut flush. Very interesting. I think BK is just going to be happy to check back here. Just
Yeah.
straight.
Jose gave him some rope, gave him a chance to bluff at it, but this time he had a straight, happy to take it to showdown.
Yeah. I think Jose is thinking that if he has a king high flush and he checks to him, he's likely to value bet. So he's going for the check raise there. OFC needling Jose, saying that he bet with the worst hand and then checked when he made his hand.
Yep, sounds about right.
Raise to 60, 6-0.
All right, let me see if I can play like Jose in this hand.
Call 60.
Against you too next time. Next time you be like, oh, okay. So maybe I won't go for value. Save me some money later.
If you do that against me, I'll definitely bet.
Another 6-way pot. Pretty typical.
Nothing to see here.
BK flop in top 2. J-Ma and Jose. Or J-Ma's got the straight draw. Backdoor flush draw. Lose the one leading out with the worst ace.
Glue's got 2 pair, top and bottom. Michael's got top pair, 2 backdoor flush draws and makes the call.
Yeah, he's not folding.
And BKH has a nice hand too. Top 2 pair and 2 backdoor flush draws as well. The club would be spicy. Heart, great card for BKH. And it gives Michael aces and 8s. Definitely an action card.
Oh, wow, that is an action card.
You could definitely consider a lead there. Michael does put the rest of his money in.
Mm-hmm. He's going to need an 8 or a 7 because you know BK's not going anywhere. Just depends if he raises or calls.
BKH just calling, wants to keep Glue in this pot.
And he's correct to do so as Glue
Very
is
correct to
drawing
do so.
dead.
Yeah.
And Glue has, actually, no, a 2 would give him a boat. So he's not drawing dead. But maybe all the 2s have been folded.
Glue's raising. Wow.
Did not expect that.
Beautiful spot here for BKH. I think Glue thinks that if BKH had a better hand, he would have shown aggression earlier in the hand. But this is going to work out very favorably for him. Very favorably for him. I'm really surprised that he's just calling here with his hand. Top 2 pair and the nut flush draw.
Instead of just ripping it all in here.
Yeah, especially when
They're
Glue
so
only has
deep.
1,600 back. The pot's already so massive. What do I know? Probably going to see this river go check. Bad river card for both players.
I don't think he's going to turn his hand to bluff here. And at this point, he just got, you know, a pretty weak 2 pair.
Yeah, he's got showdown value.
Little tired over there.
Yeah.
I think we're all feeling like that. I mean, we all
Oh, he jams. What do I know about this game of pot limit Omaha? He has jammed it all in. That's a bluff. That is a bluff.
I think that's our first big bluff for the night, right?
This is massive. What?
What
He
a
is.
play.
Oh my gosh. I mean, he might just be overall tilted tonight, but if BK could find a call here, he's going to be the big winner of the night. Let's see if he can snip this one out.
What a
And
move.
damn, this is tough.
What a move.
Jason, do not leave the chat. This is a big pot. Here we go.
So what kind of hands in this scenario do you think that BK is putting him on?
Nuts.
Yeah, he's got to be worried. I mean,
Queen 10? Yeah. I mean, he does have a 10, but
Glue check potted the turn, so
oh, a check pot is pretty strong in
So I
PLO.
think
Very strong.
I think he's probably putting him on a set.
Yeah.
I think that's part of the reason why BKH just called the raise on the turn with top 2 pair and the nut flush draw. So I think he was concerned that he was beat. But this was part of my argument for just putting the rest of the money in on the turn, is because he has such a good hand, and to kind of avoid this situation on the river.
Yeah,
just
tough.
realize your equity, get the money in.
Tough river spots.
You know,
Yeah.
That's a good point.
you are out of position. It makes the hand tougher to play.
I am extremely, extremely interested in what BK is going to do here. If
Yeah,
he
this
could
is
find a
fascinating.
call.
What a
If he can
hand.
find a call,
Looks like he wants to fold.
he is going to win
What a
a
what a
$7,500 hand. And if he folds, he is letting go of a 5K pot. This is a 7K swing right here, depending on what he wants to do.
What a play here from Galoo. Mad props to him. Whether this works or doesn't, it's definitely his instincts were spot on
I
here.
don't know why. I'm just rooting for BK to call.
I mean, this is the
Gonna pick
longest
up the side pot.
this is the longest we've seen BK
I mean, this is a real
Tank.
decision.
Yeah,
all night.
BK looks like he's folding to me.
Oh, I just don't know. It doesn't give me that vibe. He doesn't give me the vibe of a guy who makes big folds. I mean, he's wearing a hood rich shirt. I mean, I just don't.
Got tattoos on the hands.
Rich.
Got the gold chain on.
He looks like the man who's gonna stick it in. 3, 2, 1, and we're still working on a call
Yeah,
here.
we're still working. I mean,
Oh, the chip! I knew
Oh,
it!
he makes the call.
I knew it!
Frankie with the
I
soul
knew
read there. Nice read, Frankie.
Woo! I feel like I won the hand of myself there.
You did.
what a sick call there.
Yeah.
I was gonna bet you he was gonna fold.
Really? Oh wow! I would have taken it.
You,
Wow!
What a sick
nice
call.
read.
Look
Whoa.
at him. Now you could smile.
I give props to both players there. I mean, great, sick play by Galoo, and even sicker call there by BKH. That's some high level PLO going on right there.
Yeah, that's above my pay grade.
I will be attending the 1-1 PLO game we host here at Poker House.
1-1 PLO, uncapped.
Yeah,
Matt's a stack.
It's gonna turn into this
playing,
game.
if Eddie's playing, it's uncapped.
Uncapped. Exactly.
Wow. All right, BK, we got to get our timing down a little bit there, bud. Give me a wink, wink when you're about to. I'll start the countdown. 3, 2, 1. But very,
found it.
very nice call, sir.
Nice.
And BK is the one person I haven't introduced myself to, so I'll go introduce myself to him after the stream.
I've actually never met. I met John, but I've never met BK.
I want to play with BK.
I need to get John Ma's and BK's number. Do those guys ever play Hold'em or is it just straight PLO, Hayden?
I have seen BK on the Hold'em tables. He will get in there and mix it up.
And then when his name gets called for PLO, he leaves.
He will leave unless the Hold'em game is really good.
I got you.
You think we can get like a...
We could get a round of each game going.
Yeah, something.
That'd be fun.
I would be down for that.
That'd be a lot of fun.
I see someone in the chat said during that big hand, I wanted to wait till it was over, said NGP, so it stands for Next Gen Poker. MUG, who stands for Mug, Meetup Game. Next Gen Poker Meetup Game at Poker House Dallas. Frankie, question mark. Definitely. Hell yeah. That's a great idea.
Let's do it.
We've done at least one before, and I definitely want to do one in January. That'd be really fun and exciting, and I kind of think it'd be fun to do a tournament. But maybe I'm just like $100 tournament, like $100 meetup game tournament.
Yeah.
I think that'd be fun. I don't know if that is.
I think that would actually, because that price point is really good for a lot of poker players. I mean,
I think
obviously,
a lot of college
170.
students, like a lot of college students, want to come play too for $100. Like they're like totally comfortable playing for 100, or just doing a 1-2 meetup game too. I think both are good ideas.
Kim gonna make it 60 with 7-6-4-3 single suit, and flops bottom two pair here.
As you can see, Ace Queen 8-5 actually is in the lead here.
Yeah, huge flop for Michael.
Monster.
Yeah, he flops nut flush draw, straight draw,
And
backdoor flush
backdoor.
draw. Yeah, so many things going on.
There's a lot of cards on the turn that he can get gin on for the most part.
I think I also just generally root for one person. I like when one person runs up a big stack. Just think it's good for the game.
For sure.
So when BK runs up, you know, buys in for 2,000 or 1,500 and runs up an 11.3K stack, like that's just really exciting to me.
For sure. There's actually, I think there's only 2 or 3 players that are up money in this game.
Yeah.
Which makes for a really good poker game.
Yeah, I agree. Totally. Maybe after this one, we can show cumulative winnings again.
Yep.
Nice. Obviously, things have changed as BK has started to crush this game. Michael,
River
it's
in
pretty
the
fair.
nuts,
Gets there.
essentially.
Finally
Yeah.
gets there.
Good fold by Kim.
Good fold. Nice.
I think we're going to see BK pay off here. Might even check raise. Looking like a man that wants to check raise.
No, not your profit. I'm just going to show you cumulative winnings.
And I think we're going to see Michael make the
Snap.
call.
I think he's going to snap it. Yep. Michael is not a man who's going to fold a straight on the river, especially a straight.
I mean, there's no paired board. It's not a paired board.
Not a paired board.
No flushes out there.
No flushes.
All right, let's give you those cumulative
racking
winnings
up.
in the chat. And for Frankie and Hayden here in the booth. Here we go.
BK up $7.5 thousand. OFC 2.6. Chris 1.6. Jose 865. Kim is a small winner. Rick small winner. Michael and J-Ma are big losers of the night. We just got the 15-minute warning from Eric. We got 15 minutes of high action, deep stack Omaha gameplay, cash game here at Poker House Dallas. Make sure to subscribe if you guys have not already. It supports us in more ways than one. And it's free. That's what I want to keep prefacing. It's free. Anything that's free and helps someone else, I feel like you should do. You know?
For sure, yeah.
Like,
why not?
And then for those of you in the chat, give a shout out to Hayden and Frankie for being in the booth with me running the production side, keeping an eye on things, making sure everything running smoothly on the live stream side. But Frankie and Hayden doing a heck of a job here, giving you guys some PLO commentary.
yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed us in the booth today. We both kind of came at this from a rather novice level of Omaha experience, but we just kind of wanted the game to open to us and us just commentate. So let us know how we did. Please give us suggestions. And Hayden, definitely think we'll come back.
For sure. I definitely learned some things watching the stream. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And talking the hands through.
And that's the thing, you know, there's 3 of us in the room. We're thinking plays, even though I obviously have the least amount of PLO experience. So I kind of want to generate some conversation by asking, you know, what would you do here? What if you're out of position? this and that and the other, and then seeing some of these players make some of these moves. That's why it's kind of cool to have these live streams. Can you kind of, especially from a PLO side, because I think a lot of players don't want to play PLO because they're scared because it's 4 cards. There's so many things that can happen. There's so many different variables. But kind of getting an idea of how some of these players, and these guys obviously are on a different level than a majority of novice PLO players. So it's good to see kind of some gameplay here from some players here in the DFW area that experiencing this PLO side.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a lot of fun seeing these guys mix it up and seeing how they play different hands at different spots.
Ooh, shout out to Jay, shout out to Nicholas, shout out to Mark. Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning in.
Appreciate that. So someone asked who Texas Kim is. That is our host of the stream tonight. Kim is in the 1 seat tonight, and she's on the thumbnail.
Yeah, she put this lineup together and pretty much put this game together. We've been talking about this for about 3 to 4 weeks now, and it just really came to fruition the past 7 to 10 days. And getting the thumbs up here at Poker House to stream this, making this a weekly, if at minimum bi-monthly, potentially weekly occurrence here. So
I think this was a big success.
Yeah,
I think it was a huge
success,
success. I am very impressed by the showing, and I'm very impressed by the players. I think that with Kim, helping orchestrate because of her, connections here in the Dallas area, I think that we'll keep bringing some really good Omaha streams. And, something that's exciting to see is that I got a text today, not from one person, but from multiple people saying, Frankie, where's my invite to this Omaha stream?
Yeah.
And
Dude, the past 5 days, because they know I do a lot of the stuff here in the stream. They're like, how come you can't get me on the stream? I'm like, it's not my stream. Just walking to the floor, I'm getting coffee. They're like, is there going to be an open seat? Are y'all going to have it next week? I'm like, don't ask me. It's not my game.
Yeah. So, I mean, maybe I told them, hell yeah, I'll get them in the game. So text me if you want to get in the game. I'll help you get in. If you guys know Kim, she'll help you get in the game. I'll help you get in the game.
For sure. And you guys could definitely get a must-move game going.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the interest coming tonight. So, yeah, Nick, so talk about that a little bit. This game is probably going to run weekly on Thursdays. I can't do it Tuesday or Wednesday because TCH runs their 25-50 on Tuesday and their 5-10-25 on Wednesday. So, looks like Michael's. We'll talk about that after this.
Yeah, this is
and Jose raised this turn in a 3-way pot.
We got a big hand brewing.
Huge hand brewing.
So it looked like Michael led small.
Yeah, Jose potted it. Yeah, and Michael calls.
So am I reading these hands correctly?
Wow, sick river here for Jose. Michael makes it straight, and Jose rivers the nuts.
Oh, this is gross. Michael's getting
really
stacked.
Gross, yeah.
But what did Michael call the flop with? Oh, he had a flush draw. Okay. Nut flush draw. Okay,
excuse me. Draw, yeah.
Yep, huge hand, and this is a big cooler for Michael. Jose's going to rip it, and he's going to get snapped. Yep.
So Jose making a bluff there on the turn and getting
there
and rivering the nuts. But he actually had the best equity on the turn versus Michael's hand. So, I mean, very interesting.
That was kind of a gross run out. I really agree. I like that. I think we got my favorite commentator, Nicholas Morgan, in the chat. Love that schedule idea. Thursday, Omaha. Friday, 2-5 match stack. Saturday, 5-10. And Sunday, 2-5 Savage Sunday with Next Gen Poker. That is an action week.
6 stream schedule.
From Poker House Live. I love that. I love it.
That's actually
That's a goated schedule.
For the record, that's kind of the schedule we've been talking about over the past couple days.
Give me the 5-10. Oh, I want to be like just the 5-10 crusher. I want to be the Garrett of Dallas.
So this is what we kind of talked about in terms of our live stream schedule. So starting with Sunday, y'all stream, taking Monday off because we stream so much and we need to rest.
Yeah.
And get some sleep and rest our vocals. Tuesday, making it
rest.
Okay, so Sunday y'all's game. Monday doing the 1-2 live stream, just to give some of these players that never get opportunity to play an opportunity to play a live stream. That has become so popular. Before, I used to have to scramble, hey, we really need to, I need you to fill a seat. There were some times where I had to fill a seat because
I remember.
Yeah. Now, we'll post it at 3 o'clock. We'll post it at 3 o'clock, and then 9 players are already in the room. So like I'll announce it if you're in the room, you get a seat. So 2 people sign up, and then by 5 o'clock there's 13 players on the list.
Nice. Yeah, and I think you should just even market that earlier. Is let everyone know every Monday that there's going to be a list that opens at 3 p.m.
So then Wednesday will be the final table of Katie's game. Thursday will be
Tuesday
this game.
break.
Tuesday break. Tuesday break. Wednesday will be the final table of Katie's game. Thursday this game. Friday the 2-5 matches stack. Then Saturday afternoon, while the deep stack's starting, because that final table doesn't start till like 9 or 10. Doing like a 5-10 from like 4 to 8 p.m. or 3 to 7. We haven't figured out the actual like time, but somewhere mid afternoon to early evening. Making that like a 5-10 game, and then y'all's game on Sunday. So pretty much streaming like 6 days a week.
Yeah.
So getting a lot of positive feedback. Yeah, it's a good schedule.
As we see Chris coming in with an open early position, he's got ace, king, 10, 9, 1 suit. He's got 3 Broadway cards, which is nice to see. That 9 is very close by. Prefer to be a queen or jack, but that's all right. Rick is just coming in with a flat queen, jack, jack, 6. Doesn't want to put in a 3-bet here. And we do see a squeeze here. J-Ma with the ace, jack, 10, 8. And even though Chris is playing a less than 20% VPIP, every time he opens, he gets action.
Yeah, he's getting 3-bet a lot.
And he does call. Now, is there any merit to re-squeezing here?
I wouldn't with his hand. He's not double suited. He's just suited to the king. I think it's...
His hand's dominated here.
Yeah.
No, it's just it's unfortunate that we see 1% equity. That just seems
that's
really
wild.
unlucky.
How's that even possible?
Yes, and
who's got the majority of the equity? BKH with 7-5-4 deuce. That's wild.
That's a really good flop for BK.
Great flop for him.
Now, the turn can't be a club, but he's flopped a monster wrap. That is a huge, huge hand.
Galoo or the only one with a flush draw?
So any non-club 2, 4, 5, 7 gives him a straight.
So maybe there is merit to squeezing with Chris's hand to try and get heads up with J-Ma.
I mean, ace, king, 10, 9 is a hand you want to get heads up for sure.
Yeah.
Is he out of position? I'm not going
to lie. He doesn't even have the nut. He doesn't have a nut draw. He doesn't even have a nut flush draw.
Right.
So maybe just a fold pre. I don't know. It feels bad.
Fold to the squeeze. It would just feel so sad,
Yeah,
especially on a 12% VPIP.
It would feel bad, but he called with 1% equity.
Yeah.
Now, I think that's important that we clarify that we don't really know PLO that well.
These are the spots I have
These
no
are the spots
clue.
I'm not sure. Just I'm reading the cards as they come. That's all I can
Jay
say.
Nandes. Jay Nandes, if you're in the chat, would you fold pre?
Who is
I
this?
Fold pre. Jay Nandes.
He's one of the
PLO
best
expert.
PLO expert, yeah, and that's the money turn card for BK. Yeah, he's one of the best PLO players on YouTube, but just probably in general too.
Yeah, period.
Is he in the chat?
No, he's
Oh.
I was just joking.
No,
I was like, he's in the
if
chat?
you're in the
That's
chat, let us know.
I
Your opinion.
can confirm he's not in the chat, but I'm sure he'd appreciate us giving him a shout out.
Yeah, it's great content on YouTube.
Who is it?
Jay Nandes, 87.
Plays high stakes Omaha and Vegas.
He just started a vlog. I've been watching some of his PLO vlogs from the Aria cash games.
So Nick brought up a good point, just marketing all the streams on each other's streams. And I think it'd be awesome if we have a Savage Sunday trailers and really just once we have a set schedule, then people know where to go on every night. So it's perfect. So yeah, we'll definitely get that going, Nick. And you know, I think that we're all really excited here at Poker House Live and making the best possible poker content, not just for the Dallas residents, but you know, for the whole country, and trying to get our influence known throughout the entire country. And that's why it's nice traveling and representing Poker House, because I was just in Vegas, Eddie.
Yeah.
And you know how many people were like I was recruiting to the Poker House live stream. Like so many people were like, "Oh, you just have a live stream?" Like, "Oh yeah, you can come play anytime." And they don't have the access that we're kind of accustomed to. Like for us, it's like, "Oh yeah, sure." we can play on live stream. But no one else in Vegas thinks that's a normal thing.
Yeah,
So they hear me saying I can put them on a live stream. I'm like, what? I can come to Dallas and be on live stream? I'm like, yeah, come on by.
Yeah, it's really cool. 'Cause management and staff are really cool about that.
It's really cool. Yeah, it's so cool. No one, like, we're so lucky here.
Yeah.
We take it for granted.
Yeah, we just play on a live stream.
We just play on
whenever.
live stream whenever we want.
Yeah.
But the people in Vegas are like, wait, you could play on live stream like whenever?
Yeah, they have to like get invited to Poker Go in order to play on a live
Yes,
stream.
exactly. Yeah.
it's like-
So some big names. We're excited to do it. Trying to get Shishimi on. We're trying to get.
Oh, look at this.
nice.
What?
Well, I'm down for the Saturday stream. I'd be interested in
Pot
hopping in that.
bet here, knowing that he's got the nuts. Not gonna get a call there.
Yeah,
Yeah, I gotta tell you a funny story. So with Danielle, I hope she's listening. I called her to see what she wanted to do post stream with these players. So I said, hey Danielle, what do you think about doing the PLO stream here at Poker House? She's like, I don't know. And I was like, well, some people are asking for it. And I love Danielle, so I'm gonna do my best impression of her. She's like, who's asking? And I was like, Kim. She's like, oh, Kim, yeah, that's cool. Anytime, yeah. Just let us know when. She can have it. I mean, that's not the really good Danielle impression, but
Texas Kim gets what she wants.
yeah.
Can we confirm, Hayden?
She does.
Got him. She's gonna go back and listen to this. And she's
That
like,
was a setup. That was a setup.
we were trying to toss you up an easy one, spike it.
Shout out to Tiny.
Yeah, he's helped us out with the audio visual stuff here.
He's helped out with the audio visual stuff. He's also been a longtime friend and one of, the most classic names in the Dallas poker industry. Everyone knows Tiny. He's
Yeah.
a super nice guy. I really appreciate him.
It's really
And
so.
he's not tiny.
Yeah, he's not tiny. So here, what's really cool is
I just saw him today for the first time.
I went out, I've gone out a couple times. I called Danielle, say, hey, what do you want to do about this? Stream's about to end. And I walked out to talk to Eric about the cards, how many decks do we have left, blah, blah, blah. And I've got like 4 compliments from like players on the floor. And even Kim, when I was standing next to Eric, when I was asking him a question, like literally between them, like 7, 8 people saying this is the best stream we've had so far.
Really?
In terms of quality, commentating, and all that. So good job to you guys.
Thank you.
In the
Thank you,
booth.
guys.
Thanks to the players on the table and those people in the chat participate. Oh, I think we're ending this on a flip.
Yes.
So this is the last hand. We'll go over the stats. We'll go over some stuff. We'll go over the evening.
So we know that Jose and Rick are going to chop this one up. Let's see. What do they have? 7-3?
No, Jose's got the nut straight. Oh, they both have it. 7-8, yeah.
Oh, what happened? All right, let's go over these statistics here.
Fun
Let's
game.
start with our total cumulative stack. BKH with the biggest chip stack, 13.1, followed by Jose Kim, OFC, all the way down to Michael.
Let's do cumulative winnings to finish it, too.
Yeah, let's finish this off with the cumulative.
Who
winnings.
is our big winner of the night?
BKH.
BK 10.1 thousand, Jose 4K, OFC 2.5, Chris 1.2K. Shout out Chris, nice session. Rick small win, Kim small win. What would Kim say? She said if she went even, she was gonna host another one.
All
Yeah.
right.
She
Looks
said
like
as
we're
long
on.
as she went even, she would host
Verbal
another
is
one.
binding.
Hey, you guys heard it right there
They're not
today.
I'm gonna switch this out. We're not on the camera yet. I got us ready for the transition, so we're going with the stats right now.
Okay, that's
So
right.
let's
That's
transition to us in the booth. That we are now live in the booth with the camera on. Thank you, ladies and
What's up,
gentlemen,
y'all?
for joining the chat for the first edition of the 136 H-Town PLO featuring Texas Kim Stone, superstar studded lineup BKH, Jose Montes, OFC, Rick Alvarado, and other local DFW legends. A very fire live stream tonight. Let's talk about some of the stuff that we got going on. In actually about an hour or so, we're going to be live streaming the final table of Katie's game. So it's going to be a long night in the booth for myself and Eric on the live stream. Tomorrow is Thursday.
Yes.
We're so tomorrow's Thursday. Nothing on the live stream tomorrow. Not going to be streaming. 2-5 match the stack. That game is going to be pretty fire based off the lineup.
Juicy.
So far, this line, I may have a seat.
juicy.
Let's see what we got.
It's gonna be a juicy one.
So that'll be a fun game. And then this Sunday, we're not going to be doing this every Sunday because we're going to take off for Christmas. So everyone have a great holidays. We appreciate it. And if you guys are still here, 57 people, hit that subscribe button right now. Right now.
And then
Now we're
resuming back next Monday with our regular live stream schedule. What do you guys think about tonight? How'd it go? What were your thoughts?
Honestly, just very grateful to be able to commentate on such strong players, and Poker House giving us the opportunity to present a Omaha game, which is very rare that we're able to live stream this. I don't see people live stream this at all, and I was a little nervous because PLO isn't, as popular as Texas Hold'em, so I was a little bit nervous about how I would do, and I think you guys, really did a good job of engaging with us and following along the entire stream, and with these action players, with Kim making the lineups, I think this is going to be a huge success in the future, and I think that the PLO game is only going to continue to grow. And
yeah, I agree. Super fun game to watch. Thank you everyone for tuning in, and thank you to Poker House for having me.
Yep.
Enjoyed commentating. Not an expert in PLO, but it was fun to watch and talk strategy with you guys, and
yeah, definitely learned a lot.
Learn the game.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, that's it for us here in the booth. Thank you for tuning in. If you want to watch some tournament poker, tune in about an hour or so. I don't know if I'm gonna be struggling, but I'm still gonna be in the booth.
Some coffee.
Yeah, I have coffee.
Peace,
so
everybody.
thank you very much.